95.7 The Fan presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. As a team, right, for us, the way we practice, it's not good enough. Today wasn't good enough from the standpoint of how we moved the football. It wasn't good enough, and I challenged our guys to make sure we pick it up and operate that way. So we got a lot to improve upon. We're not there yet. Still got a lot of work to do.
Hi, that was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Look, I know it was a big news day yesterday. I promise we're not going to lead with Texans practice and their inability to move the football on offense. I just thought that was a good way to lead in. Management in general around town was unhappy yesterday.
Yeah.
Some expressed it in different ways than others. D'Amico expressed it at a press conference and with what I'm sure was a stern talking to in the team meetings afterwards. Jim Creighton expressed it by firing Dana Brown's ass yesterday.
There was so much activity. I think, at that point, D'Amico would have known probably that the trade was a done deal for Kayshon Boutte. I wonder if he told the team, hey, we got a guy coming in here who knows how things are done.
Light a fire under your ass.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah. One of the guys that screwed up in coverage against him last year he's off to New England.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's right. A ton to get to. This is going to be a busy day. I saw somebody, I think it was Stressens, listed everything. He's like, man, I woke up this morning and it was just a normal day. And by the end of the day, all these things had happened. And there was just a ton of stuff between things that did or didn't happen at Texans practice. Dana Brown fired. Kayshon Boutte is a Houston Texan, I think somewhat unexpectedly.
I thought that this was a possibility, but I didn't think it was going to happen this quickly.
Yeah.
That's what I said yesterday. I said, hey, Kayshon Boutte might happen, but it's got to be after maybe the Patriots feel good about where they are.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, why was Kayshon Boutte even being why was he available in a trade? It's because the Patriots went out and got a couple of wide receivers in the offseason and that they think are better than Kayshon Boutte.
Yep.
And Boutte, despite the fact that Texans fans have really bad memories of him beating Derek Stingley pretty badly
twice
times now in his career,
yeah.
But especially in the death blow in the Patriots game last year, he's a really unique individual, a unique type of player. He's a deep ball threat. He's a deep ball specialist who doesn't run all that fast.
Yep.
And he's just really good at tracking the ball and timing when the ball's arriving, adjusting at the end of his route, getting super physical. Kind of like the reception he made versus Derek Stingley. It's not like he was wide open or anything.
No.
It was just that it was only Kayshon Boutte was in position to catch that ball, and he did. And when you watch his deep ball receptions, they all look like that.
Yep.
It's rare that he's just running wide open. He's a fascinating individual.
So let's start there. We'll start there, and we'll get to Dana Brown. So since we're talking about Kayshon Boutte, we'll get to both in the opening segment here, I promise, for everybody tuned in to get our takes on either of these things. So the Texans trade, if you don't know the details, here were the details of the trade. Texans trade Jalen Reed, second-year safety, who did some good things last year when he was on the field. He was banged up quite a bit, but he was definitely going to be part of the safety rotation here. He was going to make the team. And a 2028 seventh-round pick, which is pocket change. It's really, for all intents and purposes, this is a Kayshon Boutte for Jalen Reed trade, especially within the 2026 season. Those are the only assets that affect this season. I love the trade. This was Ted Johnson's scouting report to me via text. Teddy and I were going back and forth yesterday, Seth. He was asking me about Jalen Reed. He volunteered his scouting report of Kayshon Boutte. And as you mentioned, Texan fans have seen him already in action against the Texans. He said, you guys got a tough player. He's limited in what he can run on the route tree. Definitely a one-trick pony, but his one trick is really good. Basically a 9-route guy who's got really strong hands.
Yeah, like running down the sideline and just doing like exactly. Unfortunately, you have to watch that play versus the Texans last year to see what we're talking about. But I forgot to send it to you, Sean. I cut up all of his deep balls, and they all look remarkably similar.
Oh no,
I
watched one of his YouTube highlight cut-ups yesterday. Yeah. So yeah,
No, I would add to that too, though. Versus the blitz on slants, he's been a go-to for them. So everything that they want out of a receiver in this system, where hey, you're adjusting to what you're seeing in front of you, making adjustments when there's a blitz, all of those things, he's pretty adept at it. He's just not going to be a fantasy darling. Yeah. He's going to go through hot and cold streaks depending on whether the ball's coming his way. He had 550 yards receiving last year, but the interesting is 33 receptions, 6 of them touchtowns.
6 of them touchdowns.
That's a pretty damn high touchdown rate on receptions.
It's a very high touchdown rate, and also, you're right. If he has the normal numbers of a good receiver, that maps out to easily double-digit touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think the other big number for me is he averages nearly 17 yards a catch.
Yep.
So he's a chunk play kind of guy. And the Texans need one of those in this. I mean, Nico can do everything, but having a second guy. Look, for the situation that they're in with losing Jaden Higgins and given what they gave up. Look, I like Jalen Reed. He's a nice young player, but he's a second-year safety who was banged up a lot his first year. He was a 6th-round pick, so it's not like you're deep in an investment with him. And we're already getting the questions on the text page. It still seems weird that Boutte was available. I did a lot of reading up on the New England side of this thing.
Yeah.
And as you pointed out, the logjam that they have in the wide receiver room, they also had needs on defense. There's a reason why they wanted Jalen Reed. The smoke that I read, Seth, was that the Patriots initially asked for like a mid-round pick, and the Texans said no to that. And then they wanted either an edge rusher or a linebacker, and they settled on Jalen Reed because they did have needs at safety as well. They had depth needs on defense.
And their one safety, Byard's a free agent at the end of this year, too. So they get a young guy that I think they probably have the same evaluation on him that Caserio did, that he's versatile, a lot of promise and upside, and they add depth there. So the player-for-player dynamic is the way that it should work. Both teams, neither team wants to give up, a draft pick now or whatever, overly aggressively.
Yep.
If that would come down to the trade deadline, if that's the way it was going to work out.
I just look at it this way, and especially when you lost to the Patriots in the playoffs last year. So almost, by definition, this is one of the teams you're going to have to get through, or that at the very least you're going to be competing with to get to a Super Bowl. And so that's the goal for both teams. If both teams are considered teams that are on the short list in the AFC to get to the Super Bowl, and I think they are. Which team took a bigger step towards that goal yesterday? I absolutely think it's the Houston Texans.
We, you and I both looked at a bunch of different grades, and resoundingly the consensus is A's for the Texans and C's for the Patriots.
Yes.
And that includes a lot of people up in New England.
Yes.
The one big thing that I saw out of people writing in New England when they were grading this trade is they had to mention, oh boy, this if it comes down to the postseason and it ends up being the Texans versus the Patriots and Boutte ends up being a big factor in that, that's gonna really sting. Well, especially if the Patriots end up having a receiver to either Romeo Doubs or AJ Brown.
Oh yeah, well and here's the thing: if Texan fans remember this about Boutte, look, couple things. One, he's two of his most significant moments came against the Texans. He hasn't put up massive numbers. He's put up almost 80 catches over the last 2 years for about 1,200 yards thereabouts, and he scored 6 touchdowns, as you pointed out, Seth. But the thing about Boutte is that if you recall, going into the playoffs last year, he was not scared of this Texans defense.
Yeah.
That cut is making the rounds now. From before that playoff game where he was like, yeah, I can, hey, these corners they have are awfully physical, Lassiter and Stingley. And he was not backing down. He said, no, I can be physical too. And he went on a good game. He had 3 catches for 75 yards. He had that touchdown catch that you were talking about that was a one-handed catch in the tightest of corners back in the end zone. He's a really talented football player. If you go back, I know he was a 6th-round pick, but he wasn't a 6th-round pick because of the physical talent. He was a 6th-round pick because in his last year at LSU, Brian Kelly became the coach, and he was in that category of player at that stage of his career and life that just was oil and water with Brian Kelly. If you go back and you find mock drafts from during the 2022 college football season, Kayshon Boutte's a consensus first-round pick. He's very talented.
I would say, though, too, it wasn't like he was a slam dunk first-round pick because he's not fast. And he's unconventional in the way that he gets it done.
Yeah.
And that's where it's rare that you see deep ball threat. That's his specialty. 4.5 40. Like he's not a fast wide receiver, and it's not like, oh no, game speed is faster than his clock time. No, he's very, very good at all the nuances. In a weird way, he's kind of like a mirror image. He's the offensive version of Kamari Lassiter. And so all the measurables aren't quite there, but because he's so good at everything else, he gets the job done. Yeah. And that's where Caserio and D'Amico love guys like that.
Oh yeah. Well, and the other thing I love too, and then we'll get to Dana Brown here. The other thing I love about the Boutte trade is that he's in a contract year, so there's a lot for him to prove. So it's without
necessarily an incentive by him or the Texans to give him a new deal right now.
No, he's not that level of player.
No. And even if he the thing is, the situation he's in New England right now is he got squeezed out by two starters who the team looks at him as better than him. And that would be the exact same situation with Jaden Higgins coming back next year. So, yeah, he's got every motivation to say, yep, I'm going to play this year on this contract, and I'm going to be playing opposite of Nico Collins, who attracts a lot more attention than Stephon Diggs did, who he was playing alongside last year, that he's poised to have maybe a career year and then go on and get a contract elsewhere after Jaden Higgins comes back.
All right, let's shift gears over to Dana Brown. That news came down right after you and I got off the air at 8 o'clock yesterday. Seth, I went to go have breakfast, and I sit down and I pull out my iPad and I open up my email, and there's an email from the Astros. Dana Brown and Astros mutually part ways. I'm like, okay, this week is popping early. Yeah. So Dana Brown essentially fired by the Astros yesterday. Bob Nightingale, Chandler Rome has done a nice job of covering this throughout the whole saga, and he's kind of foreshadowed this thing for a long time. Bob Nightingale of USA Today had some really interesting nuggets in his recap of this. Nightingale's very plugged in. The Night guys on Area 45 have him on from time to time. And I guess here's how it went. Sunday's loss to the A's was sort of the last straw in all this, blowing a 6-0 lead to the worst team in baseball one night after blowing a 3-1 lead late in the game. So Dana reportedly was fired by Sunday night and was back on a plane to his home state of New Jersey by Monday morning. So he was out quick. The biggest and strangest thing for me is that in that article, Bob Nightingale said that Joe Espada was informed by a high-ranking official within the Astros that he was not going to be offered a contract for next year. So essentially, he was done after this season, and he was offered the opportunity to leave as well or stick it out through the rest of the year. Espada chose to stick it out for the rest of the year. Now, we haven't heard anything from Joe Espada since he missed the game on Sunday with a family emergency. He is with the team in New York, so I'd imagine this is going to be one of the more interesting Espada media availabilities to listen to before the game today. Yeah. So be on the lookout for that.
Well, and all of that is going on, too, as Espada's dealing with whichever this family emergency is that he was dealing with.
There's a lot going on, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on. So Espada, so we don't know the motivation. Does Espada want to finish what he started? Does Espada think that there's a Hail Mary that he can prove himself? I'm really anxious to hear from him today. As far as who's backfilling Dana Brown, it's going to be a committee of assistant GMs that are still in the building and Jeff Bagwell, which has Astros fans super stoked.
People are super amped up about that.
They're really excited about Bagwell Era 2.0, yeah. So that's the Dana Brown situation. And I guess, Seth, the thing that just jumps out to me, not firing Dana Brown, I thought this was an inevitability. The timing of it and the fact that the Astros are in first place in their division, albeit in the worst division possibly in the history of baseball. We'll see how it plays out. And they're doing it with what is a known lame duck manager.
Yeah.
I've never experienced anything like this before, where it's been reported that the manager is essentially going to get fired at the end of the year. But go out and get him, boy. And who knows? Maybe this is something. My guess is the Astros like Joe Espada. I don't know what they think of him as a manager, but he seems like an ultimately likable individual. Yeah. Does this make them, in a weird way, go play harder for Joe Espada?
It ends up being a major league type of thing, where this is Cleveland. They'll have a picture of Jim Crane up there in a bikini or something that they'll keep disrobing each time that they win something. Yeah. It makes them very, very odd. By the way, it had been inaccurately reported a few times that this would be the first 5-team division to have all teams end with a negative run differential.
Yeah.
The 2005 NL West.
Okay.
The Padres won that division with a negative 42 run differential and an 82 and 80 record. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the worst division in a long time. If things finish up the way they look right now, this would be the worst one in the last 20 years.
Yep. So what is your concern level about the Astros now heading into a period without a G? Now, the one thing about heading into potentially an offseason without having hired a GM yet is there's probably going to be a work stoppage, which would prevent Bagwell and Crane from going and spending money on the next Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero.
Okay, if there's any positive to take out of any of this, it's the last time the Astros were operating without a GM. It all came together very rapidly after World Series victory, and they didn't get their GM back, and then they went on to just wait to hire one. And while they were waiting, they made some devastatingly bad moves.
Yeah.
This, I would guess, this is part of hopefully a strategy that we're gonna have our ducks in a row, and we're gonna find the right person. And yes, as you said too, there's probably gonna be a work stoppage, so nobody can do too much damage one way or the other. But they've got plenty of time to maybe find somebody that fits Jim Crane and his philosophy, his goals, etc., better than maybe Dana Brown did.
This is my question, and we can dig into this more because we only got a couple minutes here, but I think it's worth bringing up. Is this even a good job?
Right.
Like, this is absolutely a job for a GM that is clearly on the down. I mean, like, obviously, just look at their record. It's clearly on the downside in the back end of what was an amazing era of Astros baseball. But, I mean, like, things like watching Dana Brown get a trade vetoed by the owner and this cabal of other people that Jim Crane's got surrounding him. He had a deal lined up to get an outfield bat for Brian Abreu, and it got vetoed by other people in the building. Like, if you're a GM, if I'm a GM, like, I need a clear understanding of what the operating procedures are.
It almost feels like it's that if you're the GM, like, you're working with Jim Crane, but it's like if you're married to Jim Crane, but every time that you make a family decision, he has to go and talk with his brothers and sisters about it before and then they all get together, and then the sister-in-law that hates you says this, and then the brother-in-law that has issues with you says that, and all of a sudden you don't know. I thought we agreed to this, honey. I thought we agreed to this. Why is this blowing up in my face?
No, and clearly
it's a dysfunctional family.
It's a dysfunctional family that's vetoing what I think that would have been a good trade, Brian Abreu for the outfielder whose name escapes me. It would have been such a good trade. I can't remember the guy's name. For the guy from the Twins, it was a lefty bat in the outfield who's having a good year this year. Yeah, no, it'd be like the family's but they're vetoing smart things like a nice solid mutual fund so that they can invest in some magic beans or something like that.
Right, right.
So,
or her ex-boyfriend Correa. And you're like, oh yeah, no, remember how nice it was when you were with Correa? He was the guy. Yeah. You should bring in Correa instead.
There's a lot to get into, man. Both with this trade the Texans made, which I love, and it seems like people around the league love it for the Texans, and then the Dana Brown firing. In fact, let's stick with that theme. By the way, baseball talk on 95.7 The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Is this Astros job even a good job? I want people weigh in 713-572-4610 on the text line. Your reaction to the firing of Dana Brown yesterday. We'll dig into that. We've got headlines later on this hour, and we'll dig hard into the Kayshon Boutte trade at 7 o'clock. What are the people around the NFL saying about that? What are the report cards on that deal? How did Nick Caserio do? We'll do that at 7 o'clock. So we got a busy show. But first I want to tell you about Base Power Company. If you're looking to save money on your electricity, I can't imagine somebody not looking to save money on their electricity.
Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this was a little way back, a little going back in a time machine here. This was the day the Astros hired Dana Brown. This was Jeff Bagwell was asked about hiring Dana Brown. Jeff Bagwell, special advisor to Jim Creighton, Astros legend, undeniably one of the 2 or 3 best players in the history of the franchise, Hall of Famer. Here was Jeff Bagwell on his thoughts on the Dana Brown hire back in January of 2023.
I'm excited. I think Dana's going to do a great job. His background in scouting, and understanding players, as he's talked about, mixing the analytics with the evaluation of your eyes and experience. That's what we want. That's what Jim wants, and I think he's going to do a great job at that. He's a hard worker. He's not afraid to get in there. As being a director of scouting, he's on the road 250 days a year, so he's not afraid to go out and work and find out what's going on in the organization quickly. The great news is he's got the best team in baseball, so that'll be fun.
Okay, and they were the best team in baseball back then. They were defending World Series champs back then.
I remember then.
Those were good days.
I remember that's and they had set a clear template that, hey, if you just do the same thing, we'll fire your butt. Dana Brown managed to get fired without winning a World Series.
Yeah,
which is hard to do. The last 2 GMs both had to win a World Series before they got fired.
I know. Yeah. So that's. I thought that cut was interesting. One, because Jeff Bagwell is still part of this whole stew that's going on here.
Yeah.
And 2, and Bob Nightingale said this in his piece, that he said that they could look to Bagwell to be the GM, see if he may want the job. And I will say this before we get into whether or not this is a good job for whoever takes over.
Yeah.
There is a big part of me, Seth, that is tired of the ambiguity of whatever Jeff Bagwell's role is and the clear, heavy influence that he has. All you have to do is observe, and you see he's got heavy influence. But guys like Bob Nightingale and Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal all hear anecdotally behind the scenes how much influence Bagwell has. They're all confirming that. Just make him the GM and get it over with. Let's stop dancing around. Let's see how good the guy is. If he's that smart that he can be in your inner circle vetoing things, make him the damn GM.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm saying emotionally that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know. The hard part is that, look, Bagwell's pretty open about how that, hey, he understands the significance of analytics and how they can help, but he's very, very skeptical of them. I think that's fair to say, right?
Yes.
And that, all right, the Astros rode analytics heavily to their first couple World Series championships. Mm-hmm. They were at the tip of the spear in a lot of ways. You don't have to be that team, to be good at baseball, but I do feel like you can't be anymore one of the lower tier teams in terms of how much do you embrace or utilize analytics. And it feels like with Bagwell, they probably would be. It feels like he would read every analytics report with a sneer and almost just with a bias against it. And I don't know if that's the way to operate in modern baseball. Maybe it is. Maybe he's just got such a good feel for things and the human side of things that it would be different. But I'm skeptical.
Okay, I've got 5 reasons why I think this is not a good GM job. And so I'm going to run these by you, and you tell me if ultimately these are things that, A, would concern you as a prospective GM, and B, are these things that did Dana Brown in? Did Dana, was he a victim of any of these things? Meddling ownership.
All right, meddling. That depends, because every owner is going to meddle a little bit. But was Jim Creighton too heavy-handed in either nixing trades or not approving deals? Dana Brown came in with a stated goal of retaining their core players. And then I think he probably realized, okay, we're not going to go middle. So how am I rating this?
Well, do you think Dana Brown ultimately was undone by these things?
Okay.
Yeah. Because I would argue too on the meddling ownership, I feel like the Josh Hader deal was a Jim Creighton deal.
Yeah.
I feel like the Tatsuya Imai deal was a Daikin and Jim Creighton deal. Like I think deals.
Daikin and Jim, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like Daikin people were at the press conference. So when I say meddling ownership, it's not just deals that get nixed. I think there's other deals, the Imai deal in particular, which is, it's on Dana Brown's record because he was the GM. I don't even know if he was the one pushing for that.
I would say, so on a scale of 1 to 10, Did you tell me what I'm rating?
How much did this do Dana Brown in? And and in turn, how concerned would you be if you were a prospective GM?
Right, but I guess what's the grading scale?
Oh, it's a 1 to 10. I don't really have. I'm going
to say meddling ownership. The concern level would be a 7.
A 7, a concern level. Okay, Barron Farm System.
Okay, this is interesting because, they have rocketed up the farm system ratings in Baseball America from 26 to 40, 28 to 26.
Yeah.
But Dana Brown has gotten credit for some of the teenagers and the super young dudes.
Yes.
So depending on how you feel about that, if you're taking over, if you feel like Dana Brown actually did some really good things with the really young prospects, then you're going to get to reap the benefits of all of that as you and all of your brilliant GM ways continue that trend. So I would say, you might be catching them. You might be catching this organization at its trough where it's just starting to ascend. My concern level would be a 3 over the farm system.
That'd be on the lower end.
You're going to get credit for anything good that happens.
Yeah, if you're being judged by having to win right away or anything like that, then these are all concerns. But I'm with you. The aging Altuve contract.
Okay. Now it does become less punitive a couple of years from now, where his salary starts dropping.
Yeah.
So again, you're going to get credit for that. Wow, look at their improving salaries, and there might be a salary cap by then. That's the other dicey thing that we don't know about.
That's true. We don't even know what the impact is.
Altuve's contract it
might be TBD.
It's unique in some ways, but it's not nearly as bad as some of these other organizations that have guys on the books for, 25, 30 million a year after they're done playing. So I would say a 3 on that as well.
Your best, this is number 4, your best pitcher and your best all-around position player. Jordan's your best player.
Yeah.
But Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown are both very much on the clock as far as their tenure as Houston Astros.
Yeah, and this goes back to what the owner will or will not allow. And, boy, to retain Jordan at his age, when that's a 9 for me.
Wait, yeah, and Jordan's under Jordan. They've got for a couple more years.
But in a couple more years, it comes quick.
Yeah,
they only hired Dana Brown a couple years ago.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, last one. We just talked about it. The presence. I'm not going to just put this on Bagwell, but I would say Jim Crane's. We talked about meddling ownership. This is sort of a different category for me. His proclivity to lean on people that might be undermining your power as a general manager.
As a general manager, I
would say Bagwell's probably the tip of the spear on that, at least perceptually.
I'm thinking about being a general manager and getting up and maybe giving a presentation to the Brain Trust about why you don't like a certain player or prospect, and then somebody at the other end of the boardroom table reaching into his jacket and pulling out the back of a baseball card. That's what I would be really concerned about.
With a really smug
maybe you
look.
haven't considered this. Pulls out a Fleer.
A really smug look on his face.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a concern level 8 on that one.
Yeah. So
this is one thing that in every sport you hear coaches talk about this when they're advising other coaches or GMs on whether to take the job or not. It's that you got to get to learn the guts of the organization and how they operate. What's this? How is this family? There's the Bears for a long time. You would hear stories about how these board meetings turn into like soap operas with family members accusing of other family members and bringing up stuff from 20 years ago. That it was a mess.
Yeah.
And I think Detroit was like that for a while, and they've kind of straightened out. But yeah, I wonder what. You got to look in and see what are the dynamics here that are actually working for or against me.
Yeah, yep. Text message: Jeff Bagwell needs to be the GM or he needs to get out. He can't be making decisions and having no accountability. Dude is running the team into the ground. That's interesting, the no accountability thing, because I would say this is just my feeling from Astro fans that I talk to, and maybe my own personal feelings too. Bagwell was, and as a player, is beloved. I can't think of a single great player with a franchise that I've rooted for whose Q rating has gone from can do no wrong, see him around town, and you're just hailing him, to get the hell out, man. Yeah. Just get out of the kitchen. We don't want you here. And that's what I kind of want too. Like, let's stop with all the dancing around and he's a special advisor and these decisions like Jose Abreu and things like that come back to get other people fired.
Yeah.
Let's stop with it. Let's get some clarity. Make the guy the damn GM if he's that smart.
Well, I mean, there's so much history of this, of just great all-time players when they enter a management. It's one thing when you talk about them going into coaching, but it's another when they get into the front office where it's just such a completely different realm than playing the sport. That it like whether you're Larry Bird or Michael Jordan or whomever else, your greatness as a player is almost completely detached from like how you're going to be in the front office. Whereas meanwhile, Billy Beane is looked at as a revolutionary, and he was a failed player.
Yep.
It's just there's so much more that goes into it that has nothing to do almost with that playing and coaching the game of baseball.
Yep. All right, we're off and running here on a Tuesday. As you can tell, we got a lot to get to. We've got headlines coming up next. We've talked about Dana Brown getting fired. Dig back into that. A lot of Texans news to get into. D'Amico Ryan's not happy with the practice yesterday, as the Texans get on a plane today to head to North Carolina to practice with and play against the Carolina Panthers. We'll dig into all that in headlines. Also, hey, make a note, 9:18 today in the 9 o'clock segment, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the University of Houston opener against Oregon State, September 5th. That's the opener. It's going to be on ESPN. It's ESPN's opener for the season. So be listening 9:18 a.m. today. We want to pack the place. That's courtesy of the University of Houston. First, Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is where you need to go if you've got any sort of metal.
22-22-22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, a lot to get to in headlines. Let's get right to it. The Astros are in New York to take on the New York Yankees for a 3-game set starting tonight. Astros, of course, going 3-6 on this recent homestand. The end result of that, we found out yesterday morning, Dana Brown fired as the general manager for the Astros in his 4th season. He will be replaced on an interim basis by a group of people, including a few assistant GMs and Jeff Bagwell. Jim Crane will obviously be overseeing everything, as he does whether there's a GM in the building or not. So we'll see where this goes from here. The other big news coming out of this story, Seth, was that according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today, Joe Espada was told that he will not be getting a contract after the season. He was given the choice of stepping aside now or sticking it out through the end of the year. Espada has chosen to stick it out through the end of the year.
You used to be a person that hired and fired people.
I did.
What was your? Did you ever fire somebody and say, "Hey, you're free to work for the next few weeks"?
No,
as long as
no. You got.
I feel like
that's
the general policy with most companies, right? Is like, no, we're not going to let them. We're not going to let them. If we don't give them the option of staying around and changing all their passcodes and everything, right?
No,
yeah.
They must really trust Espada.
Espada seems like the guy who's least likely
I
to
agree.
submarine the, intentionally submarine the organization.
Totally agree.
Because he's embittered or anything. You add into this the dynamic of that he was dealing with some kind of a personal emergency. And it feels a little bit like when Kubiak was fired after having a stroke on the sideline.
Yeah.
It just, but I mean, you gotta make the decision for the best case of for the organization's sake.
The Astros, as we awake this morning, are actually a half game back in both the division and the wild card. The Rangers won last night. Astros didn't play, so they're a half game back in the division. They're a half game back of Cleveland for the final wild card spot. Very much in the playoff hunt still, both through the wild card and through the division, but they've not been playing well lately, and now they've got a manager whose status I have no idea what effect, if any, this has on the team.
I did not enjoy the headlines that were like division-leading Astros fire their GM. Like, all right, dude, come on.
You don't like the facts being reported, I guess.
The facts, knowing how it's going to land.
Yeah.
And somebody's like, oh my gosh, they're winning the division and they're firing the GM. Yeah.
Yep. Kayshon Boutte is a Houston Texan. He traded from New England to the Texans for second-year safety Jalen Reed and a 7th-round pick in a couple of years. So that'll help fill the void left behind by Jaden Higgins. I think Jaden Higgins was on track to have a year that may end up exceeding what Kayshon Boutte does for the Texans. Yeah. But this is considering where this is on the calendar, he's got a few weeks, I should say, to get ramped up for the opener. It's a system. He played in a system that kind of, I think, from all accounts, mirrors what the Texans are doing here.
Yeah.
So it should be a pretty quick ramp up, I would say.
That part of it, look, he's a deep ball threat. And he's a very unique player in terms of he wins with ball tracking and physicality, and all of these little nuanced things. But he's not a burner. But he hasn't played opposite a guy like Nico Collins, so that'll be interesting for what it might help open up downfield. But he also loves the block. So that checks off another box. And as you mentioned, he knows the system. It's a really good fit. By and large, almost every single article I've read grades this as an A for the Texans and a C for the Patriots.
Yeah, we'll get into the report cards in the 7 o'clock segment on this deal. The other news with the Texans, Dylan Horton, man, this is heartbreaking. Guy who came back from cancer, feared to have suffered a torn Achilles yesterday at practice. It was fairly late in the practice. I was there. You saw him go down. You knew it was something bad. He was helped off the field. So the Texans, at a position where they weren't super deep anyways, lose a guy who I had him. I did my 53-man roster projection, Seth, before practice yesterday, and I had Dylan Horton making the team. Obviously, he'll be on IR now, so we'll see. This, maybe I could see that being a position where Nick Caserio goes shopping on cutdown day to see what else is out there for defensive ends 4 and 5 on the team. Because right now it's Dominic Robinson. It's Solomon Byrd has had a good camp, actually. Solomon
he shows
Byrd
up a lot. Yeah,
he might finally make the 53 as opposed to being on the practice squad. So feel bad for Dylan Horton. That's a tough blow.
Dylan Horton was playing, anywhere from 15 to 20 snaps per game on average. It ended up he played 40 snaps in one game last year. So he was unheralded and kind of did the blue collar work on first and second down. So he was a contributor to that really, really good defense last year. It's not, it's not a devastating blow, but it's a guy that contributed last year.
Yep. So Wade Wood has had surgery on his broken thumb. He's going to miss, it sounds like, according to Aaron Wilson, about a week or so, and then be back with a cast on. So Wade Wood has, I guess, able to play with a club hand. So that's where we're at with the health situation with the Texans. Deshaun Watson named a starter in Cleveland yesterday, which you can imagine how they're feeling about that in Cleveland today. Just a couple days after going scorched earth on the fan base, in a post-game press conference after a loss to the Buffalo Bills in the preseason, Todd Monken named Deshaun Watson the starter. Here is Monken explaining his decision.
Deshaun is going to start against Jacksonville. Took in the full body of work over the course of off-season to training camp to the games, the joint practice, and ultimately felt like to start the season on the road, Deshaun gave us the best chance to move the ball and score points. I mean, that's really what it's about. And felt that way going in the last game, but wasn't sure. And after we talked as a staff and after we re-looked at everything, we're going to go that direction.
All right. So Deshaun Watson is a starting quarterback once again in the NFL.
This is an interesting one. I saw Ari Myroff say this, and it's an angle you never want to hear. It doesn't make you feel good about your football team when Ari makes a very valid point. Hey, the Browns' first two games are on the road, so they don't have to worry about the fans just destroying Deshaun Watson and creating some kind of a weird environment. And then maybe after two games on the road, if Deshaun has performed well, people will actually cheer for him when he gets back.
That's a really interesting thing, too, because Monken, I listened to his press conference yesterday, the whole thing, and he was asked, is this a week-to-week thing, or is this – he's like, no, this is not a week-to-week thing at all. Deshaun's our starter. I actually agree with Ari. I think the schedule laying out the way it did, I don't think it's an accident that Monken kind of mentioned he's kind of mentioning going on the road like you need a vet to go on the road.
Yeah,
I think in the back
he's dealt with noise before.
Yeah,
and all that.
I think in the back of his mind. I mean, Shedeur started 7 games last year, so it's not like he's never played in the NFL before. And by the way, they played in some pretty hostile road environments in college the years that he was at Colorado too. So I wonder how long this is going to last. Do you think Deshaun Watson is the starter when the Texans play the Browns in Week 10?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I think if only just because he's probably going to get injured at some point.
Yeah.
And the Browns aren't – I know that they have a good roster, but like a lot of that is still defensively.
Yeah.
Their offensive line's a work in progress. I don't think so.
All right. Trade report cards on the Kayshon Boutte trade. Let's get to that. How does football think Nick Caserio did yesterday in this trade to try to fortify the Texans wide receiver room? And we'll circle back to Deshaun. He did apologize yesterday for his act on Saturday in that post-game press conference. We will put his apology through the Payne and Pendergast sorry meter, the Sorrytron 2000, the apology meter on Payne and Pendergast. How did Deshaun do with his apology to the Cleveland fan base? That's coming up next. Oh, but first, Dr. Ben Salento. Yeah, Texas Sinus and Snoring. There you go. I'm going to see Dr. Ben Salento a week from Friday. That is when I'm getting the Inspire sleep apnea implant. He's already helped me with my snoring and my sleep apnea. I'm just taking that to a whole nother level by getting that implant because I've heard such good things about it. When you get that, you can get rid of the CPAP mask. You're just sleeping at night, and you're just sleeping away like a baby, and I can't wait. And Dr. Ben Salento, it's just one of a comprehensive array of solutions that he has.
sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the big news Texans-wise yesterday was that Kayshon Boutte, wide receiver, is now a Houston Texan. Someone texted in, hey, what's the status of Brevin Jordan? Brevin Jordan's still not practicing, and there's a decent chance his jersey number is about to go to Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, Kayshon Boutte does wear number 9.
He wears number 9, yeah.
Yeah, I don't, man. It stinks with Brevin Jordan. I was compiling some clips the other day. Oh, it was from CJ's rookie year. And, boy, there was a nice Brevin Jordan reception on there versus the Saints.
76-yard touchdown for old Brevin Jordan in the playoff game with CJ that year.
Yeah. Well, Foster Moreau had mentioned when the Saints played the Texans in 2023, they weren't talking about CJ in the meetings like he was a rookie quarterback. And that's so I went back and I watched that game. And, yeah, it was you saw all the old Robert Woods, Brevin Jordan.
Oh, yeah, the old crew. Yeah. Robert Woods. Wow. So Kayshon Boutte is a Houston Texan. Details of the trade, pretty simple. The Texans trade Jalen Reed, second-year safety, and a 2028 seventh-round pick for Kayshon Boutte. If you're a Texan fan, if you've watched the games against the Patriots in the playoffs last year, in 2024, Kayshon Boutte caught his first career touchdown pass on a deep ball against Derek Stingley Jr. late in the first half of that game back in Week 6 of 2024. And then he had a really nice game in the postseason last year, including a dagger one-handed touchdown catch in the back of the end zone in the Texans' loss to the Patriots in the playoffs. So absolutely fills a need that this team had coming off of the Jaden Higgins ACL injury. I guess we'll get into the report cards here in a second, Seth, but Kayshon Boutte should get up to speed pretty quickly given that the system is similar or the same as the one he was playing in New England. I don't know if labels even matter here, but where does he fit in on this team right now in terms of Nico's obviously the man,
right?
Is he the number 2 or how do you?
Yeah, well, he only plays on the outside. He doesn't go down and play in the slot much at all. 85 or 90% of his snaps are on the outside, and you've got Jalen Noel in the slot. So he's going to be a guy most likely that is going to be playing opposite side of the field than Nico Collins by and large, and that. Hopefully what you can do is take advantage of some of the attention that Nico Collins attracts and be a viable deep threat on the other side. He's also he's done a lot of damage versus teams running slants when versus the blitz and all of those things that they want receivers to do in this system, really being able to sight adjust and read coverages and all of that. Seems like he's pretty adept at it. So he's not a Jaden Higgins replacement. He's not the same caliber of receiver that I think Jaden Higgins is going to be, but he immediately helps you spread the field more, and I think he might be in line to have his most productive season just because he hasn't played with a guy like Nico Collins before. Stephon Diggs was a leading receiver last year, but Stephon Diggs was a guy that was just crafty, veteran, not as fast as he used to be, didn't create a whole lot of separation.
He ain't Nico.
Right. So this creates a real problem for defenses if the offensive line can hold for a few seconds. You've got 2 deep threats downfield, and that opens up things underneath, et cetera.
I like the hearing about the slant. CJ loves those in breakers.
Yeah,
best in the league, one of the best in the league at throwing those. I like hearing that. I like that he's in a contract year. I think you're going to get a motivated Kayshon Boutte, probably motivated just to want to prove New England that they got it wrong by trading him for, honestly, next to nothing. We haven't really talked about. Okay, and we're going to talk about report cards here in a second. But you and I haven't dug into too much. We've talked about what Boutte would mean to the Texans. When I saw what they gave up to get him, you and I kind of workshopped this thing last week, and you'd asked me what I thought it would cost to get Kayshon Boutte, and I said probably a day 3 pick. And I know you thought it might cost more than that, and I was really just going by what the articles I'd seen out there, speculating. Because I'm with you. I think Boutte's a nice player. I mean, this is the equivalent. I mean, it's the 7th round pick in 2 years is nothing. I mean, they'll get 5 of those back and forth over the next 2 years in trades. The key is how do you feel about Jalen Reed? And the fact of the matter is, with Kamari Ramsey having the camp that he's been having, MJ Stewart's coming back here pretty soon. You traded a backup safety who was injured for a lot of last year for a guy who I expect to contribute and get you 500 or 600 yards receiving this year.
Yeah, and I think the thought that I had was that, all right, teams are going to be reluctant to give up a guy like Kayshon Boutte at this point in the season, especially when the Texans need him so much. But I think when the Patriots probably looked at his projected role and how much he was really going to do for them, as long as Romeo Doubs and A.J. Brown stay healthy, that it made more sense for him than I thought it would. And it is supposedly the Patriots had initially requested a mid-round, 5th rounder or something like that. And credit to Caserio for holding out for not that long. And meanwhile, the Patriots get a guy that can bolster their secondary depth. They do have one of their starting safeties who's going to be a free agent at the end of this year, they probably had a good report on Jalen Reed. Jalen Reed was perceived as a value when the Texans drafted him, for whatever that's worth, and he's got some playing experience. But I think for what Kayshon Boutte can do for the Texans now versus what Jalen Reed might do for the Patriots this year, it looks like a much more lopsided short-term win for the Texans.
Absolutely.
We'll see how Jalen Reed works out in the long run.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah, if he turns into a starting safety for them, then ultimately they may win the trade down the road.
And Kamari Ramsey playing as well as he did in the first preseason game probably and in camp probably helps the Texans feel better about this too.
Yep, no question. All right, so let's get to some of the report cards. Let's start with ESPN. Seth Walder. Texans, A. Patriots, C. And you guys are going to see a pattern developing here on the grades with this trade. The key point Seth Walder makes is how closely Kayshon Boutte replaces what Houston lost with Jaden Higgins' injury. I'm curious if you agree. They found, they found a pretty ideal replacement in Boutte. Walder notes that Boutte led qualifying receivers in go route deep fade rate last year at 31% versus Higgins at 18%.
Yeah, they're different receivers. I mean, for Jaden, for one, Jaden Higgins is more physically impressive in a lot of ways, which doesn't obviously tell the whole story. But they also like the fact that Jaden Higgins could play all over the formation, and that's not what Kayshon Boutte does. So I disagree with that, even though I like the grades. I think the biggest thing is that you've got another really good deep threat opposite of Nico Collins right now.
Yep. Next grade, CBS Sports, Brian Diardo. Texans A, Patriots D-.
D-.
He says this was this was definitely the most lopsided. It's hard to be more lopsided. Your Patriots are one half a letter grade away from an F. He says Houston deserves a ton of credit for quickly and emphatically addressing their need at receiver. CBS thinks New England sold too cheaply and strengthened the potential AFC playoff opponent. And I guess that's the thing that if I were a Patriot fan looking at this trade, I'd be like, man, you guys sure did help the Texans more than you helped yourselves in this trade.
Yeah.
If winning a Super Bowl is the goal of both of these teams this year, the Texans, I'm not going to say took a big step towards that. It's not like they went and got Justin Jefferson or something like that. But, man, did they fill an immediate need with a guy who can have an impact. Jalen Reed needs somebody to get hurt to even get on the field for a significant amount of time.
I think the other interesting part about this is that, all right, Boutte's been brought up in trade discussions forever now with the Patriots. All the reports from the Patriots people were that Kayshon Boutte was a model citizen during camp. He was practicing hard. He was producing. He was doing all those things. It didn't seem like he was an overly disgruntled guy or anything that they had to get out of the building. It's kind of strange from the Patriots' perspective. If they weren't such a good team last year, I might be looking at them and saying, like, do you guys even know what the hell you're doing? But, like, obviously they know what they're doing overall. But it doesn't seem really to help them much in the short term. And especially, the Patriots shouldn't be worried about this, but I know Patriots fans have brought it up. Like, man, all right, this just sets it up perfectly for the Patriots to meet the Texans in the playoffs again. And Kayshon Boutte delivers the death blow with a long reception and a touchdown. Except this time, just like he did versus Derek Stingley last year in the Texans-Patriots game, except he's doing it in a Texans uniform this time.
And the Stingley dynamic is interesting because he's beaten Stingley a couple times when the Patriots had played that. He beat Stingley for his first career touchdown, as I mentioned earlier, and he beat him for that touchdown in that playoff game. I'm kind of sad it didn't happen a little bit earlier in training camp so we could watch two of them go against each other, in one-on-ones and stuff like that. That would have been fun. All right, next grade, Sports Illustrated, Mike Kadlick. Texans, A-, Patriots C. And the emphasis here is how little the Texans gave up in the deal. The best part, he says, the Texans only had to give up a depth piece from their loaded secondary and a late-round pick in 2028 to acquire Kayshon Boutte. So there's another one where there's a fairly big disparity.
And there's another one, too, where you go all the way back to the signing of Reed Blankenship in the offseason. And you feel like with both Jalen Reed played well, as far as I could tell, and from what I watched him, I thought he played pretty well in the preseason games. But so did Kamari Ramsey. And now you also have Reed Blankenship. So the depth at safety feels a lot different than it did at the very end of last year.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse. Most of these are Texans A or A-, and the Patriots with a C or lower. The ones that gave the Patriots decent grades on this, the Sporting News, Daniel Chavkin says Texans A, Patriots B. Sees Boutte's role immediately identifiable, slots in as an outside receiver behind Nico Collins. This is one of the more favorable assessments of New England's side because Boutte was headed towards free agency and the Patriots didn't have much leverage. Yeah. So it says nothing about Jalen Reed. It's just like this was a guy who was going to kind of languish on the bench, it sounded like.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, it feels so much like the Astros with Paredes last year, though, too, where, man, look, injuries happen, and you've got a good, viable player.
Yeah.
With the Patriots, you've got a higher estimation of their championship chances than the Astros did. But this is a championship squad, and you have a guy in Boutte who's produced in your system already, and if there's an injury to A.J. Brown or Romeo Dobbs, then, man, he's right there for you. That it feels a little bit dicey when you're a team of that caliber trading away a guy like that.
Yeah.
For something that might not help you in the short term.
No.
Future. It's a player for trade. That makes sense. But it's just as likely that Boutte would have helped them as Jalen Reed is going to help them.
And let's face it, I like Jalen Reed, but it's almost as likely that there would have been a Jalen Reed equivalent out on the market come August 30th when cutdowns happen. There's going to be 1,000 players on the street a week from, 5 days from now.
Well, and that's the part, too, where he says that the Patriots didn't have much leverage. Right, which is why you wait until the trade deadline.
Yeah.
People get traded all the time for way more than they should, especially wide receivers. The Patriots have done it like 3 times themselves.
Mohamed Sanu, second-round pick.
He was retired a year later. Yeah, they use second-round picks to draft wide receivers that are just viable wide receivers.
Yep.
And so that's where the leverage is increasing with time. Maybe they just feel like their roster is so loaded that they didn't want to soak up that roster spot.
Maybe. I was stunned this trade got made, period, but really stunned it got done as quickly. I give Nick a lot of credit on this. Okay, here were I'll read the 2 positive grades for the Patriots. And it's funny because they both are just Patriot grades, so these might just both be Patriot outlets. They didn't have a grade for the Texans, but they did comment on the Texans. A to Z Sports, Rob Gregson gives the Patriots an A. It's an interesting contrarian view. Gregson believes New England did well converting an expendable receiver into Jalen Reed plus a pick, while also saying, quote, both teams won. The pick thing is funny to me. And they got a pick.
There's a
7th rounder in 2028.
And it's a Texans 2000, which, if you're objectively handicapping it, okay, so it's a low 7th rounder.
It's like the 250th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
So that's a positive grade. The other one, not surprisingly, I guess, came from an outlet called Pat's Pulpit from Matt St. Jean.
Pat's Pulpit is a really good website.
Is it?
Yeah. And those guys actually, they're really objective. All the other writers for Pat's Pulpit gave the Patriots a C.
Yep. Matt St. Jean didn't. He said he called the package, quote, a great return. The reasoning, Boutte was likely a 1-year depth receiver. Reed is under team control for several years. If Jalen Reed turns into something, if the Texans go on to win a Super Bowl, then I think automatically you've won that trade because you wouldn't change anything that you'd have done. You know what I mean? Even if Boutte only gives you a couple hundred yards receiving, it's like, it all led to this. But if Jalen Reed turns into something, then maybe the Patriots win this thing down the road. I just couldn't believe this trade got done yesterday.
I really think that's where it was a surprise to me. Every time I had talked about Boutte, I figured, okay, this is something that the Patriots are going to think, okay, if we push it till the trade deadline, we can get a 5th-round pick or something for him. And they didn't. They just wanted to be done with it. So there you go.
Yep.
The other writer from Pat's Pulpit is Pat Lane.
Okay.
Which I'm guessing is a nom de plume.
Yeah.
Or a nom de keyboard. Lane's immediate reaction was, I don't love the return here.
Mm-hmm.
So he's also specifically worried that Boutte could hurt New England if the Patriots and Texans meet again in the playoffs.
That's what you were just saying. Yeah. I think it's a great pickup. I think it's a really good trade by Nick Caserio. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text in your thoughts on the deal. Do you like it? I don't know how you can't, but maybe there's big Jalen Reed fans out there. This would be the second element to our show open who is now no longer a Texan.
Oh, no.
Because Damian Pierce is still in our show open.
Yeah.
Coming to H-Town. Let's get this work in, man. Let's go. And then the let's do it at the end. I sent that clip to Ted. I said, hey, if you want to get a feel for Jalen Reed's energy, play this on your show.
Yeah.
The for those who haven't seen it, maybe we'll go find it. We can play it on the show. But Nick Caserio and D'Amico and Cal calling up Jalen Reed to tell him that he was going to be a Houston Texan, and he's just screaming over them like a maniac, let's do it, like 30 times in a row. It's wild.
They were both, Damian Pierce also had one of the better interviews post-draft, or immediately after being drafted. Remember, he was shirtless?
He shot that video in his house.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm here for a good time and a long time.
And he was shirtless.
He's shirtless, yes. Yep. All right, Deshaun Watson, let's relive the magic. This was Deshaun Watson on Saturday, part of a 90-second tirade, maybe a little strong. He wasn't animated or anything, but he was pissed at the fans of Cleveland, bringing up the fact that they cheered him when he got injured a couple of years ago.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Yep. So he was angry about that.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with his poor performance over the last 3 years. Yeah, it was all about. Look, the Browns fans tried like hell to be supportive when he first got there.
Yeah.
And, they maneuvered around and figured out ways and dug deep into the legalities of how, he got railroaded. That's what he did. No, and then you sucked for 3 years, and you're never available, and you had the most lucrative contract in the history of the NFL in terms of guaranteed
19
money.
Bad games for nearly $200 million and 40 more coming.
Yeah.
And that's why. Two things can be true. It can be personal. It can be deeply personal.
Yeah.
And you sucked.
And that I saw somebody say, like, well, it's weird. Why did, Kobe Bryant was, re-embraced afterwards.
Michael Vick.
Yeah. Well, Kobe Bryant especially, though. Yeah. Kobe Bryant won championships. Yeah. That's, you don't have to get any more complex about it than that.
Yep.
It's, you're giving human beings way too much credit for weighing the balance sheet of morality in their brains.
Yep.
If you win, or even if you're just competent and good and available, they're much more likely to forgive you.
So people know on this show, we like to, when we play an apology, we like to rate the apology. So let's play. Deshaun went to the podium yesterday, shortly after being named the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns in Week 1. They traveled to Jacksonville in a game where the Texans should be rooting for Deshaun. He's playing a division opponent of the Texans, Jacksonville in Week 1. I was thinking about this, Seth. You know what he should do if he wants to win over the Cleveland fans? He should puncture his lung and then take a bus to Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah.
That helped. Texan fans already liked Deshaun when he did that, but that took his Q rating to a whole other level, that the level of toughness that he showed.
Yeah.
By playing with a punctured lung and not flying to Jacksonville, by riding a bus.
I can only imagine the places they stopped on the way there. They're like Jed York trailer park type things.
They drove through New Orleans. They stopped in New Orleans.
They took a 48-hour bus ride to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Isn't it only like 10 hours of driving? A 48-hour bus
hours!
ride.
All right. So here was Deshaun apologizing to the Cleveland fans yesterday.
Saturday after the game, I think just, human nature, just myself being very emotional, putting a lot of time these last 2 years to, get back and spend time in this facility, in the city, meeting a lot of different people in the community. I thought I was going to get, a little different response, but, I think, my emotions got the best of me. And, my comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city, because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me. And I know the frustration this organization have put, a lot of investment and coming, to get me back in 22. And things haven't been going the right direction that we thought it was. A lot of injuries, a lot of time off, and not putting the best football and my foot forward. So, again, just, I understand the frustration. I understand everything that kind of goes into that. And moving forward, I just want to focus on football, making sure that, I'm putting the best product out there, having the best ability, because I thrive off the energy. I thrive off the energy of the fans. I thrive off the energy of the community. I thrive off all that stuff. I think looking back in my history at Clemson and, previous at the Houston organization, I was a big community guy, big city guy, big fan guy, during the game. So, again, my emotions got the best of me. I'm human. I take full responsibility of that. And, just moving forward, I want to make sure that I put the best product for the team, for the organization, and for the city so we can put a lot of wins and make sure that I celebrate and put Cleveland on the map.
All right. So that was about 90 seconds of what was about a 2.5-minute apology. We didn't play the whole thing, but that he started rambling for about a minute at the end and repeating himself. All right. So the 6 elements of an apology through the prism of Payne and Pendergast. Mm-hmm. Did he do these things? Say you're sorry. Not that you regret, not that you're devastated. Yeah. Say you're sorry. He did not use the words "I am sorry." Yeah, in that.
I guess. But did he really frame it as an apology though? It was more of an explanation, if anything.
Said he took responsibility.
Yeah,
he did.
Well, what I'm saying is though, should we're going to judge it as if it's an apology.
Yeah.
But in fairness to Deshaun, I don't know if he was quite going up there saying looking at it like it's an apology. More so that
I don't know. He mentioned the fans specifically. The fans that were supporting him.
Okay, so that if it was intended to be an apology,
because he's sort of acknowledging that he did the thing that you pointed out yesterday that he did that was wrong, which was he lumped the entire fan base into one group. So I think he was clearly distinguished, like, no, there's been people out there that support me, and I didn't mean them as part of this.
Yeah,
but he didn't say he was sorry. I'm not giving him credit for checkpoint number 1. Got to say you're sorry. Say what it is you're apologizing for. Be specific. I do like the fact, Seth, that in this one, he finally acknowledged the failure that he's been in Cleveland as a quarterback.
Yeah.
Injuries he mentioned, missed time he mentioned, but he mentioned that the football hasn't been good. Now, it was really hard for him to admit that the football hadn't been good. You could tell. It was like the Fonz back in the day when he used to apologize and he couldn't say the words. He'd be like, what I want to say is,
When it was also, it's hard to fight against, I haven't played well, but it's because of everybody else around me. Yeah. That wouldn't have been received well either.
No. Yeah. So I think he was specific. And he also acknowledged that the reason he was up there was because he said those things on Saturday.
It is, you know what?
In fairness to that one, yeah.
If you look at some of those, when you look at all those various EPA charts and everything, where every single Browns quarterback is down in the lower left corner as the worst quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
It is. There's a part of me that thinks, okay, it can't possibly be that all 3 of those guys are that bad, at any given time, that it really is just more of an indication or an indictment on the Browns offense in general. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I agree with your ding on that one.
Okay, good. Okay. So, show you number 3, show you understand why it was bad, take ownership, and show that you understand why you caused hurt.
I think he did all those things.
I think he did all those things. I think he did a good job of all those things there. Yeah, so we'll give him credit on that one. Number 4, don't make excuses.
There was
He brought.
I guess he kind of brought up like he almost felt betrayed because he had spent a lot of time in the community and everything.
Oh yeah.
But that's not an excuse. I think it's more of an explanation of where his emotional state was.
Yeah, I don't think he made excuses. I think he did. I think he did a good job on that. All right, so notes.
Yeah, an excuse and an explanation are sometimes hard to figure out the difference between. I think explaining that he was in a certain emotional state, I don't think that's an excuse necessarily.
Yeah. All right, number 5. say why it won't happen again. What steps are you taking? He did say that he was looking forward to playing good football and things like that.
He's going to play good football, and then we won't be in that situation where I have to be apologizing.
I'll give him a soft ding on that one, I suppose. Yeah, Did you turn the volume down on it? Good job, Byron. Yeah.
Is that all 6 of them?
No, there's one more.
Oh, what's okay?
If it's relevant, make reparations.
Oh, okay.
For example, I'm going to pay for the dry cleaning. Just send the bill to me. I'm going to do my best to fix what I did.
I don't know what would be a suitable reparation.
He made $230 million on this contract. Maybe
he should give money back.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna. You know what? The tickets, the gate at the first game, the tickets for the first home game. That'd be one way to not get booed at the first home game. Pay for everybody's tickets.
Just buy everybody's tickets back.
Or a beer.
For every $1 million that I cost against the cap, I'll donate $10 to a local children's hospital.
He didn't do that. No, he didn't do that. He could have done it. Yeah. All right. So of the 6 criteria for a good apology, according to Payne and Pendergast, he had 4 of them.
Yeah.
4 out of 6.
I'd say that was a good. He seemed appropriately apologetic. I feel like the overall tone of it was. It wasn't a sneering like, oh, I'm sorry I care so much.
Right.
I'm sorry that the fans are such jerks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think that he calmed down and said, it'd be a good idea if I did this? Or do you think somebody came to him and said, hey, you know what might be a good idea, Deshaun? Is if you get up and apologize today.
I think he probably talked to one of his court-appointed psychologists and talked it through and figured out like, hey, with all the things that we've talked about these last 3 years, what do you think? What do you think the right course of action is?
Court-appointed.
There you go.
Court-appointed sailed over my head for about 3 seconds.
Remember, D. Haslam, the co-owner there, said basically these things take time with therapy, but without explaining why he needed therapy or anything, or what the whole they wouldn't accept that he needed therapy for something, or they would accept that he needed for something, but just not that specific thing that we talked about.
Speaking of which, let's shift gears.
Real quick, before we leave that, I think the other dynamic that he can't address here, obviously, is that part of him getting booed is that it's very divisive right now between people that love Shedeur Sanders and people love a future quarterback. They don't love Deshaun Watson, but they love a future quarterback. But I think I would guess if you could figure out, okay, of the people who are booing loudest and most aggressively, I'm guessing a lot of them are also people that want Shedeur Sanders to be there's a classic stuff that happens in a quarterback battle. It's divisive.
They couldn't have picked a worse quarterback for him to be going against of second year guys in terms of
the passion of the people who are fans of Shedeur. They're going to ride or die with Shedeur Sanders.
This would be a much lesser story if Dylan Gabriel were the young quarterback he was going against solely.
Yeah, a lot of people look at Deshaun, despite everything else, they also look at him as the obstacle to Shedeur getting on the field.
Okay, so yesterday, news comes to light that Jed York, the owner of the 49ers, headline, arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution.
Yeah.
So this is an owner of an NFL team.
At that point, you're not clear whether he was buying or selling.
Right.
You just know he was engaging in it.
You didn't know. Sexy boy Jed York might have been trying to make a couple extra bucks. No, instead, he was soliciting a prostitute. So you might say to yourself, okay, it's an NFL owner, so this is probably like an upscale call girl that he was offering several $1,000s to
he got
for a night out.
Busted on an Instagram ensnarement or something.
Yeah, something that costs a few $1,000, something the average human being would not be able to afford, but this is an elite experience that only billionaires can afford. Nope. He was arranging to have sexual activity with a female in a trailer park in exchange for $140.
Yeah.
This almost feels like a fetish.
What do they teach these guys at Notre Dame anyway?
Dumpster diving. Yeah, go
Irish.
Notre
Dame guy. Is he there around the same time as you?
No, he's 9 years younger than me.
You never talk about your second business venture other than the laundromat.
Just the laundromat.
What went on in the back room of that laundromat?
It's the only one I talk about. I don't like to put my business out there. So this is how it happened. Jed York was arrested. He went to a known prostitution website in Ohio. So he's obviously the Niners owner, but he's got ties to Ohio. He's the daughter.
He grew up in Ohio.
He grew up in Youngstown. The
they own shopping malls and everything.
The Bartolos, they run things in Youngstown. And so he is the son of Denise DeBartolo, who is the sister of Eddie DeBartolo, who ran the 49ers for years and years. So he was back in Ohio visiting, I suppose, and decided. And I'd seen a story yesterday afterwards that he has filed for divorce. So I thought about that. Yeah. So I mean, he's got a wife. He's got 2 kids. Still embarrassing for them, especially the kids, I would imagine. Embarrassing for the organization. The organization has no comment on this, and they won't comment on it because it is a legal situation.
Yeah.
But he was arrested upon arriving at the meeting location, which is called the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community in East Palestine, Ohio.
I guess
it was a sting operation.
Obviously, you can afford better than that, but yeah, there's probably I can imagine you're a billionaire and you got that maybe the little just want to get down and dirty.
Dirty, man. I want to dumpster dive a little bit. Yeah. So
I don't know too. Like I don't think the degree of anonymity. I don't think anybody expects any kind of promise of anonymity anymore when it comes to ever since Heidi Fleiss, where like all those people, those are rich people going to this high class establishment or whatever, and it ends up being part of a tell-all.
Yep.
That I don't know about. Maybe they feel more secure in going to like it's something more low rent. I guess.
Did you see his mugshot?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it's not a good mugshot.
Oh, it's not. You had said it looked good. I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I was probably being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Content-wise, it looked excellent.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I was the link. I thought it was in the link you had sent. So when I clicked on it, I didn't.
Yeah.
do any further.
Google it. No, we're super proud at Notre Dame about this, man. We're super stoked about Jed York.
He looks pretty young for his age, though.
Yeah.
He's older than us, isn't he?
He's 46.
Oh, that's it?
He's 46.
He looks pretty bad for 46.
Yeah, he's 9 years younger than me. So he graduated in about 2000, I would guess.
He's got a little bit of a look of the creator of the Family Guy. What's his name?
God, this is
Seth MacFarlane.
Seth MacFarlane, yeah.
Yeah, he looks a little bit like Seth MacFarlane.
Like a fat Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I never engaged in that kind of activity when I was at Notre Dame. The closest thing that I engaged into that was on our way back from a U2 concert in Indianapolis, driving home to South Bend my freshman year. It's about a 2.5-hour drive. We went and saw U2 at the Hoosier Dome.
Yeah.
And we're driving home, and we're in Kokomo, Indiana, this small little podunk town on Highway 31 heading back to South Bend, and it's 1 a.m. And there was this little shack, little house by the side of the road.
Yeah.
And it had one of those lit up arrows kind of pointing at it, the arrows that kind of like they're lit up and they're like, hey, come in here. And the sign read, topless shoe shines.
Oh.
So we went in and got ourselves, we got our Jordans, topless shoe shine in there in the Kokomo, Indiana.
That seems like an activity that the shoe shiner doesn't end up looking like the best version of a topless person. It's a lot of back and forth. And if you're going to give a good shoe shine, that's a little too much jiggling, I would imagine.
Yeah, if they were trying to make sure that we didn't engage in any sexual activity, they hired the right women to do the shoe shining. I'll just put it that way, yeah. So
Jed York and Bob Kraft, both their budget shoppers.
2 down, 30 to go.
I mean, Bob Kraft was also similarly like not in a high-priced establishment.
No, yeah, it's the Orchids of Asia Spa in Jupiter, Florida. Yep. I need a T-shirt for there, and I need a T-shirt for the Wheat Hill trailer. There's got to be one.
The Wheat Hill trailer home, though, it looks, by trailer park standards, it actually looks pretty nice.
It wasn't too bad.
It's all double wides and with,
It's a pretty upscale trailer park.
It actually, lots of woods around it and everything.
Yep.
So it's not like it wasn't like in some, like, just, everybody in there is on the, sometimes you pull up the sex offender registry and you see a concentration.
Oh, yeah, the Citizen app, dude.
Of it doesn't look like one of those types of places where it's just all run down and ramshackle.
He didn't knock on the meth trailer door and they're like, nope, Hooker Trailer's the next one over.
It is. It does at least. I don't know how I'm trying to give him some credit for that. But
at least it was a nice trailer park.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like he was also trying to score some meth or something,
Hey, where does the departure of Dana Brown stack up on the it's about time inevitability scale compared to the other GM decisions here in town of the Payne and Pendergast era? We'll do that exercise coming up next. Here's an exercise to do. Get a new car. And if you're going to do that, go to West Point Lincoln. Katie.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Got a petty cast coming up at 8 o'clock. There is a petty in there about the firing of Dana Brown. We will not give it away as to who's petty about that, but we've got that. And hold on, we got a ton of petty at 8 o'clock. This is going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Get your petty on, everybody.
Pettiness abounds.
Text in your petties to 713-572-4610. Someone's petty that we spent a few minutes talking about Jed York on the show. I lost that text, but we got so much one of those. We got so much going on right now, and you guys are talking about some dumbass NFL owner, and I'm like, hey, man, it's 4 minutes at the end of a long 37-minute segment. That's a long segment for Seth and I every day.
Yeah.
We need a cool down that makes us laugh a little bit at the end, all right?
That's where the Odyssey app comes in handy, or YouTube, because we do a 4-hour show, and it's if we did the Kayshon Boutte trade, all 4 hours of that show, I'd probably stab Sean in the neck with a fork by the end of it. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So, and the Dana Brown firing, that too. So, but we are going to talk about Dana Brown here for a minute. So, on the inevitability scale, we've had some shuffling at GMs going on here since you and I started doing the show together, Seth, in 2019. This might be the one that felt the most inevitable. A lot of the changes we've had at GMs here in town have kind of come out of nowhere. This one, Chandler Rome has been basically forecasting this one for the better part of really since like April, when all the pitching acquisitions were clearly veering towards massive failure for Dana Brown?
Yeah, the 6 pitching acquisitions who now have a cumulative 5.84 ERA, and are largely nowhere to be found other than Imai, who's a bullpen guy for now, as far as we know. Yeah.
Yep. So I've got the ones that happened. I'm taking a little bit of liberty because the first one happened like a month before you and I joined up, before we joined forces.
Yeah.
Brian Gain on the inevitability, it's about time scale. This one might be at the far on the 1 to 10 scale. This might be a 1.
It was, and in hindsight, it doesn't seem that way because by now we know that Jack Easterby had slowly been getting his tendrils into the operation and was, figuring out a way to where he could be the guy who was pulling all the strings for everything. It also, in hindsight, though, wasn't really shouldn't have been that much of a shock, partly because Brian Gain was, if anything, the fact that he never pulled off a trade during the draft was like these exact opposite of Nick Caserio. I think didn't have the same level of urgency that Bill O'Brien wanted.
Yeah, for sure. Came out of nowhere, though. It was very surprising.
Oh, yeah. I had been getting I was having some kind of a surgical procedure, and I awoke. When I awoke from my surgery that day, Brian Gain had been fired, and I was trying to figure out, dude, I'm on a lot of painkillers here. Should I tweet through it or not?
I
decided
coma?
against it. Yeah.
How long was I in a coma for?
No, I don't know. I knew that it was real. I just didn't know. I didn't know if I should weigh in on it or not. On my personal day.
Yeah. Jeff Luhnow, definitely out of nowhere, fired because of the scandal. He and Hinch both got fired. There are a lot of people out there walking around thinking that the firing was the punishment of baseball.
Right.
The baseball punishment was a 1-year suspension. Jim Crane chose to fire both guys.
I always wondered whether, even though they weren't explicitly tied, if maybe in some of his conversations with Major League Baseball, that if Jim Crane maybe...
Let's make it look good.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Maybe not. It just felt like, okay, I could see this being one of those back channel things that's part of the deal, but who knows?
But definitely out of nowhere. Like that was very shocking. Bill O'Brien, where was that on the out of nowhere? It's about time. If out of nowhere being 1 or it's about time being 10.
We saw it coming as soon as the schedule was released.
Yeah.
O'Brien had made all these hyper aggressive and kind of weird moves leading into that season, and then the schedule comes out and the first 4 games are just brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. The biggest, I guess it wasn't a surprise, but the irony of it was that before that Vikings game, Bill O'Brien, Gary Kubiak, and Dom Capers all gathered at midfield to take a photo.
Yeah.
They were all three the guys who had been the coaches of the Texans.
Yeah.
And because Capers and Kubiak were both on the staff at the Vikings at the point, they were all there together.
Yeah.
And then and that was the game O'Brien was fired after,
It was,
right?
yeah. It was week 4. It was week 4, yeah. Who knew the roster of all-time Texans head coaches would double over the next 3 years?
Yeah.
You got 3 more.
A lot harder to get all those guys together for a photo after that.
It is. Yeah, you'd have to arrange that. But I would say the thing that surprised me about O'Brien's firing was it happened in season. Like 0-4, and Cal McNair just ripped off the Band-Aid right there.
And the Texans, up until that point, another bit of the either the irony or just the contrast was that they were a team that was known for really holding on to coaches for a long time.
Yes.
And not, Kubiak, by the time the team turned around in 2011, the people were thinking the Texans had waited too long to fire him.
That's correct.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe they're going to stick it out with Kubiak for another year.
100% true.
So they had a reputation as a team that really gave coaches a chance to stick it out.
Yeah, and that may have been the first.
And then that changed.
Well, I was going to say that may have been the first time we're like, oh, okay, Bob McNair's not here anymore.
Yeah.
Cal's going to operate a little different, maybe. Daryl Morey didn't get fired. He walked away of his own volition, but that one was kind of like you could feel it running its course.
Yeah.
James Harden had really kind of you talk about tendrils. Like James Harden orchestrated the Chris Paul trade, orchestrated Chris Paul getting traded out for Russell Westbrook, and then
was upset that the whole Russell Westbrook experience wasn't working
Yeah.
out. So he had to get away from this team that had done exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
And then Daryl Morey was just high. He was hitched to James Harden. In terms of him pulling off one of the best trades ever.
Yeah.
James Harden leaving, I guess we should have anticipated that.
Last two, James Click.
Yeah.
That was, to not keep a GM after you won the World Series was pretty shocking.
It was shocking. It was also, there was enough being written about how it was just kind of a weird situation at that point. And James Click didn't have a contract after that year, but that's also not a weird thing in baseball. That happens a lot more in baseball than it does in football, where they don't look at it as a big deal that a manager or a GM doesn't have a contract going into the next year. But the way insiders and whatnot were talking about it, it felt like they knew something weird might happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a big shock.
Well, they made
him just the weirdest timing ever.
Yeah. Well, and supposedly they made an offer to Click, but it was just for another year. And Click could kind of see the writing on the wall. And look, a lot of the things James Click dealt with in ultimately departing from the Astros, and that Dana Brown, who I think had the highest inevitability score of all these guys we just named. Like this was of most of the firings or departures we just went through in this list were departures that were kind of shocking, kind of came out of nowhere. Dana Brown's didn't come out of nowhere, but I think the thing that's frustrating for Astro fans as you look for the next GM is that a lot of the things that led to Click departing, a lot of things Dana Brown had to deal with that I think hindered him. I don't think Dana Brown did a great job. I do think he was paddling upstream in a lot of ways, though. Mm-hmm. The next GM is going to have to deal with those things in all likelihood. That's why I think they should just make it Bagwell. Make Bagwell the GM. I don't know that he's going to do a good job. I would bet that it would not work out well. But just do it and rip the Band-Aid off and make it clear.
If it ends up being a tank, though, I think that the one thing I'd give Jim Crane credit for and Jeff Luna was that throughout the tanking, where nobody had any faith, or very few people had faith that, this tank is going to work, because they never do at the beginning. Luno handled it about as well as any GM could, I think, in terms of just not acting defensive. Usually there are a couple little moments here or there, but not acting like he's smarter than everybody else, even though I know that was the perception within baseball. He didn't talk that way to the fans. I don't know if the Astros would handle the PR side of it as well with Jeff Bagwell as the GM.
Yeah,
if they
maybe
were
not.
Indeed a bad baseball team. For
maybe not.
Years.
It'd be fascinating to watch. That's for sure. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Every Tuesday at 8 a.m. we do something called the Petty Cast. We find the pettiest audio or even things that we're petty about, and we play that for you here. So we'll do that. We've got some good ones. We've got some really good ones, including one about the Dana Brown firing that we'll get to in the Pettycast coming up next.
Boy, you don't know what to think.
95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we do something called the Pettycast every Tuesday at 8 a.m. Got some good petty audio. If you're petty about anything, feel free to text in. You guys haven't been bashful about that in the past. A lot of people petty about my proposal to just go ahead and make Bagwell the general manager. To be clear, I'm doing that out of frustration, not because I think he's the most qualified candidate. I'm frustrated about the perception that there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen. So let's get all the cooks out of the kitchen and move forward. All right, let's get to the Pettycast. Shannon Sharpe. I'm not petty towards Shannon Sharpe. When Deshaun Watson had his tirade on Saturday towards the fans, one of the things that I noticed he did at the very beginning, Seth, that I thought might be a passive-aggressive move to remind people how much money he's made, courtesy of their ticket sales and whatnot in Cleveland, was he was fidgeting with his gigantic six-figure diamond earring.
Yeah.
You know, putting it in as he was doing the beginning of his monologue there.
Yeah.
And
he was about to lambaste the fans.
Yeah. So I thought nobody does anything accidentally anymore. So I said, I listed the things with that 90 seconds of audio and video that I thought were interesting, and I listed that. And there were several people that came after me and said, why are you nitpicking here? What are you talking about? He's just putting his earring in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shannon Sharpe, of all people, took up for me. Maybe he didn't know he was taking up for me, but on his show, The Nightcap, Shannon Sharpe had this piece of advice for Deshaun Watson.
And I'll give him one more piece of advice, Ocho. Deshaun, have your earrings already in your ear before you go up there. That's a bad look. Be already made up. You putting those big old earrings in your ear, Ocho? You know it. Joe, you know it. That's a bad look. You don't want to give them any more ammunition. They've already got a lot of bullets to fire at you. The last thing I want to do is have them any more ammunition. You could have took a few extra seconds to take care of that in the locker room. Come, stand before the podium. I'm just trying to give you some advice. Don't give them any ammunition. They're looking for it, and you handed it to them. Because if I'm thinking it, who else you think thinking it, Joe? Who else you think thinking it, Ocho?
People in the organization,
the media.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't say. They'll probably write something tomorrow. We'll see what they have to say.
Somebody gonna say something. Somebody gonna say something.
Yeah, that somebody is Sean T. Pendergast.
I feel like that's not a full endorsement of you. I think he was more saying like, hey, here's what blowhards like Sean T. Pendergast are going to say. Just be aware of that. I felt like Shannon was kind of riding the fence there saying, I don't disapprove of it, but there will be people who do disapprove
You know what? I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Here's what I would say is that I'm just glad somebody acknowledged that it was a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that I wasn't out of bounds by saying something about it.
I mean, that has been the thing, though, too. Like, is Deshaun, like, when he tries to manage his PR and everything, he's, like, his Instagram and everything is all about him doing really luxurious stuff while he's also not playing football. And, that's not going to, with a place like Cleveland that loves to just, emphasize how blue collar they are and all of that, that it's not going to ring that. You know what? I don't think I'm being petty towards Shannon because I think Shannon is more talking about the media and how they'll respond to it versus like also the actual average fan.
Yeah.
Because I saw a lot of comments from people who aren't media members on social media that thought the exact same thing.
Yep. All right, let's skip down here because this one is actually Texans related, I think. This was Vince Wilfork on the Games with Names pod. He was a guest on there. Former Texan, Vince Wilfork. Who I think he might still make his home here in the Houston area, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
So, Vince, if you're listening, we appreciate you tuning in. He talked about why he ended up, a big reason why he ended up retiring were these damn rookies.
And that's why I retired, because I saw the rookies coming in, and I just I don't like what they stood for. And I'm like, this is not how I came through and I learned the ball and played football. Like, football is first. Well, God is first, then football.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But they was coming in. Football wasn't even on the radar. We would have guys leave the locker room, didn't even shower.
We'd have guys leave the locker room without even showering.
They just wanted to get the hell out of there.
They just want to get out of there, yeah.
Well, that's where I think that team by team, different guys are going to have different opinions of this. And that's an indictment of Bill O'Brien, if anything, just because those were the types of guys he was bringing in. Yeah. I don't think Vince Wilfork would feel that same way about the Texans draft picks over the last couple of years. It's that, I mean, I talked to D'Amico about this last year. I said, these guys seem like they're coming out of the womb professional players, the way they approach the game, the guys on defense especially.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if you look at that 2016 draft class, which was the last year that he was there.
Let me read the names, and you pick the one you think rubbed Vince Wilfork the wrong way.
Yeah.
Okay? There were 6 draftees in that class. Will Fuller, Nick Martin, Braxton Miller,
Ding,
Tyler Irvin, KJ Dillon, DJ Reader.
Okay, so I don't know if DJ Reader would have rubbed him the wrong way. I feel like DJ Reader is he seemed like a hard-working dude that respected authority and all that.
Now, he's the only one out of those 6 that would have been in the same position group with.
Yeah, but Braxton Miller feels like he's would be a guy who's hard.
Minus 1,000, it's Braxton
Miller.
Miller.
Well, no, and interestingly, I know Michael Lombardi had said that the Patriots had Braxton Miller off their draft board because he seemed like a guy who was more about wanting to be a football star than wanting to actually play football.
Dude.
So Wilfork's going to notice the difference in guys like that.
Ted Johnson and I had, I don't think Rich was there that day. Ted Johnson and I had Braxton Miller on the show on a Friday at the TriStar show. Remember, we used to do the show from the TriStar Autograph Show? And they gave us Braxton Miller, and he could not have been more disinterested or aloof. I was going to say jerk. Like, he wasn't mean. He was just very off-putting.
The other guys that would have been in the young guys who would have been in the building with Vince Wilfork.
Yeah,
they weren't rookies in his last couple years here, but they were young guys in the building that I think probably fit the T. I think Jadeveon Clowney would agree that he was probably one of those guys that Vince Wilfork was talking about.
Maybe.
He was drafted in 100%.
Yeah.
That's how Clowney himself said it. He
Yeah.
was too distracted by all this other stuff.
Yeah.
I think that Louis Nix 100% was one of those guys. He's in the defensive line meeting room. I don't care. I don't know if he cared about football at all.
Mm-hmm.
There were a few of the younger guys there that probably just were not. They weren't cut from the Patriots cloth the way that Vince Wilfork was used to seeing.
I would agree. All right, let's keep it moving in the petty cast here. Let's do one more with another one with Houston ties. Here's James Harden on the Earn Your Leisure podcast. He's petty that he sacrificed stats and money for trying to win a title after leaving the Rockets.
Let me just try to sacrifice the money, the individual, all that. Let me just try to sacrifice and switch it up a little bit and hopefully that'll work in my favor in the sense of trying to, win a championship. So that's when the Brooklyn situation happened. That was tricky. We had the opportunity. And then the Philly situation to where it's like, same thing. Let me just be a playmaker, switch up my role. None of that shit worked. Like, you feel me? Like, I sacrificed money. I sacrificed being the top scorer that I am. Right. That I still am and will be. Just as, long story short, is for nothing. You know what I mean? I lost a lot of money, and I lost a lot of swagger on the court. Just from sacrificing, thinking that all that's going to get me to win a championship. Right.
If I can quote Livia Soprano, mother of Tony Soprano, "Oh, poor you. Oh, poor James Harden. I sacrificed." James Harden, who just, with his contract extension he signed with the Cavaliers, became the 4th player to eclipse $500 million in earnings for playing basketball. Mm-hmm. I lost money. And I lost swagger because I sacrificed because I tried to win a championship.
And I think he was still making he didn't take a pay cut when he went to Brooklyn, did he? That was
remember he I don't know if he did when he went to Brooklyn, but remember he got sideways with Daryl Morey because Daryl Morey promised him a contract that he didn't
that's
get.
Right.
And
yeah,
so
that's
they were
right. Yeah.
I mean, to James's credit, I guess, like he did sacrifice some things. And guess what? There's only one championship. It didn't work, so you didn't win a championship. You got a pretty good life.
Well, no, and he also has he ever taken ownership for destroying everything with the Rockets by way of just wanting to bring in Russell Westbrook and then being upset?
No, we need an apology from him like Deshaun gave to the Cleveland fans.
Yeah, I feel like he was upset that the organization bent to his will as much as they did. So I wish I had grown up with a stricter disciplinarian father. My father was too nice to me.
Right.
And now this is the mess I'm in because he was always so nice to me.
Yep.
Why couldn't you have been a jerk?
Yeah, man. So Harden, stop being so petty. You sacrificed some stats. You sacrificed some money. You took a swing at it at 4 different places now since you left the Rockets.
Yeah.
It may still work. You just signed your deal with Cleveland. We'll see.
Well, it also hasn't worked out because he doesn't do anything in the playoffs.
Right.
This is the problem. It hasn't worked out. Right. Partly because you collapse in the playoffs
yeah.
like clockwork.
Yep.
It's just that I'm petty about that.
Okay.
Because he is acting like, I just made some bad choices and I'm a victim. It just won't work out for old Hardo.
Well,
and be like, yeah, dude, you were complicit in that by not performing in the playoffs.
It is a little Deshaun-ish, in so much as Deshaun in his Saturday tirade said that he doesn't regret anything in his life. There were some things that God put him through. That God put him through the 25 massage lawsuits was the implication there, I think.
God told me to buy a tiny towel.
Yeah. And with James, God told him to go 2 for 13 with 11 turnovers in an elimination game. Told him to do that. He put him through that. All right, one more Houston-related one. Jim Crane fired Dana Brown yesterday. Here is Ken Rosenthal of Fox Sports and The Athletic on his podcast, Foul Territory. Seems a little petty towards Jim Crane firing Dana Brown when he fired him.
They are currently in first place in the American League West, albeit under 500, and albeit coming off an incredibly disappointing homestand. This is largely, in terms of the timing, symbolic. The general manager doesn't have all that much to do from here to the end of the season, and I guess Jim Crane just figured we're going to do this anyway. I'm ticked off about this homestand, and let's do it now. Jim Crane's upset. Jim Crane once fired a general manager after winning the World Series, and he's perfectly entitled to do whatever he wants to do. But this, in some ways, seems to be a hissy fit coming to light.
A hissy fit?
It's a hissy fit.
I don't know.
Jim Crane choosing to make a personnel decision when he chose to make it as the owner of the baseball team is a hissy fit.
I think that, for me personally, I think that the fact that they're going to get out ahead of this thing now and they can openly start talking to people and figuring out what maybe their next course of action is, compared to the last time they fired a GM and they kind of had to scramble and they were operating without a GM for a little while. I'm cool with it, and I think part of it maybe doing it before the end of the season is fueled by that more than anything else. If he wanted to do it out of a hissy fit, he could have done it at any point over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I if he knew it was coming, I have no problem with him doing it. When I saw the press release yesterday, I wasn't shocked. The timing, I guess, is a little weird just because it's August and you're firing a GM. You don't see that very often, although 2 other teams in the division have fired their general managers. There have been 3 GMs fired this year. They're all in the AL West. I don't know if those are the only ones, but 3 of the 5 AL West teams have moved on from their GMs in season. The fact of the matter is, this would be a much bigger story if Joe Espada had gotten fired in the middle of a pennant race where you are, granted, in a horrible division with a team in the Astros that's floundering right now that just choked badly in a 9-game homestand at home. That would be very strange to fire your manager in August when you're in first place in your division. That would have been weird. And yet it sounds like Espada was given the option of leaving if he wanted to.
Right, which is basically informing him in advance that he's going to be fired. People always get into these arguments about, like, well, James Click wasn't fired. He just wasn't retained. All right. He wasn't allowed to go work where he had previously been working. He got fired.
Yeah.
So let go. Let's say let go. So they basically let go of Espada, but did it in advance and said, you can stick around, though, if you want, and coach out the string.
Right.
So, I mean, like, in my mind, it's basically like they fired him yesterday, but he gets to stick around and screw up everybody's passwords and sell information to the communists.
Yes, yeah.
The poor decision to just fire somebody, then let them stay.
It is funny, though. Like, that, it's fun. I mean, I know you're kind of joking around about the whole password thing. If Jeff Luhnow were still there as the GM, is there any chance that a manager who's been told you're not being retained at the end of the year would get kept around? Keep in mind, remember Luhnow's passwords got hijacked in St. Louis.
Because he had a stupidly predictable passcode.
I get it, but that would also cause me to maybe act with a little more urgency when it comes to who is and isn't allowed to remain in the building.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's
I don't think they let Espada close to any of the good stuff anyway. So
does the good stuff even exist anymore? Is this proof that they even use analytics?
I feel like there's a safe with all the good stuff in it, and nobody has the combination.
Yeah, or like, hey, Espada, don't look over here while we're doing rock, paper, scissors to make decisions on things these days.
Yeah.
So
one of these NASA scientists left for another organization, and somebody went up to Crane and were like, hey, we need to get some passwords and everything to get into our database. And Crane was like, nah, I don't like it anyway. It's just get
rid of it.
Yeah.
All right, that's our petty cast for today. There's petties that we didn't get to that maybe we'll mix in between now and the end of the show if they're topical. Text message, a huge no to Bagwell. I'm not saying Bagwell is a good choice for GM, but at least it would remove the ambiguity of what his role is. That for whatever reason, that's unsettling to me.
I know it's unsettling to you, but listen, we already have an awkward situation where a large portion of the fan base is at odds with one of the franchise legends. I don't want to make that any worse than it already is.
It's
already
bad.
uncomfortable. I don't like it. Right, but it could get worse, Sean. Just because something's already bad. Oh, I've got stage 2 cancer. I hope it doesn't advance to 3. You already got stage 2.
Yeah.
That's
how I am.
I don't want that to be any worse. I think that you don't care enough about my emotional health.
that may be true. All right. Hey, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Cougs home opener against Oregon State at the end of the 9 o'clock segment today. So be listening. That's courtesy of our friends over at the University of Houston. We want to pack the place September 5th. It's the ESPN opener for the season. Want it to look really good on TV. It's going to be a great morning out there. It's a morning kickoff. And so be listening. Be listening at 9, the end of the 9 o'clock segment, around 9:15, 9:18, thereabouts. And if you want to go to that game with a 4-pack of tickets, we will be doing that in the 9 o'clock. About an hour from now, we'll be doing that. Coming up next, let's reset the Kayshon Boutte trade. And one of the guys that's going to be in the receiver room with him, if this guy also takes a big step up, then that trade's going to look even better that the Texans made yesterday. We'll tell you who that is coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, if you're looking to build your custom dream home, choosing the right builder is probably the most important thing you're going to do. And it can get stressful when you think about it and you hear about all these horror stories. Go with a third-generation family-owned company that gives people an enjoyable experience in building your custom dream home because they've been doing this for so long and because they don't take on a bunch of projects. They're able to give you the personalized attention you deserve and listen to you from the very beginning, putting your dreams on the blueprint, working with their design staff and their architects, so you end up getting a solidly built, nothing but 2x6 walls, custom dream.
$95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This was Jalen Noel yesterday. Jalen Noel back at practice. Been kind of a bit of a star-crossed training camp for Jalen Noel. He hurt a finger working out. Called a non-football injury, but he was playing catch when he hurt his finger. So he started off training camp with a cast and a sleeve on the finger. That gets healthy. Then he gets a hamstring injury. Back at practice. Looked good yesterday at practice. Looked really good. He met with the media afterwards, said big growth for him from year 1 to year 2 in the system.
It's a huge gap between where I was from year 1 to year 2. The game's honestly slowed down to this point. Just being able to also year 2 into an offense that was new to us last year, it's helped a lot. And even something that with my time away, just being able to step back and watch extra film and still going through all the install with the team and stuff like that was something that I benefited from. And obviously I would want to be out on the field getting those reps throughout the start of training camp, but being able to step back and mentally lock in and get those mental reps meant a lot for me.
Yeah, the same thing that we had been saying about Jaden Higgins, and I think we probably said it more about Higgins, Seth, because he was just a more prominent part of the offense last year, and he was having a training camp for the ages this year, is that, man, you know, the connection with Higgins and C.J. Stroud compared to this time a year ago when I think both guys, Higgins and Noel, were just – they were having trouble getting on the same page. The precision wasn't quite there yet with both guys. That same thing applies to Jalen Noel, maybe even more now because of the absence of Higgins. They need Noel with the combination of this trade for Kayshon Boutte to really fill that void. Do it differently, obviously, stylistically, but from a target standpoint, fill that void that Higgins is leaving behind.
No, and I think that if you think about the way that they were going to use Jaden Higgins, D'Amico is excited about them being able to move him all around the formation, do a bunch of different stuff. Kayshon Boutte's not going to be that guy, but now you look more conventional where you've got two outside receivers and then you've got a slot receiver in Jalen Noel that can attack multiple areas of the field. And the really interesting thing about Kayshon Boutte is that he's a deep ball specialist. He's really, really good at reeling in the deep ball. That means it's not necessarily always that consistent, but it's a threat. And he's going to be playing opposite a guy in Nico Collins who attracts a lot of attention. So the potential for one-on-ones with Kayshon Boutte and CJ being able to throw a touch pass to Kayshon Boutte in one-on-one coverage, they're there. But that also opens up things underneath for Jalen Noel. So it'll probably look a lot more conventional and less diverse than it would have been with Jaden Higgins in there. But it still gives you that ability to attack every area of the field. Like Kayshon Boutte can do that one part of what Jaden Higgins was going to do, which was be able to, be a deep threat.
Yeah.
He's just not going to be able to do all the other things that Jaden Higgins was probably
Would you like to see them move Nico Collins around more in the formations?
Yeah, I would, but that always is something that comes down to whether the player's comfortable with it or not.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that it's just that Nico Collins probably isn't comfortable with it or doesn't function as well when he does it.
Yeah.
Like that's a common refrain amongst people, but whenever you ask, hey, why isn't this offensive coordinator doing something? You always got to remember that sometimes it's just because, hey, maybe the quarterback himself isn't comfortable with pre-snap motion, or maybe the quarterback, or maybe the receiver likes this or doesn't like that.
Yep.
And the OC gets the brunt of them not doing those things.
It's a good reminder, for sure. You mentioned
the other thing too is as far as him mentioning that it was the second year of the offense and how that should be better. I think people always have this. They like in their memory to think that, oh yeah, when these other offensive coaches came in, it was an immediate fix right away. I remember, and it usually doesn't work that way. Think of Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta. Things were kind of janky that first year, and then the next year, the next year, Matt Ryan goes on to be the MVP. Somebody the other day was saying, well, Kubiak, they hired Kubiak and he fixed the run game immediately. No. That first year, they were 21st in rushing, and it took a while for things to gel under Kubiak. And I think likewise, that's not a guarantee that it's going to take off in its second year. It's just that it is a real thing, that it's not as simple as, oh, okay, good coordinator comes in, then obviously you're going to be awesome in that first year.
Yeah, they were talking about C.J. Stroud on Good Morning Football this morning. Manti Te'o was, and you talk about attacking downfield. Kayshon Boutte. I read Ted Johnson's kind of summary to me in a text. Ted and I were going back and forth. He was asking me about Jalen Reed. I was asking him about Kayshon Boutte, and Ted's scouting report was, you guys got a tough player, but he's limited in what he can run on the route tree.
Yeah.
Definitely a one-trick pony. But his one trick is really good. He basically is a 9-route guy who has strong hands, meaning he attacks deep down the field. This was Manti Te'o of Good Morning Football saying that maybe the acquisition of Kayshon Boutte brings back a previous version of C.J. Stroud.
And when you bring in a wide receiver like Kayshon Boutte, I think there is an active attempt from the coaching staff to bring the rookie version of C.J. Stroud out. And if we look at what C.J. Stroud did very, very well his rookie years, he threw the ball down the field. Well, you bring in somebody like Kayshon Boutte, who had the second most deep pass touchdowns last year. He has also had the third highest catch rate on deep passes. Now you combine him with Nico Collins, Nico Collins, on the opposite side of the field from Kayshon Boutte, and you have these guys running vertical. Well, what does that do to a defense, Jamie, that puts the safeties in a bind?
Stressed.
They're stressed. They're stressed. It's like, do I come closer to the line of scrimmage? There's those numbers, okay? 2023, that's his rookie year.
Yep.
Every year since then, you see the drastic change. So for safety is, do I stay back because I know they're going to throw the ball deep down the field, or do I move up into the box to help with this run game and David Montgomery? That is where I think the Houston Texans offensively have gone this year, and if they can continue to put C.J. Stroud in those winning situations, hopefully, KB, remnants of the offensive rookie of the year, C.J. Stroud, comes to life.
All right, so he said right at the end there, as he's laying that all out, Seth, and the stress it puts on the safeties, do we come up to the line of scrimmage? Boy, we got these two guys now that can attack us deep, all those things. In my mind, and they ended up saying it, in my mind, I'm like, God, if they can just run the football this year.
Right.
If they can just run it decently this year.
Or, by the same token, it's pass protection, too. Because, look, CJ took about half as many sacks last year as he did the year before. It wasn't because all of a sudden the offensive line had improved that much. CJ got better at managing that part of the game. It's one of the improvements that gets lost in the shuffle last year because everybody's focused on the playoffs. CJ did a much better job of managing the pass protection and getting rid of the ball when he had to get rid of the ball. He got increasingly more comfortable taking the easy yards on first and second down. But it wasn't that the pass protection was pristine. Look at the ESPN win rate for whatever that's worth. The offensive line was still really, really low on that. So if you want to attack downfield, you could have two guys wide ass open, but if the quarterback can't get the ball off, then it doesn't do anything for you. So that's the big and that goes back to running the ball. A lot of that is just tied to the offensive line and how well they're operating. If the protection is good, then yeah, everything that Manti Te'o was talking about is there. It's just you got to have the pass protection in order.
Yep. This is a good question. We haven't talked about this, but someone's asking, who's the biggest winner from a depth chart standpoint, Jared Wayne or Lewis Bond? I would submit neither of them are winners. One person is probably going to win that battle because I think those are the last two in that room. Like if we were to lay out, what does that room look like right now, the wide receiver room? Nico Collins, Kayshon Boutte, Jalen Knoll, they're all making the team. Justin Watson, Jared Wayne, Lewis Bond. I feel like I'm missing somebody here. Maybe not. Maybe it's those. Maybe that's your six.
Justin Watson.
I said Justin Watson. Yeah, God, I feel like I'm missing somebody.
I wasn't paying attention. I assume you're just going to rattle those off.
Yeah. I would say as far as who's winning that battle, I think there's a better chance that if you cut Jared Wayne, he makes it back here through waivers than Lewis Bond, just because, I think there's some interest. Jared Wayne's a guy who's been doing this 3 or 4
Lewis
years
Bond's
now.
A draft pick this year. Teams have their fresh assessments on him. Where Jared Wayne was just not a lot
nice
of people
camp.
know about him. I think he's developed within the system.
Yeah.
But teams outside the building aren't necessarily going to have a certain appraisal of him. Had you mentioned Tank Dell in the?
Well,
group?
No, because I think he's going to start on IR.
Right. But I know people listening are going to want to know, like, okay, well, where's Tank Dell in all of this?
Yeah.
I also think he'll probably be. The most likely scenario is IR with a designation to return, which means he'd be eligible after 4 games to come back in the regular season.
Yep, I think. Oh, Hutchinson. Yeah, there we go. Jeez. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting somebody. Xavier Hutchinson. So I think Jared Wayne and Lewis Bond, unless they keep 7 receivers, and I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah. I think the only time I've seen them keep 7 receivers that I can recall is when they kept Steven Sims because he was their return specialist.
Right.
None of these guys. It sounds like Woody Marks is going to be returning kicks for them.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to keep 6 receivers, and if I had to guess, I think they're going to. I would guess that Jared Wayne is the more likely to make it through waivers to get brought back on the practice squad here.
It gets more interesting because of the way with the new kickoff rules, they want different types of returners for different plays that they call. So maybe that factors in. But I think really the fact that they're probably going to keep 4 tight ends right there is where you're not going to keep 7 wide receivers and 4 tight ends.
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, British Brooks was back at practice yesterday. So that's another body in the running back room. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, quick reminder, the end of the 9 o'clock segment is when we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to help pack the stadium over at U of H, University of Houston opener against Oregon State, September 5th. It's 11 a.m. kick, so that's going to be a whole lot of fun getting the college football season started. It's the first game of the season for ESPN's coverage of college football. That's a big deal for the University of Houston. So we'll give away those tickets in the 9 o'clock hour, at the end of the 9 o'clock segment. That's courtesy of our friends over at the University of Houston. Coming up next, speaking of college football, we've seen now the first stage of the new portal of recruiting in college football. Zero surprise as to who the head coach is who's breaking the mold on this. I've got a head coach sticking up for himself. I've got a head coach saying, we're not going to do this. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. But Beck's Prime. Love Beck's Prime. And I had a nice...
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, credit Lane Kiffin. He is putting together an amazing recruiting class for August of 2026. A couple of what I would imagine are 5-star recruits for his LSU program. He was able to pluck them from small programs like the New Orleans Saints and the Cleveland Browns. Small high schools like the New Orleans Saints and the Cleveland Browns. Yeah,
Cleveland is known as a feeder school for the NFL.
For the NFL.
Yeah.
For those
Myles Garrett worked out really. They developed him the hell out of him.
They did. They
sent him off to the Rams.
That's right. That's a good job. Good. Yeah, McVay's had a hell of a recruiting class too.
Yeah, let's really stretch this thing out as far as we can. Right now, it's guys who haven't played in the NFL but were cut by NFL teams.
Yeah.
Are being allowed to go back, or at least that might be in doubt right now. Let's just take veteran players who are cut. J.J. Watt, go back to Wisconsin.
J.J. was at practice yesterday. He is not at his playing weight.
Well,
right
they had
now.
a picture. They had a picture. You know what though? He's only, as he'll tell you, he's only like 7 pounds lighter than when he played.
Yeah, but I don't mean literally. Like, I'm just talking body type is what I meant. Like he
looks pretty damn muscular. Yeah,
for a regular human being, he is like he looks skinny to me out there.
I know, but that's what you say every time you see him, and he'll tell you, "Yeah, I'm only like 7 pounds lighter than."
Yep. So Lane Kiffin, if you missed it, what we're referring to here is that Xavier Harris, undrafted player cut by the New Orleans Saints, and Daquan Wright, tight end, undrafted player cut by the Cleveland Browns, have both committed to play at LSU.
Yeah.
Like, what universe are we in right now? So
I wonder if they went back to their old high school and put on the hat and everything.
Oh, they did the fake. They pump fake to an Ole Miss hat and they put on the old LSU. So this is a big talking point right now, and it's very polarizing. There's some schools that have claimed they're not going to dip their toe in the water with this. There's others like Lane Kiffin, which you're about to hear. It's like, hey, man, if we don't recruit these guys, somebody else is, and then they're going to beat us. We have to do what's best for LSU. Here was Lane Kiffin yesterday when he was asked about bringing in guys who had just gotten cut from NFL training camps.
So, we have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, they've been in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
Okay.
Yeah. He's doing I think with Lane, it's pretty much you can expect. All right, if it's allowed, I'm going to do it.
Well, if he would have been if you asked me who's going to be the first coach to recruit NFL guys, I would have said Lane Kiffin.
Honestly,
I'm not even mad at him.
Honestly, that's where there's an element of you can object to a rule or object to something that's allowed, and yet at the same time, if other people are going to get a competitive advantage by it, then all right, do you have to do right by your? If I might feel like I don't like field goals, Sean. I think they're bad for the game. As a coach, I'm still going to kick field goals.
Right.
That I'm an idiot if I don't go out and do that.
Yeah.
So likewise, I think I don't fault any college coach for saying, all right, if somebody else is going to sign him, if somebody else in the big SEC is going to sign this guy, maybe even if I philosophically don't agree with it, I'm competing under the rules as they are right now, and I'm going to take advantage of any of those opportunities.
I don't like it for 2 reasons. One, it just feels wrong to me, and that's the longtime college football fan in me. It feels like high school football is high school football. You play that till you're 18 or 19. You go play college football from when you're 18 till you're about 22, and once you declare for the pros, you have bet on yourself, and now you're a professional. And I understand the element now of guys getting paid and that the lines are severely blurred between what is amateur and professional. I get all that. I get all that. This is just the person in me that likes college football the way I was brought up on it. That's number one. The other thing I don't like about this, though, is that There are roster limits now in college football.
Yeah.
And for all these guys they bring back from the NFL, they're going to have to cut kids who are counting on going and playing college football this year. And they're probably not cutting the kids. I know some people are going to say, well, these kids are getting the NIL money and they know what they're getting into. I'm guessing the kids that are getting cut so that Daquan Wright and Xavier Harris can go play for LSU are not the big ticket kids.
Guys that have already seen the writing on the wall and know that they better get their degree.
Yeah, or they better start figuring out another school to go to next year. That part I don't like, because we are still talking about teenagers just out of high school and they're getting the rug pulled out from under them.
Yeah,
that sucks.
I guess. I mean, it sucks, but it's also, I guess for me, it's that everything has already changed. The big change is already that they are outright professional athletes at this point, whether you like it or don't like it. This feels like and honestly, to me, emotionally, it just feels like a minor detail of like, this is all the fallout from how the landscape and how the rules have changed so much that I have just zero tie to the old way of the way things were done in college football, because it hasn't been that for a long time, and it's drastically not that now. It's just that everybody has to come to dealing with whichever level of hypocrisy you need to act like it's still. I think, Sean, these guys go and they play for 3 different teams. And they'll transfer to a rival after they get their undergraduate degree and go get a graduate degree somewhere else. It's just not the same.
Yeah, the transfer portal doesn't bother me. I would like to see kids have to sit out a year just to kind of stay committed to something they've committed to, but it doesn't bother me. Look, I have a daughter who transferred twice in college in her sport, so I'd be hypocritical to sit there and say that the transfer portal's the devil. I like that they're getting paid. The NIL thing I think is fun and it's fascinating and it adds almost a salary cap element to it. This just rubs me the wrong way that guys are trying out for NFL teams and then they're coming back and playing college football. It's the breaking point. I have a hard time articulating exactly why, other than I just don't like it.
Right. You just don't like it. It's different. You don't like change. I personally, looking at it from the athlete's perspective, I kind of like it. All right, I'm getting sent back down to the minors for a year.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, I can see where players love it. You got options. I mean, these guys, Daquan Wright, if this were two years ago, probably is figuring out, okay, how am I going to go make money now? He's going to go back to LSU and probably get paid a couple $1 million to play tight end for them next year.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't there's personally too, just when it comes to just having as much possibilities for either employers or institutions or players themselves to be able to operate in a free market, so to speak. Yeah. That, forever, college football has the ultimate lockdown on talent, and that players aren't allowed to go pro until 3 years after they graduate high school.
Yes.
Which is a nice little thing that many, many, many college football coaches have gotten rich off of through the years, and institutions have profited by. And it's just they're pulling the rug out of a little bit of kind of a bogus setup that kept the players under lock and key and controlled exactly what kind of exposure they're going to get to the NFL.
Here is Dan Lanning of Oregon. Now, this is a coach who's saying he doesn't like this and doesn't sound like he wants to partake in putting NFL players on Oregon's football team.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of negatives that are involved around this. One, once you go to the NFL, to me, you're in the NFL. You don't get the opportunity to come back. Two, most of us have built our rosters and you have a limited roster limit now. So if you invited somebody back to your team, that means you're kicking somebody else off your team, right, to match your roster limits. I don't think that's fair to the players that worked all summer, all spring, and put themselves in position to be ready to work for a team. To have somebody come back. But ultimately, it used to be once you had an agent or once you went and did the combine or once you went to all those things qualified as you are no longer an amateur, you're a professional now once you declare for the draft. So to let any of those players come back, fair or unfair to them, it's unfair to the sport. And I think it's unfair to the players that are on current teams, for those guys to be coming back.
Yeah. The hole in Lanning's argument is no, now guys can sign with agents and
I
play
guess
college football.
Explain to me the dynamic, though, too, with the transfer portal. Then is that so are you only allowed to bring in as many guys as left in the transfer portal? Or are guys not getting kicked off when of the team when
I don't know.
You get a bunch of transfers in? That's the part I don't understand how that's much. Has he never cut somebody from his team because they had an influx of transfers?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, some coaches don't. Some coaches have they feel like they made their word. Guys leave programs every year, either move to the NFL or graduate. So you've got roster spots that you can fill. That's the thing you hear a lot now too, Seth, is the big losers in all of this, the trickle down in all of this is there's just fewer high school kids getting assurances that they can play in college because of the transfer portal. There's more coaches now, at least at the big time schools. There's more coaches now that feel pressure to win, so they're going to find guys that are more ready to win at a big level. And for those coaches, they exist on college campuses, not at high schools.
Yeah.
So that's a trickle down of all this. Did I see correctly that Ole Miss swept their building for bugs after, microphone bugs after Lane Kiffin left?
The executive director of Ole Miss's NIL collective said that the FBI searched the Rebels football office for recording devices after Lane Kiffin left for SEC rival LSU.
Do you think that Lane Kiffin has that club in his bag? That he would have left little recording devices in toilets and underneath furniture? In Pete Golding's office?
That's I don't think so. But I'm curious about though. Just he says they had the actual FBI come through and walk the building for bugs and everything. There's a little part of me that's kind of wondering about taxpayers' dollars and exactly how you justified. Does the FBI just come on and do that as a favor?
Yeah.
Or do they have? Does the FBI only come in if they have evidence that we might need to look at this place for recording devices?
Or are these FBI? Are they just saying it was the FBI when actually it's FBI agents who are freelancing on the side?
Right. Yeah. Or retired FBI or something.
Yeah.
His quote is, quote, "We actually had the FBI come through and walk the building for bugs and for everything."
You know what? I bet Kiffin is proud as hell of that. Kiffin is somebody. Kiffin's the anti-Deshaun Watson. You know my theory on Deshaun is that Deshaun was going to fail because he no longer is liked. He is somebody who likes being liked, and people booing him and hating him is going to ruin him, and it has. Lane Kiffin, I think, is the opposite of that. I think Lane Kiffin read this story and laughed his ass off. That they went out of their way because they think he's nefarious enough to put bugs in the various corners of the Ole Miss football facility.
Okay, so here's the clarification. Golding on Monday told ESPN that Ole Miss didn't hire the FBI, but that a student's dad, who is an FBI agent, helped with the search in the Rebels' offices. Yeah. So Walker confirmed to ESPN on Monday that an FBI agent was involved.
Yep.
But it sounds like he was just doing it on his own.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you heading into the 9 o'clock hour. Reminder, we're giving away University of Houston season opener tickets against Oregon State in about 20 minutes or so. So be listening for that in the 9 o'clock segment. D'Amico Ryan's not happy at practice yesterday. D'Amico's been pretty blunt this season with the media when his team has disappointed him. You'll hear that. J.J. Watt out of practice. How did that feel? The Texans are revealing the new unis here in about 4 or 5 minutes as well. We'll give our assessment of the rivalry uniforms for the Texans. And Doug Vosick, the VP of marketing for the Texans, is actually going to be in studio with The Drive this afternoon. They'll have the uniforms here in studio. You'll be able to watch that on YouTube and Twitch a little later on today. So stay tuned. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Hey, maybe you got a watch that you love, but it's just not running the way that it's supposed to. If you're watching...
95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. The Texans' new rivalry uniforms are out. They have changed the avatar on their Twitter account. I'm sure they're posting on all the socials, Instagram, Facebook, etc. They've got a picture, like the background picture for their Twitter bio, Seth, has a handful of players, including C.J. Stroud. It looks like Azeez Al-Shaair, Nico, David Montgomery, all like from the waist up. So,
not even the waist up, like mid-torso
yeah,
up.
Yeah. So I'll only describe what we can see so far. I don't know what color the pants are. I'm assuming it's white from head to toe.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, but
the big thing is white helmets.
Yes.
A lot of people are going to be excited about.
White
logo, too.
White helmets with white jerseys.
Yeah.
With the blue, H-Town blue numbers that are like assembled tiles.
Right.
The
like
tiles
the
are a big thing. Yeah, like the street tiles. Yeah. So
the logo is an H in that Gothic font.
Yep.
But it's white with a blue outline.
And a red outline.
Yeah.
It's the outline is blue and red for that, and it's got a red star next to it. The face mask is blue. Did you notice that? The face mask on the helmets are blue. And the trim on the excuse me, the bullhead is on the the left, like pectoral muscle, with again a blue and red outline, and the trim on the God, what is wrong with my voice? The trim on the shoulders is a red stripe, like about a 2 or 3 inch red stripe, with the blue tile trim around the stripe, and the helmet has a red stripe going north-south on it.
Yeah, this is really cool.
It's
these are really
badass,
nice.
yeah.
This is about 400,000 times better than the Bills' rivalry uniforms.
Yes.
That they showed, or whatever the hell those were in the preseason.
Yes.
Yeah, this is those are going to be. As many of you had seen the reaction videos of players who saw it and were very much approved of it. They were showing the players' reactions, without showing the video. This was a few days ago. I think I had that same reaction.
You would have liked playing in these unis, huh?
Sure.
Yeah. Were you a big uniform guy?
No,
you weren't?
I didn't really give a damn.
Okay.
Yeah. I would have liked playing in any uniform.
Oh, there you go. But all of you should get hyped for this. If you're a uniform person, then yeah, they just dropped a video. I'm looking with the complete unveil of the uniforms. It's about a minute and a half long, and it's really cool. They're kind of showing how the uniforms are put together. I like the font that they're using with the tiles.
Yeah.
The street tiles. That's a really, really cool detail. A lot of thought went into
this. It works well
this.
with our 95.7 logo too.
It does.
That's the important thing, because we've got the street tiles on there too.
Ooh, it's got. I'm noticing the little details they're showing now. The little plate above, like where the forehead is on a player right there.
Yeah.
Like on the helmet, it says H-Town in the tile font right there. Oh, this is really cool. My understanding is that these will go on sale at the team store on September the 1st. So don't go. I mean, go to the team store to buy stuff if you want to, but if you're going there today expecting to be able to buy these, oh, dude. Now, the video shows the whole uniform.
Yeah.
And so the pants are white. The guys who are modeling the uniform on here, Seth, are wearing H-Town blue cleats.
Yeah.
So that looks cool, too. This is badass, man.
Yeah, this is going to be very well received.
Yeah.
People are going to be excited about this.
Yep.
There'll be demands that these become the standard uniforms.
Indeed. They're going to wear them against the Colts in Week 11, November the 19th. Yeah, that'll be the rivalry game.
Do the Colts wear all white uniforms too then? This is going to be confusing.
No, I'm sure the Colts will wear a different color. Yeah, I'm sure they'll wear a different color.
No, Sean, are you? There have been monochromatic games played in some of these rivalry games.
White on white?
It's hard to. It's. I'm not putting it past the NFL to not botch this. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody forgot to check a box.
There was I can't remember what it was. It was infamously bad. It was like one shade of red versus another shade of red. It was ridiculous.
What are your thoughts on the uniform? Text in. These unis are going to fly off the shelf. They are. These are going to be very popular because I think in large part, the uniqueness of it. It's new and people love new. But the H-Town part of it, man, the font, all the blue stuff being in the tile looks really, really unique and cool. All right. So you can check that out. Text in. Curious your thoughts on it. 713-572-4610. The uniform has been revealed. Here was DeMeco Ryans. He revealed yesterday after practice he was not happy with his team's effort yesterday.
As a team, right, for us, the way we practice, it's not good enough. Today wasn't good enough from the standpoint of how we moved the football. It wasn't good enough, and I challenged our guys to make sure we pick it up and operate that way. So we got a lot to improve upon. We're not there yet. Still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think that we've seen DeMeco agitated a couple times in the past week. It was after preseason game number 1. He wasn't happy with, he said, the team overall, and then he went on to list all the ways the defense had let him down. That I think that we're getting close to go time here, and I think there's probably some things that they've got to clean up that just aren't operating and firing on all cylinders. And I'm optimistic that the offense is going to be better in a lot of ways this year. But I also know that teams often start off clunky on offense, and I don't want the Texans to be one of those teams.
No. DeMeco was asked to follow up. Tell us more on why you were unhappy today.
And for me, I think it's a culmination of guys coming off an off day. You're trying to get back into the swing of things, and it starts with us as coaches. Our coaches got to have the guys ready to play. They got to have the guys ready to practice, got to bring great energy so we don't waste days, right? And so we got a lot, again, to improve upon, a lot to make up after today.
Yeah, I think there's probably some grumpy old man in DeMeco by now, too, that look, he's been a head coach long enough, and he knows that training camp these days is a whole lot easier than it used to be. And there's nothing worse than when you give everybody an off day, give them an extra off day, and then they come out and they act like their legs are still tired or something. And that all right, come on, we've only got so many of these. Let's
That's
get
the
to
big
work.
thing. They are running out of time here. It's you only get 19 practices in 3 games. That's it.
The last really meaningful practice they're going to have is tomorrow against the Panthers. And then you've got the preseason game where very few starters are going to play, and you've got final cutdowns, and then it's a lull of just going against scout teams and stuff. But this is the last real competitive, high-speed stuff you're going to get.
Yeah, like real great work that you're going to get in, for sure. J.J. Watt was at practice yesterday. He was out there watching. I imagine talking. He was down on the sideline during the 11-on-11 part talking to some of the guys. Here was DeMeco Ryans on having JJ out there.
Yeah, I'm very fond of J.J. Watt, man. Everything he stands for, everybody knows the type of player that he is, the man that he is. Like everything he's doing post-career is just a guy I always keep an eye on, always just proud of the work that he's done for himself. I remember the young rookie coming in, like living across the street from me, so my old neighbor, and just to see him grow now into a husband, family man, a businessman, just proud of everything he stands for and everything that's ahead for him. He has a Hall of Fame waiting on him. He has a gold jacket waiting on him. So whenever you can have a guy like that come out to your practice and coach up our DNs a little bit, a D-line to help him out, that's always a good thing.
Did he mention about how JJ lured him there to Pearland and then left him in the lurch when JJ moved out of Pearland?
Oh, yeah. DeMeco lured him there? Yeah.
No, JJ lured DeMeco there, and then JJ left.
Oh, I thought DeMeco was living in JJ was
DeMeco specifically got. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, JJ. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, DeMeco. Yeah, JJ said.
JJ. Yeah,
that
JJ
guy lived there.
Moved to next to DeMeco.
Yeah,
and now I wonder if DeMeco was PO'd. That remember that was the issue was that so many people were just driving up to JJ Watt's house and asking for autographs at any given time of day that they were talking about putting a gate on their little.
JJ liked doing Halloween. He couldn't do Halloween anymore, if I remember the story correctly.
It swamped everything. No, and people were showing up at his house at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday, seeing hey, is JJ home?
Yeah.
So they were going to put a gate on it.
Yeah.
And finally he left. But I would imagine DeMeco stayed.
Yeah, JJ told that story the day DeMeco got hired as the head coach. JJ's like, yeah, I was a rookie. And if you remember, that was the summer of the lockout. So JJ was a lot of the guys who were just new to the NFL hadn't interacted with any teammates or anything like that. And so JJ's like, if that neighborhood's good enough for DeMeco, it's good enough for me. And that had to be... crowds notwithstanding, that had to be pretty badass living down in Pearland or wherever it was on the same street as J.J. Watt and DeMeco Ryans.
When he was becoming a phenomenon.
Yeah. If you could pick one Texan on the current Texans to be your neighbor, who would it be? Because I have my answer.
Oh, I probably Daniil.
Daniil?
Yeah, it might inspire me to go work out.
I was going to say, you could
Every
work out
time
in
I
his
see
garage.
Daniil, I'm like, I gotta go do some exercises.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And he's very understated. Probably not a lot of huge parties and stuff.
I don't have to worry about anything. I don't feel like there's going to be a whole lot of commotion going on with Daniil next door.
Mine would be Derek Stingley because he would keep to himself.
Yeah.
And I am that kind of neighbor. My favorite kind of neighbor is the ones that don't talk to me.
Don't show up and when you don't come home and they're using your pool.
That happened.
Like it's their own.
That happened. For those who missed that story, told it a few times on the show, but first house ever in Tomball that I bought, put in a pool in the backyard. And for some reason, my next-door neighbors thought that I was putting in a community pool.
Yeah.
Got home from church one Sunday, and there's the next-door neighbor family, them and their kids, which, by the way, is probably a huge liability thing,
yeah,
too.
No kidding.
You know?
Well, that's the type of person that would use your pool
and then sue
you for not providing a safe enough pool.
Yeah, man.
They should have locked the gate so we couldn't get in and use the pool.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yes.
This is like, or they should have built a taller fence that we couldn't scale over.
Oh, my God.
These are
Yeah.
like the people that go to Yellowstone and decide that they're going to go in a restricted area that's well marked. Like, don't go here, you'll die.
Yeah.
And then when they die, their families are like, well, there just weren't enough signs.
Right.
They should have known better.
Totally.
Yeah.
The uniform's getting a lot of good feedback on the text page. Those uniforms are H-Town killer. Someone said the Colts rivalry unis are black. I think I'd seen that. Do both teams... I don't know. Do both teams wear rivalry uniforms that game?
I can't remember. It seems like it. Yeah.
Is it one of those things they got to agree, like shake hands and turn their keys?
And what I was thinking of was there was a time where in the rivalries they were both wearing like their Color Rush uniforms.
Yeah.
So it wasn't rivalries; it was Color Rush. But they were both. It was something that colorblind people would be really confused by. So there were two separate colors. But it was like red, green, or something, and like if you're colorblind, it was really, really difficult.
Yeah, there was no lighter colored uniform. I remember that.
There was an all white versus all white uniform game back in the '60s. I lost the tab, but it was because the visiting team had screwed up and brought the wrong jerseys, so they were all white on all white. That's what used to happen back in the '60s, man.
Oh yeah.
And nobody had the budget to, rush ship another batch of them up or anything.
Someone's asking, Brent in the Heights is asking if I was fighting off an exorcism when I was describing the uniforms. No, something happened with my voice for like 15 seconds. I apologize. Let's see here. I despise the Oiler baby blue. That's the first negative.
Well, good news for you. It's not Columbia
H-Town.
blue. It's H-Town blue.
Yeah, get it right.
It's a different hex code.
Yeah.
Get your hex code straight, bro.
Yep. I want Hannah McNair to be my next door neighbor. That's from Troy. Well, you'd be living in an awfully nice neighborhood then, I would say, if she were your next door neighbor.
Hannah McNair has reached kind of cult hero status in some ways.
No doubt.
Yeah, which is weird because it's like she's very mainstream, except that it's not like it's not something that people are typically a huge fan of. Like they're not like, oh, they feel a certain kind of way about Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like she's a hero to women that look at her as a strong woman, and then I think she also appeals to men as well. It's she's got a cool little like a weird little celebrity niche.
And yet you're a little scared of her, you said. Like a week or two ago.
Yeah. Not
scared.
in a way where like I ain't no punk or anything.
No.
Yeah.
Just a healthy amount, a little bit.
Brandy loves her. She just thinks she's badass.
She's
like, oh, look at it. she is a butt kicker.
Yep. Someone said, take that, Amy Adams, talking about the uniforms. Yes, I would say that. Did your neighbor want you to grill for them as well? They may as well have. Then someone doesn't believe. Are you serious with that story about your pool? Geez, yes, it happened.
Isn't that weird? Don't you hate being stuck in that situation where you feel like you're in the awkward situation where it shouldn't be awkward for you at all? But you, because you're a normal human being, probably felt like, how do I explain to this guy that he's not welcome to use my pool?
Yeah.
And am I a jerk for not waiting? You kind of check with yourself, like, is this something people do?
And I was right. And I was much younger back then, so I was going through those questions in my head. Now I'd be like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Is there a chance that maybe one time you were really drunk talking to your neighbor and like, when you're extra charitable when you're drunk, you're like, yeah, come over and use the pool whenever you want.
That I
and then
said
you
it.
completely forgot.
Yeah. No, there's a distinct possibility of that. That's a really really good point, actually.
I tell you what.
30 years later.
Family, mi casa su casita.
30.
That's just, come on in.
I didn't even realize this. 30 years later, that's a distinct possibility now that I think about it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's give away some tickets to the Cougs home opener, man. Willie Fritz and the fellas doing a great job. They are a top 25 squad. Any poll you look at, the Cougs are top 25 this year. And it all gets started September the 5th. That's ESPN's opening game for the entire season. ESPN carries hundreds of games. The first one they're doing for the season is here in Houston at the University of Houston. Caller number 10 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to go to that game and pack the place. 11 a.m. kick, which means one of my favorite, most underrated things, morning tailgating. Breakfast tailgate, Bloody Mary tailgate. Love the morning tailgate. University of Houston, they are providing these tickets, 4-pack. We're going to be doing this all week long, but be there September 5th. Caller number 10 will be the lucky winner of a 4-pack of tickets. You and 3 friends are on your way to the game. Tailgate, party, get things started. We want to pack that place. We want it to look good on TV for ESPN. So caller number 10 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Cougs home opener against Oregon State as they defend that top 25 ranking that they are coming into the season with. All right, coming up next, I did my latest version of a 53-man roster prediction for the Houston Press. Where is the biggest drop-off on this team from the frontline starters to the backups? Where should we be most concerned about injury? And did Nick Caserio address the biggest one yesterday? We will have that for you coming up next. I want to tell you...
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, one quick thing to clean up from the conversation we had a little bit earlier with regarding the pro players who are cut in the NFL going back to college. Somebody asked, I thought the SEC came out and said they weren't going to allow this. I haven't seen anything from the SEC, but literally as we were discussing it several minutes ago, Pete Thamel of ESPN tweeted, sources, the Big Ten is set to pass a rule today that doesn't allow players to return from the NFL and play for a Big Ten school. Anyone who's declared for the draft and did not withdraw, appeared on an NFL roster, or signed a contract with a pro league cannot be on a Big Ten roster. Yeah. So the Big Ten is taking action. Now we'll see. Look, these leagues and the NCAA do these things, and then it winds up in an actual court of law. That's why these players are going back to LSU, because it was a Louisiana court that put this injunction in place that's allowing this right now.
The SEC is the only thing I'd seen from the SEC, and maybe this has changed, is that they don't think it should be allowed, but they haven't necessarily made a hard ruling on it yet.
Yeah, this would be the Big Ten doing just that. They would be putting a rule in place.
I mean, is it fair to say basically just it seems like the way everything is headed that it, and because so many things the NCAA does are being shut down by courts, that it's going to come down to the conferences themselves that are kind of just policing football more so than the NCAA.
That's where the pushback on Brendan Sorsby choke point was, when the Big 12 finally said, look, we're going to lawyer up as a conference and make sure this guy can't play after the court said that he could after all the gambling, is when Texas Tech kind of put their weapons down on the whole thing.
It's kind of like, local politics versus the federal politics.
Yeah.
The conferences at least have a better feel for, okay, wait a second, we're all in this together. We got to try to figure out how we're going to operate that's stabilizing things somewhat.
Yep. All right. So I did my 53-man roster prediction, Seth, yesterday for the Houston Press. And it's interesting. There are a few positions where I'm like, ooh, this is kind of a big drop-off. Like, if something bad happens to a starter at this position, I'm very nervous. The most nervous I was when I put this thing together was at wide receiver, because I put this thing together before the Kayshon Boutte trade got consummated.
Yeah.
But before the Kayshon Boutte trade got consummated, you're looking at Nico Collins, and then who's the guy that's going to take some pressure off of Nico, or who's the guy maybe – and who's the guy that Nico can help really open things up for, that can take advantage of Nico Collins being on the field and drawing all this attention? Is it Jalen Noel? Is it, Xavier Hutchinson's had some opportunities, but he's, we don't know if he can be that guy that goes from being a 30-catch guy to a 60-catch guy, that kind of thing.
This is the one that you did. This is the one you did it just yesterday?
No. I did it yesterday. It's dropping. It's dropping tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking at the one from August 17th.
No. It's dropped. Yeah, when the Boutte trade got made, it got pushed back a day because I had to write an article about the Boutte trade. Gotcha. So it's going to drop tomorrow. But receiver was number one on my list before this trade. That, okay, man, if something happens to Nico Collins, holy crap.
Yeah.
Now, I would still say that. It's not like Kayshon Boutte is, Jamar Chase or something like that.
Right.
But he's certainly a bigger threat than whoever was going to get pushed into that. He may immediately be their second best wide receiver.
Jalen Noel is still a wild card.
Yeah.
We don't know if Jalen Noel kind of took a nice big leap the way that Jaden Higgins did this offseason, and also he wasn't as productive as Jaden Higgins was last year. I'm optimistic about Jalen Noel, but we just don't know exactly where he is right now.
Yep.
And we know where he is physically. We don't know where he is developmentally.
I would still be nervous if something happened to Nico Collins, but I wouldn't feel as desperate. We'll see. I mean, look.
The Patriots had a fine enough offense last year with Stephon Diggs and Kayshon Boutte as their two main guys.
Yep.
And Diggs isn't what he used to be, but they did all right.
Yeah.
They were playing against some of the worst defenses ever assembled, but still.
The two position groups on the defensive side of the ball that I'm nervous, if something happens to either Derek Stingley Jr. or Kamari Lassiter, either one of them, I'm very nervous.
Yeah,
a lot of inexperience back there. You're relying on at least one rookie in Kamari Ramsey. Jalen Smith's the second-year guy. There's some youth back there. And then linebacker. Linebacker might be the biggest one. If something happens to Azeez Al-Shaair or Henry To'oTo'o, the guys, you've pointed this out several times, nobody is seizing that third linebacker role right now. So, man, if something happens to one of your first two guys, and one of these guys needs to slide in your nickel defense?
That's where I think that there is a chance that there still might be either a waiver wire pickup or trade at the waiver wire for a veteran linebacker that they think. A guy like E.J. Speed, coming into last year, E.J. was a guy that had made some nice plays and everything, had shown some promise, but it wasn't like he was a highly sought-after free agent. The Texans, when they got him in here, signed him for 1 year, $4.5 million. And those guys are potentially out there available via trade if they're just not comfortable going into the season with the guys they have right now.
Do you share my concern about the defensive back room, particularly the cornerback room?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Elijah Huzzie has done some nice things, both in the regular season and in the preseason now. Tremont Smith is what Tremont Smith is, I think. There's nobody that, unless they feel really, really good about Jalen Smith, or Colin Wright or any of those guys, which I think they like the upside of those guys, but I don't know if there's anybody that they feel awesome about right now.
Yep. So those are the ones I'm most concerned about. Like the first, I would have had defensive end on there before the Clowney signing. The Clowney signing now, I think I truly think the Clowney signing, like if you remember Will's first 2 years, he missed a couple games each year with an ankle injury. If Will Anderson had to miss a game or two, or Danielle Hunter had to miss a game or two, and Danielle hasn't missed a game yet since he became a Houston Texan, but I would feel pretty good about Jadeveon Clowney going from 30, 35 snaps up to the full complement of snaps that you need him to have.
Yeah.
Someone's asking here, have you all talked or seen John McClain's tweet saying Tank Dell is nowhere near close to coming back? I did see that tweet yesterday from John McClain. I don't know that John's operating with any inside information on that. I think if you have a working set of eyes and you've seen that Tank Dell has not been he wasn't there again yesterday. He hasn't been at practice for the last week. He's been inside, I'm assuming, doing stuff.
Yeah.
Then, that would seem to be a trend after practicing. Now he's not even out there. That would indicate that he's not very close to coming back.
Yeah, and I was kind of holding it out for a little bit. Maybe the possibility that they're just being extra careful with him and that they like where he is. But it wouldn't make any sense that this close to the season he wouldn't be out there getting full team reps and experience as much as possible if he was also 100% ready to go.
Yeah.
So it's just he's been MIA by and large for most of the last week. And I shouldn't say MIA. They know where he is. It's not like Joe Mixon last year where nobody knew where he was. He's in the building and everything.
Yeah.
But it's not looking like, for a guy they're trying to be very cautious with, like he's on track to be playing in week 1.
Yep. Here's the tweet from McClain. Kayshon Boutte will be on a season-long audition for his next team, meaning he's in a contract year. The Texans will get back Jaden Higgins next year, who's missing the season with a torn ACL. They should have a full-speed Tank Dell next season, too, hopefully sooner, although he's nowhere near ready to play. Yeah, John's at practice. That's his inside information.
Yeah, I don't think he's not. That's not a big scoop or anything. Yeah, just based on what he's seeing and how little he's been practicing, that would make sense.
Yep.
Given how little he's practicing, and it's not like this is just some he had a minor hamstring strain or something. Like, this is a guy that's missed 1.5 years of football.
Yep. All right. Big series for the Astros starting up tonight, and boy, when the homestand ended on Sunday, I did not think they would be starting this series with the Yankees, A, without a general manager, and B, with a manager who we learned is not going to be back at the end of the season. What do we want to hear from Joe Espada today? And we'll talk a little bit more about the firing of Dana Brown as we close things out. And there's a documentary on Netflix tonight, too. I'm curious if you guys are going to be watching it. We'll tell you what it is. We'll do all that coming up next. Stay there.
The Texans drop their second tuna. 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. We'll talk to the fellas on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on. Question of the day, if you missed it, Texans revealed their new rivalry uniforms. They have a jillion tweets and posts on social media, so if you want to see them, no shortage of places to go find them. I like them a lot. They are really, really nice.
I like them a lot, and I like them even more after USA Today ranked the 8 rivalry uniforms that have been released this year. And out of 8 teams, he ranked the Texans uniform 8th. But do you know why?
Why?
To sum it all up, he lauds the Texans for having so many references to the city of Houston and its history. That says, for a team that should be commended for the bold choices of its other alternates, not sure this one really delivers to anyone outside of H-Town. All right. Okay. I didn't realize we were pandering to Topeka here. Oh, no. How's this going to play in Bayonne, New Jersey? Oh, crap. We didn't test up there, did we?
Yeah, what the hell?
Hannah, did you not go to Spokane to figure out exactly who was going to go die?
Yeah.
Oh, go die.
Yeah.
Go die in a gutter.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is going to be people in Houston are really going to love this, but I don't know if I'm so sure about outside of it.
Yeah, this guy how does this guy even know what they said in the Kalamazoo focus group that they had? Jerk.
I'm so tired of those NFL teams ignoring the New Zealand sentiment when it comes to...
Do you still have that article open?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I need to know. Where does that guy rank the Buffalo Bills uniforms, the rivalry uniforms?
Good call.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling up.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling up.
Okay.
I'm scrolling up.
Wow.
This can't possibly be... No.
What?
Is it? Is the Bills one not a rivalry? Is that more like is that the color rush?
I thought it was a rivalry uniform. I don't know. Is it not on there?
Too. He's not on here.
Okay. Maybe they're so bad they don't even show up in the rankings.
I think maybe that new Bills uniform is the color rush.
Could be the color rush. Yeah. So Dana Brown fired yesterday by the Houston Astros. That was big news. Big news around baseball. You don't see GMs get fired of first-place teams. What were you going to say?
Those are just the alternate uniforms.
Gotcha.
So you've got the alternate uniforms, you got the rivalry uniforms.
So many uniforms to keep track of, man. So Dana Brown got fired yesterday. Big news around baseball. Here was Brian McTaggart on the MLB Network. Brian McTaggart covers the Astros beat for MLB.com. Here was Brian McTaggart with Brian Kenny on the MLB Network talking about why the Astros fired Dana Brown.
Yeah, I think this had been coming for a while. If you look at just what the moves the Astros made in the offseason, their number one goal was to add starting pitching, boost their pitching depth. They went out and signed 6-7 pitchers, starters, a couple of relievers. 4 of those guys have been DFA'd. Of course, their big splashes were Tatsuya Imai, who has been pretty much a bust so far and is now in their bullpen throwing long relief. Mike Burrows, they traded a couple of top prospects for him. He's on the IL with an ERA around 6. And then at the trade deadline, there were some frustrations in the clubhouse. The Astros did not do enough. They acquired Dalton Varsho for Arrighetti, but they needed more pitching. They needed another position player. The team underperformed on a homestand that just happened, went 3-6 against 3 teams with losing records. I think all this just balled up. They had an off day today, and I think they just decided it was time if they just parted. And now we're going to have sort of a 5-headed leadership with Jim Creighton at the head here the last 5 weeks of the season.
Okay. I think what was interesting about that cut, Seth, was that McTaggart, who talks to guys in the clubhouse, Brian's very plugged in. He puts in the work. It sounds to me like there was a little of that 2017 thing going on remember with Dallas Keuchel when now this team is not nearly as equipped to make a postseason run as that team was. But the counterpoint to that is which means they need to help even more than that team did.
Right.
No,
and I don't know if there's any way that Dana was going to make it past this pitching fiasco.
Right.
I mean, you bring in 6 guys, 2 of them are out, 2 of them are demoted with a 5.51 ERA. One of them's a reliever now instead of a starting pitcher. And wait, who's our last remaining hope?
I forget.
Burroughs.
Kaiwei Tang
no, not
is
Burroughs,
in there.
Weiss,
Weiss. He's gone. Yeah, it was 6 guys who have an ERA of in the high 5s.
Yeah,
and so it was. That I think ultimately
5.51 ERA amongst those 6 guys.
Yeah, so I think ultimately that did him in. I think 3 things did him in. One was that okay, I got to go get some starting pitching, and we're going to bring in we're going to throw a bunch of bodies at the problem, and a couple of them have got to work out. That's number one. Number 2, this whole notion of, well, I didn't make any deals at the deadline, but these guys coming back from Tommy John surgery is basically like getting a trade done.
Right.
I mean, Wisniewski actually has been a real positive. The rest of them have not been good. Any of them that have come back from that the last couple of years. That's number 2, and they're really all tied in. Like the outfield situation this year, horrific. The outfield situation and the lineup in general is such a bad situation that when you picked up guys like Lamont Wade and Nelson Velasquez and Dalton Varsho, not only were you picking them up to play in the outfield for you, they got plugged into the cleanup spot.
Right.
And the 5-hole in the lineup. Can you imagine the teams? And I know I'm comparing this team to elite Astros teams, but I'll just compare this team to a good Major League Baseball team. Can you imagine trading for a guy like Dalton Varsho with his numbers this year and then immediately plugging him as the cleanup hitter in your lineup?
Yeah.
What the hell?
No, and the awkwardness of the entire offseason where you had a loaded outfield or infield, and because you packed it yourself, and then you tried to I still don't even know how to frame like how he could be inept at trying to trade away Paredes, but then it works out in his favor because he's able to, at the very least, when Correa gets injured, you've got the infield, and yet your original plan was to get rid of the guy that would have ended up saving you, and you still have this issue in the outfield.
The 2 biggest success stories this season for the Astros, aside from Yordan Alvarez, are guys that 2 of them are guys the Astros openly either didn't want or were trying to move. All those 6 guys you're talking about, Peter Lambert was not one of those 6 guys that you're talking about. Peter Lambert's a guy they signed to a minor league contract, DFA'd him after spring training, and he chose to come back here, and now he's been your best pitcher this year.
Right, so he lucks into that.
Isaac Paredes, they were trying to move to get an outfielder, and he couldn't get a deal done.
Yeah.
And that's actually worked out. He stumbled into that, too.
But he still didn't fix the outfield in doing that. It was like every step along the way, it just felt ineptitude after ineptitude.
Yeah.
Imai might end up being the best relief pitcher of all time, but that's not the way they planned it.
No. And at $18 million, that's a little pricey for a guy who throws 2 innings of long
prospect,
relief. Yep. Yeah. What I guess if we look back at Dana Brown's tenure and say what was his best move, is it the Kyle Tucker trade?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
especially given the way Kyle Tucker has been playing as of late to that.
Yeah. That
butterfly effect and all that. Who knows?
Yeah.
But man, if that's worked out so far in terms of still the upside of Cam Smith, the presence of Isaac Paredes, and whatever you get out of Wisniewski.
Wisniewski, yeah. I mean, it's 3 pieces that you can either are productive for you right now, or in the case of Cam Smith, he's sporadically productive. I can still get excited about him.
And you're getting multiple years out of them, and for whatever it's worth, Cam Smith is a better player by WAR this year than Kyle Tucker. That was a good trade.
You know, the trade that people are still, I think, somewhat irrationally angry about was him trading Mauricio Dubon for Nick Allen.
Well, because I think it's that classic, okay, I kind of understand the math on the margins. It makes sense. And yet, look at like Mauricio Dubon's off doing Mauricio Dubon things and actually get some stability. And they haven't had to start moving him around all over the place.
Dubon might have wound up being your starting center fielder on this team.
Yeah.
Dubon might have been an everyday player on this team. And so, people, and the fact that Nick Allen's just not good, he's just such a zero offensively for this team.
Right. You cleared space for a bunch of moves that didn't end up working out anyway.
Yeah.
And
what do you think? What does Joe Espada say today? I mean, there's a lot of. This is the most anticipated that I think a Joe Espada pregame little dugout sesh is going to be.
And he's also whatever personal issue that he was having or personal emergency he was having, like that's going on too, presumably as well. So there's a lot going on.
I wonder if he discloses anything about that.
Yeah.
The emergency. If he's, I'm not one of these people like, well, we have a right to know he's the manager and he missed time. No, if it's a family matter, especially if it's a medical family matter, then that's private. But if he wants to volunteer what it was, then by all means, I am just as, if not more curious. I'm actually more curious about this. His family emergency is none of our business. I'm more curious about the conversations he had with the, quote, high-ranking executive within the Astros about not coming back after this season. Why did he choose to come back to finish out the year? Was it you wanted to see it through? Do you feel like there's a chance to save your job? I hope is a question he gets asked today.
Oh, yeah.
Like if they go on a run in the playoffs, do you still feel like you won't be back next year? There's some hanging threads out there with this Espada thing right now.
I haven't even thought of that angle because I'm not allowing myself to think of the Astros making some kind of a run.
Yeah.
It just seems exceedingly unlikely.
It felt weird just now, I will tell you that.
If they did, though, you're right, though. That is an option. They don't have plans to bring him back, but what are they going to do? Fire him after they win the World Series? Of course they would. That's
1,000%.
That's what the Astros do.
Yeah. So there's that. Hey, Vince Young, for those Longhorns and Houston sports fans out there, and maybe some of you Texan fans that want to relive the magic of 2006 when a lot of you wanted Vince Young for the Texans, the next Untold document, that series of documentaries on Netflix, Johnny Manziel had one, University of Florida had one. Untold is the name of the franchise. Vince Young, his documentary drops tonight.
That'll be cool.
Will you watch it?
I will.
Yeah, I think I will too.
And it'll be interesting. The Johnny Manziel one, it felt, you can tell, okay, this is it's not really a documentary when it's got like the full approval of and perhaps some editing capabilities out of the subject. Yeah. But I bet we're going to get some insight into some really interesting times in Vince Young's life.
Yeah.
The national championship to the way everything all unfolded in Houston, in Tennessee.
Tennessee, yeah. I'm looking forward to that. It's funny you say that about documentaries being kind of, curated, fabricated, whatever, cleaned up. Because if I remember correctly, John Lopez, if he were to, what was it? If you won the lottery, or if you came into a lot of money,
what I would do? Remember, we had the question
can you turn John's mic?
Remember, we had the question of
why do you not sound?
I can barely hear you.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
All
yeah.
Right. Remember,
why would that button be next to that mic, John? Yeah.
We had the question of what you would do.
Yeah.
I think it was one of those.
Yeah, if you had a ton of human monies.
Yes, I would make sure that all documentaries are not produced by the subject or someone associated with the subject.
You'd want to get to the truth.
Actual documentaries. I look.
You'd go in and mess with the First Amendment.
I really do.
See, the Lopez Productions.
Yeah.
Lopez Truth Productions.
A true documentary.
Yeah, man. Are you going to watch the Vince Young one on Netflix?
Who produced it?
I don't care. I want to watch it just to see
even the Johnny Manziel, I was rolling my eyes.
Yeah, and you're Nagy. Yeah. I'm curious. I wasn't here for the whole draft Vince, draft Reggie Bush.
Boy, I was.
The end of drafting Mario Williams. Yeah, you were in the middle of it, covering it. Seth was a player on the team. Do you remember that being a talking point at all as a player, Seth, having the number one overall pick and who the team was going to be taking, or who you wanted him to take?
Yeah, I had met Vince Young a couple times and I liked him, so I wanted Vince Young. That's the only actual. Well, no, I didn't at that point because we already had David Carr. I liked Vince Young, and I felt like he was getting railroaded a little bit by some of the pre-draft discussion. But Reggie Bush, I don't think anybody on the team anticipated the Mario Williams.
No, nobody did.
Selection. Yeah, that was a shock because we had seen Reggie Bush had come through and he was visiting while we were working out. Vince Young had come through, and Mario just wasn't talked about as much. So it was a surprise to me. I remember getting a call from Berman or somebody and him telling me because I wasn't paying attention to the draft, and I was kind of shocked. I gave Gary credit for having giant cojones, and Berman didn't run with that quote.
Is that the time Berman interviewed you and you were hammered?
No, that was a different time. That was after I had re-signed with the Texans, and I was stuck in an airport bar for 8 hours before I get back to Houston.
Sounds delightful. I love
I
an
bailed
airport
out.
bar.
I was on a visit with the Jets, and one of the kids, like one of the young interns or whatever, was driving me from the medical facility to the Jets headquarters. And my agent calls and says, "Hey, we got to deal with the Texans. You got to tell this guy to take you back to the airport." And I was like, "Now? I'm supposed to go have dinner with Herm Edwards or something." And he's like, "Nope, turn around. Tell him to turn around." So I had to tell this poor kid. This poor kid pulls over on the Long Island Expressway during rush hour, so he could talk to his bosses and explain to him what was going on.
You know that somebody, when he came back to the building, that kid, they were like, "What did you say to him?"
Yeah.
And he was never heard from
No,
again.
I was going to say, that poor kid wound up at the bottom of the Hudson River.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know what I was proud of myself for on that one? I created a perception of scarcity where or more demand than there was. I was going into free agency. The Texans hadn't made any kind of offer to me or anything. And I didn't have a visit scheduled because this was back when more guys would actually visit before there wasn't a flurry of signings right away. And I didn't have a visit scheduled until the second day. And then I was going to go to the Jets after that.
Yeah.
So I basically was like, "Hey, ask the Jets if I can come up and visit tomorrow on the first day of free agency." And I bought my own ticket because I wanted to be sure that it was like, "Oh, okay, Seth's out the door." And so, like, when I'm up there on the first day of free agency back here in Houston, they're kind of, I was coming off a bad injury, so they didn't know how much interest there would be. I wanted to create the illusion of there being more interest than there was.
That was March 3rd, 2005.
Yeah.
Looking at the article.
Wow.
That's some human monies right there. Oh, yeah.
Now you're going to make us all go look.
Put it all in REITs. You can't go wrong with REITs.
REITs.
Yep.
But keep in mind, I
don't want to put Seth's business from 20 years ago out there, but this is a nice deal.
People, it's really not as much money as you think it is.
Oh, yeah. You don't realize that of this signing bonus, half of it goes to the government. That's
You guys understand this whole income tax
Seth and I
thing.
are going to do a segment tomorrow where we talk about his contract extension in 2005 so he can complain about taxes, agency fees, buying all his siblings Bentleys.
It looks like a lot of money, but you got to remember, I had a lot of vice in my life at that point, too.
Fair.
People don't think about that part of it.
Oh, my God. Hi, Reggie.
Yo.
How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good.
That's
Doing
good.
all right.
That's good. Did you know you're listening to KIKK FM, KIKK AM Houston, an Odyssey sports station?
I believe I've heard that once or twice.
Yeah, Did you know Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing?
That one I didn't know.
Yeah. You'll hear it again in a few minutes.
In case you didn't get that.
Yep. What'd you guys think of the new unis?
I actually love them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, and NFC North and AFC South dropped their, quote, rivalry uniforms today. I think it's safe to say they're the best uniforms that dropped today. I saw the Lions, I saw the Packers, I saw the Jaguars.
So did a bunch of teams drop them today?
Yeah, a bunch of teams dropped
them today.
8 teams to be exact.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think the Texans I'm looking at them right now. I think they have the best ones of anybody that dropped today.
Yeah, look, the ties to Houston and the connection to Houston is a big thing for all of us, obviously. And I don't know how they stack up compared to the other ones. I just know I really like these.
Mm-hmm.
I think the font with the tiling, with the numbers and having the H on the side and a white helmet, like this breaks a lot of molds when it comes to Texan uniform. Like the white helmet is something people have been clamoring for a long time because there was I remember there being like a mock-up white helmet back when the
original helmet was white.
Yes.
And Seth may remember that. Yeah.
It was one of the things I lobbied for them to change. I said, "I'm not coming." That was the first time I exerted my influence.
Yeah.
I said, "Listen, I don't like that white helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Never." And they got rid of it.
And then they said, "What if we send ZZ Top to the expansion draft to pick you?"
I said, "No." I almost killed them too.
So what is the question of the day?
Uniform related.
Yeah.
What are the best uniforms? Not just in sports.
Okay.
In life.
Okay, in life.
Yeah. You can do sports if you want.
Yeah.
Wait, so what's the question?
What are the best uniforms in life, not just sports?
Like the best thing to be wearing around. I would say any kind of military dress gear.
I said the West Point dress grays.
That's pretty good.
The West Point dress grays are pretty badass.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I've got two. One is the RIP, but the Hooters outfit is outstanding.
Oh my God,
it's a great uniform.
I don't think it is at all. I've never liked those. It's just too 80s with those shorts and the way.
Okay.
I'm not talking about bearing skin and all that. That's all well and good. I'm just saying they always seem kind of cheesy and dated to me.
Yeah, I like cheesy. I like the pantyhose. Yeah, that's a. You know what? Okay, how about Twin Peaks? There you go.
All right,
that's better.
Twin Peaks lingerie day. Yeah,
that's a uniform.
My other one is my Notre Dame is going to be showing. John, you probably know. Do you know about the Irish Guard?
Oh yeah,
the guys that march in front of the band with the big hats and the kilts.
Sash.
Yeah. So if you look it up, there's at Notre Dame they have the cheerleaders, they have the band, and they have this group called the Irish Guard, and they operate a lot like the Buckingham Palace Guards. They don't talk. They're students. They try out. You have to be at least 6'2". One of my roommates was in the Irish Guard. And they have the big tall hats, the kilts, the nice
tartan sash.
Yes. And they march in front of the marching band. And their job is if anybody is in front of the marching band, they basically have license to knock them the hell out of the way. So now,
and you make fun of Aggies.
Well, we all have our kinks. Yeah. So
it's funny you said that because one of my other ones is the Buckingham Palace Guards.
Yeah, that's a good
very
one.
Similar.
Yeah. So the Irish Guard, man, the Irish Guard is cool stuff.
I like the gear that they wear north of the wall. Not quite a uniform, but kind of,
Oh, the Wildlings?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not the Wildlings. No, the actual what are they called?
The White Walkers?
No, the people who work the wall.
That was the guard. I forget what it's called. This is Game of Thrones we're talking about, everybody here. Yeah,
when you got to go and live on the
Night's Watch.
The Night's Watch. Yeah, they're not really uniforms, but it's all kind of badass.
Oh, they got the big fluffy shoulders. Yeah.
And this can't just be me, but I like a woman in a scrub.
Oh yeah,
I don't think you could singularize that. I think that is plural.
A woman in a scrub.
Yeah.
I would say
I like the way the
some
scrubs
of the
fit.
Yes.
Some of the international flight attendants uniforms are pretty badass.
Oh, that's another good one.
Elite.
Yeah.
Air France is elite. In that regard.
They feel like a little bit like a throwback to back in the day of elegant air travel and everything.
Smoke on an airplane.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a uniform, but back in the day, she's hideous now. But back in the day. Whoa. With Madonna rolling around for the song Borderline in that mesh skirt and the mesh tank top and everything.
Remember
and
Elvira?
All the bows and bang. Elvira. I interviewed her one time.
So that's the opposite of a uniform, which is one specific thing, that one unique
it's her uniform.
Yeah. It's a costume.
Well, it became a uniform for a lot of women in the mid-'80s.
That's true.
A lot of girls.
Madonna wannabes.
Yes. So it became sort of a uniform. Yeah, Elvira. Now, the Elvira is one. You didn't see a lot of people walking around in Elvira outfits. I interviewed her one time. John Harris and I did. And we joked that I joked with Johnny. I'm like, Johnny, you might need to leave the studio and put a sock on the door while I'm interviewing Elvira here. Yeah, back in the day.
You know what I like in Wes Anderson movies, all the characters kind of have a uniform that they wear. They wear the same clothes all the time. And it's it's supposed to be that's part of their character. Is not Rushmore, the Royal Tannenbaums. The Wilson dude is always wearing a headband and everything.
Yep. Did you name one, John?
I did. The West Point dress.
Oh, the West Point. Yeah.
Buckingham Palace and Scrubs.
Okay, Scrubs. Yeah.
Scrubs is an elite answer.
Yeah, that's good. Mm-hmm. Reggie, you usually like to save yours for the segment.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. All right. You're listening to. Oh, I did that already. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth. We'll see you tomorrow. Antibodies
to you, and do not worry about whether USA Today thinks you only appeal to Houstonians.
Don't worry about it.
They can go die again.
That's
they already died earlier.
That's all I'm trying to appeal to is Houstonians. Yes. Millions and millions, hopefully. All right, fellas, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
You got it. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. You heard the head count. That is the OG John Lopez, longtime newspaper man, longtime Houstonian. I'm Reginald Atatula along his side. And then Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos making it sound good. Plus you, rolling with us on a Tuesday. There's a few ways to get involved. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. And then on top of that, we always appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is 95.7 The Fan, as is the Twitch chat. John, how you doing on this Tuesday?
Hey,
what is happening right now?
Look at Sean.
This is my purchase from the
yes, from the Reggie and Ron Radio.
Reggie and Ronathon. Yeah, I bought this.
Oh yeah, so for those that cannot see, that are not on YouTube or Twitch, it is a 2022 World Series panoramic view of then Minute Maid Field.
The final out.
Final out,
That's
signed
me
by
right
a few players.
That's me right there.
John Lopez in the picture.
Right there.
Okay.
And it's autographed by Jordan Alvarez.
And it is indeed autographed by Jordan.
I'm going to autograph that too since I'm in the picture.
No, do not ruin the value of that.
Shatter
John.
the frame real quick.
Goodness gracious. But yeah, really cool to see you taking that home.
Yeah.
Glad to see you there. And it's great because it's also charitable.
It's for a good cause.
It's a cool thing that helps people in the greater Houston area eat, you know?
Yes,
absolutely.
Love to see it. Anyways,
absolutely.
That was a weird transition.
No, I
Apologies
love
for
that. I was wondering myself.
Yeah, I just saw him like hoisting a large thing out of the room. All right, let's get going here on this Tuesday because yesterday was a day of breaking news. I would hope that we don't end up in the same type of situation today, but we will keep our eyes and ears peeled. But within that, we learned, one, that the Texans acquired a new wide receiver. We'll talk more about that later on in the program. And they got rid of a general manager. Well, the Astros rather did. Got rid of a general manager. And in the midst of reporting that, we got Bob Nightingale of USA Today, who was giving us more details. One, he confirmed your suspicions, John Lopez, that this was indeed a firing and not a parting of ways, that Dana Brown was made aware of the decision of Jim Crane.
We're having a mutual decision.
That's right. I want you to agree on this thing that I'm telling you about. But within that, he also gave us insight into what was happening with Joe Espada, right? And now we head into this circumstance where there's reports from them, and there's also conflicting reports on Joe Espada. What matters? What doesn't matter at this point with Joe Espada as the manager of the Astros?
Well, the one thing that is extremely interesting to me is, first of all, the conflicting reports. But in Chandler Rome's report, and you guys know I'm a big fan of Chandler Rome and his reporting. In his report, he said Joe Espada hasn't even had discussions about his job status. The hell he hasn't. The hell he hasn't. Whether it's like, hey, before Dana Brown got fired, where do I stand? I don't have a contract for next year. Or after Dana Brown got fired, I'm sitting right here. Would you care to tell me how I'm looking? So that right there, I feel like that's the Astros going to, in this case, Rome. But I think they also went to Nightingale because he softened his initial report a little bit and saying, help us out here. That's not true, or lying to him or whatever. But there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell that Joe Espada has not had any discussions about his job status.
I mean, he is in the midst of dealing with a personal,
no way, no how.
Family type.
What would you do?
I mean, deal with what I'm dealing with first and foremost.
I wouldn't. If I'm tied at the hip with a general manager and he gets fired, I'd go to the boss and say, hey, about that house I own.
And also, there is something to be said for, again, both of them came in on this final year.
Yeah.
There might be kind of a what is understood does not need to be said
maybe
dynamic to this. But ultimately, right, what this comes down to is it feels like everybody is coming to the same idea that Joe Espada is not going to return as the manager of this team next year. So again, I bring you back to this question. What matters at this point for Joe Espada and his status as the Astros manager?
I think if he didn't know already, and even if he didn't have any discussions with anyone about his job status, I think what he has to understand is this is going to do the exact opposite of offer a spark to this team. And I think that's where baseball fans, stand right now. Whether you care deeply about Joe Espada and Dana Brown, or you don't care two flips, you want your team to do well, right? Firing your general manager, leaving your manager hanging in the balance, that is, if they think they're going to offer a spark to this team, I would like to know how, because every player in that clubhouse is going to be wondering, like, what's going on. Clearly we're in transition. It's got to include at some point. They read the reports too. It's got to include at some point Joe Espada.
They don't have to read reports. They're getting push notifications, and they're on social media. They see it very quickly.
Yeah, does firing your general manager and keeping Joe Espada where he is, lame duck, does that offer a spark to the team?
No.
I don't think. I think it does the opposite.
No, absolutely not.
Right?
Which honestly is a curiosity, and it was a curiosity for me when we found this news out, because Bob Nightingale was characterizing this as almost a fit of rage for Jim Crane after seeing the weekend series versus the A's, and honestly probably the entirety of that homestand, which I get. Like, we had those same emotions. You were in a position where I don't know that you're supposed to act in an emotional sense, and it feels like this was an emotional response where he goes, well, bleep it. Let's clear this out. And again, the initial reporting that Bob Nightingale put out there was that this was supposed to be a clear house type of circumstance. But I imagine that whatever the personal family issues that Joe Espada was dealing with ultimately then tempered the way that this was handled. There was also reporting that was out there that Joe Espada would have then been given the opportunity, much like Dana Brown, whether he wanted to finish out the – well, actually, Dana Brown not given that opportunity, but Joe Espada, whether he wanted to finish out the season or, leave his duties immediately. Again, don't know exactly what things to latch onto here. But, yeah, like this feels like this is, again, some of the issues that I have with Jim Crane, because where are you going from here? Like, what does this do to serve the team? You making this decision in this way, it's odd timing. We talked about that a little bit last year. I think that it works for if you are going to be active in going and seeking out a replacement, but then we get reporting that they're not going to look into a replacement until the offseason. So at this point, while I'm in this role, we are going to contend is undercut by the thing that you just did right here that I imagine on the field level does not allow these boys that play with the level of bravado to know that the organization is behind them.
Yeah, and we've all been, whether you're listening to us now or anybody in this room, we've all been in situations where we either had a similar situation pop up where your manager directly over you got fired and there's some interim guy, or there's a dead man walking. Your manager is going to be fired or leave or whatever. How was your performance at that point? Truly, what is your investment in your performance at that point? You're more just wondering, right? You're wondering, okay, what's going to happen next? Who's going to be the next guy? How do I stand? Where do I stand? Is it worth it to really do this if it's going to be, something that is meaningless when the next regime comes in? We've all been in those situations. And that's where I am. And like the team right now, you didn't do the team any favors. And, oh, by the way, they are now in second place in the American League West.
Damn, you moved them in by divisions. They would be much lower down in the AL Central.
Yeah, in the American League West. And they have, in terms of facing 500 teams or better the rest of the way, they play 19. The Mariners play 6, and the Rangers play 16. You are putting this team in a worse spot than before, flat out.
And maybe this was Jim Crane having an admission to himself that, okay, I am letting go of the rope to some degree. This is why it's going to be very imperative. Jim Crane, you got to get out here and talk to us. You got to speak publicly on what your mindset is and how you are planning on operating and what the next era of this Astros team is going to be. And maybe, the thought process is we will do that at a later date, but you made this decision now.
Yes. And they should, he may well have, I'm not saying he hasn't because I don't know, but he should have flown to New York. He should have flown to New York to address this.
With the team?
With the team and with the reporters. Now, I don't know if he is, and maybe he will. But I'm saying that usually is kind of the way you go about things because it is on Jim Crane. It is ultimately his decision.
So are you expecting to see this on the field in this 3-game set versus the Yankees, right? You're on the road here. As you mentioned, you're a half game behind the Rangers in the AL West. There's still the opportunity. I mean, ESPN has your percentage chance at playoffs still at 43%, which is still in a fairly decent spot. Do you think that these guys are going to let go of the rope on the field? Like, I understand what you're saying. We will feel that, but they're all still professionals, and they all still want to do things for their own numbers and for their own, I guess, pride and ego. Do you anticipate seeing this on the field? Because this could be the one that this could be a knockout blow if they don't show up against the Yankees.
Yes, I actually believe that, they're professionals and they're getting paid and they're going to play hard and all that. But I do think at the same time, like, this is one of those two things where you're telling yourself something, but your own subconscious and whatever else, is impacting it. You're gonna try to give your best, but you're not going to be at your best, if that makes any sense. I feel like this is going to affect this team. It has. I think it has.
Yeah, I mean, I already wasn't all that hopeful necessarily because of the things that we've talked about, right? Your starters have not given you depth, and you're seeing the taxing of the season weighing on them. Like, you're wondering if you can get the performances that you were hoping for. You're not getting enough offense, particularly from the top of your lineup, and the rest of your lineup is pretty so-so. Your bullpen is being taxed more and more, in part because of the first thing we talked about. Yeah, this is getting dicey, and this only serves to add more of a downward push on what's happening with this Astros team. Like, this would really suck as a whimper for the end of what was this push. We were already looking at this saying, is this worth pushing for? And this kind of adds a sour taste to all of the things that were happening this season.
And then there's one more thing that is resonating through the clubhouse, and also I think just should be clear to all of us. I mean, whether you want to call it this or not, hey, the window's open. As long as I'm owner, we're going to be trying to win championships. Just firing your general manager means you are resetting. You can call it a rebuild. You can call it a reset. Flat out.
Right.
You are.
And the thing about this is, and we're gonna come back to it, is, again, I need to see from Jim Crane, like, where are you planning on taking this? This can't be the same old, right? This is the type of move that I would hope means the buck stops here and we're changing the way we go about this, because this has been a painful season. This has been a slog of a season, and this does not fit the contending that they've talked about. You've just been fortunate, if that's the word that you can use, that the rest of the AL has been really piss poor.
Yeah.
But again, I need the assurances from the man up top who is dictating the pace of all of this, that this shifts. And so, hey, man, Jim Crane, come talk to us, man. Let us know what the deal is. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's continue talking about the Houston Texans, who made a big move, bringing in Kayshon Boutte, sending out Jalen Reed, the second-year safety, and a 2028 seventh-round pick. But now that Kayshon Boutte's in tow, right? We talked about it initially when it broke. Are you confident in the offense? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans' offense has a new wide receiver. is 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across a table from Joy Taylor at a wedding, or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders.
I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope that you're having a good one out there in the greatest city in the world, Houston, Texas, or wherever else you might be listening. However you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day. Hopefully you're feeling pretty good in part because the Houston Texans were aggressive yesterday. I still kind of, John, come back to that thought process of, oh boy, okay, they're in, right? They decided to be aggressive. They didn't just settle on, we got Zay Jones, Sterling Shepard in, and we're going to see if we can make this work on the offense. They saw a injury to a very important player, and they said, let's go get a guy that feels like he gives us a lot more of that. And that's exactly what they did yesterday, trading for Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots, wide receiver, and they sent out second-year safety Jalen Reed, who, played a little bit last year, obviously dealt with a little bit of injuries that kept him from really fully taking up that spot that he was, picking up after MJ Stewart tried a little bit, and you had a little bit of a rotation at that other safety spot. They tacked on a 2028 7th-round pick, which is pretty minuscule, all things considered. But that is the trade that they make. And so you had a number 2 wide receiver go down. You bring in somebody that seems like he can absolutely hold down a number 2 wide receiver spot in the NFL. And, he did it last year all the way to the Super Bowl. And so the question that I ask, now that you have taken what was a big hole that showed up in this offense, and you've done some level of addressing it, how confident are you in this offense?
Boy, those are two different things, aren't they?
713-572-46.
How good do you feel about this deal, and how much confidence do you have in the offense are incredibly different things. And I'm going to start with the one you actually asked because, how do I feel about this offense? I honestly don't know how much it's changed about the offense. I'm the more I thought about it when we were chatting with the boys from the drive, the more I thought about it, when Show brought up, in essence, he said, I'm not quoting him directly, I'm not so sure Boutte is not better than Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, and I wanted to push back on that, but we didn't have time for it.
No, I understand that, but I think it's an argument.
I'm not sure that's
the case. Body of work, what he's done, against this team, et cetera. Again, we don't have to talk about that, but I think it's a fair argument.
We can.
We can. We got 4 hours. But I put it this way. It's a really good ad, no matter how you cut it, no matter what you think of him versus Jaden Higgins, no matter anything. It's a really good ad. The problem is, if you want to consider it a problem, that's Josh McDaniels over there. Calling those plays, using that offense, knowing it like the back of his hand, feeling comfortable with whatever situation he's in, having coached in Super Bowls, having won Super Bowls, having gone to the Super Bowl last year. That when you talk about the offense, I don't know how much it changes the offense here because we still don't know. We still don't know exactly, and we're going to find out pretty soon here, what exactly Nick Caley's doing. That's where I am.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying when you point out Josh McDaniels, who obviously is one of the better offensive coordinators in the league. But Kayshon Boutte isn't one of those players that you need a lockpick in order to figure out how to use him. It's fairly evident. Send him on a go route. I'm still intrigued to see if there's more development to be had with him on intermediate type routes, especially in breakers, which we know this offense utilized a lot. And CJ Stroud tends to get real production out of as in breakers. So maybe possibly there's more production to be had there. But Kayshon Boutte is a deep threat. Yeah. And that is something that we were clamoring for. And hopefully with the addition or really the step forward of this offensive line, seemingly pass protecting at least better than they did last year and hopefully notably better than they did last year, opens that up, and how much more do you change the defense? Because there were points last year where defenses were doing the calculus, and it's fairly obvious calculus. You're not going to be able to run the ball efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be able to protect long enough to throw over us. So we're just going to sit on this short and intermediate stuff, and then you can't do anything.
Yeah.
And so that was one of the things I was scared about is when Nico Collins, he's obviously a 3-level threat. He does everything on the field as a wide receiver. It's one of the reasons why he is at conservatively, a top 10 receiver in the league, right? But that is one, if there's one guy, defenses can go, we are going to gear what we're doing towards him and slow that down. And so where is the opportunity to threaten a defense? Well, here comes Kayshon Boutte, right? Like it felt like Jaden Higgins was starting to give you some of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes Kayshon Boutte that at least I know can take the top off of the defense, and maybe he can do a little bit more within that as well, especially if you up some of his targets. I think that then creates a place where, at the very least, I am feeling stronger that defenses will not be able to just squish everything down and take things off the table for you. But you're right. There's still a question to be seen. Can you all these other things that we had previously been talking about, can you still make sure that you're running the ball better? Can you still operate clearly so that you give your quarterback an opportunity to come to the line and really actually dissect what's happening here? Those are things that Kayshon Boutte doesn't answer, but those are things that we were already trying to figure out if they had answers to before the Jaden Higgins injury.
No, I get it, but I think the question, like you say, it's relatively easy, and it is, to know what to do with Kayshon Boutte. And that's send him deep. Even if you just limit it to that, every offensive coordinator on the planet knows that's something that you can do. The question for me is time and circumstance, down and distance, making the call, understanding what the defense is doing, and that goes to the quarterback as well. So yes, we know how he can be used. My question is, you talked about, does it give you more confidence in the offense? We'll see, because I don't know. Josh McDaniels has seen everything as a play caller. I don't think, and in fact, I think it's fair to say we know that Nick Caley has not. So even though that is the toy, that is the weapon, is it going to be time and circumstance for him, down and distance for him, recognition for him and C.J. Stroud to be able to improve the defense?
Yeah, and there is the question of how does him and C.J. Stroud get along, right? And not in a off the field type of manner, but how does their connection develop? Now, C.J. Stroud has seemingly been throwing a better deep ball this year than last year. Remember, last year there was times where inexplicably he would sail the football, and I'm guessing there were some mechanics involved there. Maybe there was something else involved. Either way, it feels like at camp he's been much better at that, and that's probably evidenced by there was a couple of deep throws yesterday at practice reportedly that you go, okay, well, it sounds like he is on his game there, where you hope that he could find that connection with Kayshon Boutte. But as we know, right, we thought that the connection with Jaden Higgins would be easy. Yeah. Now, it's not that it was bad. I don't want to give that impression last year, but there were times where you go, oh, it feels like there's more to be wrung out of this, and it felt like they were getting there. Now you're dropping in Kayshon Boutte in the last week of preseason, not to say that they're going to play in the preseason game, but you get what I'm meaning. Like there's only a few weeks until you get to the season. How does that come along when it comes to that connection? I think is still there to be seen. And I think to your point of as we're trying to find what our confidence level in this offense is, and honestly, as a proxy, what our confidence level is in Nick Caley operating this offense, Kayshon Boutte isn't as much of a do-it-all receiver as Jaden Higgins seemed to be working his way into. And so that brings into the question not just time and place, but who are the guys? Like now you're doing more rotation. I imagine Xavier Hutchinson will still be involved pretty heavily in what you're doing on a game-to-game basis. Knowing the right times to have Hutch in versus the times to have Kayshon Boutte in, I think will still also be another question that is there. Confidence has been a big question with this offense. It seems like we're getting little proofs of concept that they can do these things, but can they do them well enough to make imprints in games? I think is still the thing that we're looking to see, and I don't know that we're going to have any of that answered at this time of year.
And then, of course, there's the C.J. Stroud question, which you said, seems to be at least more comfortable for now, throwing the long ball, being able to manipulate and run this offense. But flat out, Drake May had a really good year. He had an MVP-type year last year, and he was able to do those things. The question comes back to C.J. Stroud as well, being able to implement those, what we've seen in little sample size that we've had. Can he do it? Can he do it over the course of the season?
But don't you think something in C.J. Stroud's heart is like happy today?
Oh, for sure. Because every quarterback.
Because we've kind of moved a little bit away from it, but it's the undergirding of all the conversations that we were having about does the system fit C.J. Stroud or whatever. What does C.J. Stroud love to do coming in with this rookie year?
Throw that ball.
Chuck it up their dog, right? Like this is a chuck it up their dog receiver.
Yeah, trust the receiver.
Right? And so I think that, yeah, man, this has got to give me a little more confidence, and maybe even C.J. Stroud finds a little bit of comfort in that, right? That, hey, there's a dude who clearly is here just to give me an opportunity to chuck it up there, right?
Not only that, just like they're backing up their words with deeds. Like they didn't just say, hey, we're cool. Let's see what Jalen Noel can do. Hey, maybe Xavier Hutchinson this. Things that we were talking about yesterday. They said, no, we're going to help you. We're going to get you another dude. I know it hurts losing Jaden Higgins, but we're going to get you another dude. And I think that says a lot about the organization too. Every team in the league in August is talking about Super Bowl. Well, maybe we can go to Super Bowl. That's our goal. They always talk about. Every team does that.
Yep.
I think they're actually showing us this, and make no mistake, this team is going for one thing, and that is to get to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
That is it.
To answer the question, right, I'm not going to pretend like I have maximum confidence in this offense. I'd be lying to you if I did that. But I'm definitely more confident than I was coming into camp. And honestly, I think I might be more confident than I was right before the Jaden Higgins injury. Not because I think the Kayshon Boutte is going to give you exactly what Jaden Higgins did, but I think this is a confirmation for me. This desire to go out and actually acquire him. It's not the path of least resistance. They went out of their way to do this.
Right.
It feels like not just an acknowledgement of what you're saying that we want to win, but also remember they had been given a lot of lip service to the idea of trying to bring in more of what CJ likes to this offense. And I mean, there's a lot of people that are questioning, oh man, D'Amico Ryans just wants to run the football. If that was the case, they would have gone with the we like what we got in-house. That would have been the way that they handled it.
I think they still are going to want to run the football.
No, and I'm not saying that they don't want to run the football, but there has been a subset of Texans fans that have been like, D'Amico Ryans doesn't want you to throw the football. He doesn't. He just wants you to play the complementary football to the defense. And this counteracts that. They went and got an explosive type player. Like literally his whole game right to this point has been explosion. I'm wondering if there's more in there, but he has been an explosive type player. You don't go and do this unless you are trying to actively incorporate that to what's happening here. And I think that that's a good thing for this Texans offense. Hopefully they'll be able to do the bruising, road grading running of the football as well. But I wanted them to have more explosive, more chunk plays, and this is a commitment to doing that.
And to that end, what they said, coming into training camp is, and in the offseason is, we're going to try to we're going to listen to C.J. Stroud is basically what they said, and try to do more things that he likes to do. Right? That was one of the big, and it was fair to be skeptical of that because of what you just said about running the football and defense and all that, and that's still going to be implemented. But they said we're going to try to do more of what C.J. Stroud likes to do. Well, this backs it up.
Agreed.
This is what he likes to do.
That's my thought process. Yeah. So definitely have some confidence in the offense. I'm going to hesitate until I go, oh yeah, I'm all the way in on the offense. But that's what the early portions of the season will give them an opportunity to show. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, I don't know if you've seen it. Today is indeed August 25th, just like Hannah told us, and they have indeed
Which
released.
Is still funny.
They have indeed released their rivalry uniforms. They look pretty good. Let me know what you think about them. But let's get to the question of the day. What are the best uniforms in life, not just sports? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM.
at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on this Tuesday, August 25th. And I say that once again to shout out Hannah McNair, who gave us the heads up that this was the day that we needed to circle on our calendars because the new jerseys were going to drop. And they did, indeed. The Houston rivalry uniforms. I think 8 rivalry uniforms dropped across the league. And what'd you say? It was the AFC South and the
NFC North.
NFC North.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And so all of those jerseys have dropped, but the ones that we care about most are these new icy white Houston rivalry jerseys. And if you haven't seen them, they're really pretty. They clearly draw on the original wards of the city in that tile pattern that they use with white and a light blue. They have that both on the nameplates where the like if you CJ Stroud's jersey, the Stroud is kind of marked off as if it was made with tile. And then the numbers, the font of the numbers is really fun because this is really harkens back to really and truly being Houston. That classic Be Someone sign of graffiti over 45 downtown. That is the impetus for the numbers that they have. And so this is so uniquely Houston. It brings back that light blue motif. It gives you an icy white jersey where this is honestly, I feel like this one hits harder than most Liberty whites that you've seen to this point. And then of course the H that they have been using a whole bunch, that is really prominently emblazoned on the helmet. And what's also nice to note is the blue on the face mask. It's kind of chromed out. It's a really cool look, all things considered. How did you respond to it?
I'll tell you, and I want to ask you guys this question as I tell you mine. There are so many little cool details on this, like the piping on the arms has the bricks, the brick layout. The H-Town logo, on the front of the helmet. You mentioned, the font is the Be Someone font. Like there are so many cool little, bits on this. The H-Town logo on the helmet. I think these are the best uniforms. I think these are the best uniforms Texans have ever had, flat out. I mean, I think they're the best ones that dropped today. I think they're the best ones that they've ever had. And I do want to talk about something that, of course, is very predictable. We knew it was going to start making the rounds from Nashville and Titans fans and all that. Oh, cosplay and, you're give it up. And to me, this has actually become more about the Houston color than the Oilers color. Like this is Houston. The old police cars had this color. The Be Someone sign, the tiles. This is it's become more about Houston than they're trying to channel the Oilers. No, man. I mean, yes, there's a tip of the cap to that because of the color, but this isn't about the Oilers anymore. It's about Houston.
Yeah, I did appreciate that. Yeah. I will say I am starting to waver on like that specific attempt at like the Love You Blue.
I'm not even thinking that way anymore.
Right, and this I think that they did a good job of making it very clear, at least to those that know, because this is the tough thing about the rivalry uniforms is that they do cater to the home base. And so if this is why when you go, hey, these are the best ones that dropped today, I have a hard time doing that because I don't have the history of Jacksonville as Bold City, which I just learned about today. I don't have some of the history of some of these other places. So it's hard for me to say with the details that pop out to us here, don't do the same thing there with those jerseys. Yeah. But this is very specifically, it feels like they started with what's the most Houston stuff that we could think of? And they were like, all right, those tiles that you'll see in the various original wards, that Be Someone sign. Like it felt like they started there and they went, okay, how do we tie this together with the uniform? That feels like where it comes from as opposed to, hey, remember the team that we used to have that was taken from us, which I did appreciate within this.
I'm not even there. So what? And I didn't mention these small details as well. You mentioned the face mask, the chrome and candy paint, that they call it on the face mask. That's a tip of the cap to Slabs, flat out. I mean, that's what that's about. And then the white helmet, which was the original helmet way back, and then they changed it before the season even began to the blue. So what are the little details on this that you like the most? Then we'll get to the question of the day: best uniforms, not just in sports but in life.
You want to know my opinion? Oh yeah. So I think the bigger story about this is the white helmets, man, because I feel like a lot of fans been looking for the white helmets for years, man. Like you said, since the beginning, and they finally gave us a white helmet. So I think it looked cool. I think it's clean, and like you said earlier, it don't really I don't look at this and be like Oilers.
That's
like,
not the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, like to me, it's nothing like it. Like pull up the old Oilers jersey. To me, I don't think they similar like that.
Yeah.
So no, I think they did a pretty good job.
How about you, Reggie? When you look at the details of this thing, because to me, I think if I had to pick one, it's the piping on the pants and the sleeves. That the little brick piping.
Yeah, anything that alludes to that tile brick kind of that it makes me smile. It really and truly does. So yeah.
And then I kind of like that they actually did their homework with this. Too,
yes,
man,
big time.
Because a lot of teams kind of be a little bit clueless, and I hate to say it like that, but they be a little bit clueless on their own city.
Yeah.
And they actually do their homework. They do their research on what fans like, what they don't like.
Yeah.
And, they try to dig into the roots of the city. So you could tell with these jerseys.
So, I mean, it seems like the larger consensus for Texans fans is that they like them. Some people love them, in fact. And I appreciate that. But let's take this wider, right? These are really good jerseys. What are the best uniforms in life? And it does not have to stick with sports, but I guess you can go there if you want. 713-572-4610. J-Lo, you picked one that I was like, yeah, this is a really good answer, and it might be my answer, and that is scrubs.
Yeah, on women.
I mean, I think honestly,
I don't know.
Like the scrubs
it's
on guys.
two totally. When guys wear scrubs and women wear scrubs, totally different things.
I mean,
might as well be a whole different.
I
uniform.
feel like guys just throw them on.
Yes, and they're not fitted. They're just kind of baggy and all that. Women know what they're doing. This just in. This just in.
I don't know. Maybe I'm also like sympathetic because I'm like, you look comfortable as hell, big dog. Like, that's also the best thing about it. Like sometimes you see a uniform, and you're like, that's really cool, but also good luck. Like that feels like that is scrubs just seem like everybody's having a good time with this.
Yeah. It's strong. The West Point dress grays. We've been to that game. We've seen them for years. Those are some cool ass, the little cape they have, and then when they're marching, the old gray line as they talk about it, marching in and all that stuff. What about you guys?
Yeah, so the first thing I thought about, and I was totally against this when I was a kid because I went to Catholic schools up to third grade, but just the old school Catholic uniforms, man.
Oh,
just
like the khaki with the tie?
Yeah, with the tie.
Yeah.
Well, you went khaki? I typically think like navy.
Ours were khaki.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was some of both with mine, but you had the girls with the blue plaid dress, like the same old. Like I just kind of like that whole look of just everybody looked the same and everybody. And then the thing is, everybody put their own style to it too. So some might have the shirt button all the way up with the tie. Some might have it loose a little bit. Short sleeve.
You can put a little style on it.
Yeah, yes. And then I also like. I'm looking at tennis right now, the Wimbledon, when everybody wear white.
Agreed.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I love that. I know Serena had an issue with that before, but. Look, everybody got to wear white.
I got to tweet the tricolors of Mexico, their soccer uniform. That's pretty tight. The red, white, and green. That they wear. Those are pretty sweet right there too.
From the 832. Okay, see, this is a worker person. I appreciate that. They said honestly, janitor uniforms always been cool looking to me. Wearing Dickies from head to toe or badass jumpsuits. I can see that.
Yeah,
I could definitely see that. Somebody also talked about like the Marines dress whites or Navy rather dress whites. That's a really cool look.
Yeah. Those are the Marine dress uniforms just in general. It makes you want to join, and then you realize you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, when you go to the Army Navy game, man, they be looking fly.
Yeah, they look real good, and I like this one a lot as well. They said Massachusetts. The 832 said Massachusetts State Police, but I'll take it another step. Any of those officers that wear the Smokey the Bear hat. The Smokey the Bear. Those are sweet, man. The Canadian Mounties and all those Smokey the Bear hats are pretty dang cool.
Some other ones that have come in here on the text line. All right, French made uniform. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Fair.
I mean, it's a class. Is it not overdone?
What's wrong with you?
Okay, just asking.
When is it overdone?
I don't know. It feels a little older, but all right.
Everybody do it all the time.
It feels a little older.
I do like.
He just asked if French-made costumes were overdone.
Yeah, I have. I've watched a lot of American media.
I feel like I don't see it enough.
That's right.
Yeah, because we cycled out of it.
Maybe I'll be reading the Bible all the time.
That's right.
So
that's right. We're good wholesome people.
By the way, I feel like the choir uniforms are cool too. Especially
100. Yes.
You get these
cool.
choir robes.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. That's a really good look.
Yeah, that's a very good look.
Absolutely. All right, so some of y'all are telling us a little bit more about what y'all
Yes.
are getting down with.
Schoolgirl uniform.
There's a lot of these happening. If you had to go with the best in Houston sports history, what do you go with? Because someone's putting up Astros Tequila Sunrise.
Those are definitely. If they're not one, they're two. If they're not one, they are two. Hell, they might be number one.
I think that's it, man.
They might be number one.
I think that's the one.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, the old Oilers uniforms, not to go back there, but they were pretty tight. I mean, they're pretty sweet.
They still look cool.
Yeah,
man.
they still do.
Somebody said that's a man car violation. All right, say what you want. Say what you want. And then you were talking about the Buckingham Palace guards.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, it's iconic.
They have bear skin hats. I mean, if you're wearing a bear skin hat or bear fur, whatever they are, that's pretty sweet.
All right, somebody said marching band uniforms. I don't know. Maybe I just know about how uncomfortable them folks are in those.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about comfort. Comfort clearly matters to me.
Yes.
Comfort really is a thought. I'm just like, I guess I get sympathetically discomfort because I'm like, man, that looks itchy. I don't know if I like that.
Somebody said the Vatican guards, and you've seen these. I got it right here. I don't know. I mean, they're unique. they're definitely unique.
They look like middle-aged mimes.
They really do. That's a great way to do it. Now they got some sweet hats. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, the '90s Rockets joints look good. And
Yeah.
honestly, can we be honest about what the Rockets are doing right now?
Mm-hmm.
I thought they would settle in with me. They haven't.
They haven't yet.
They haven't.
Yeah.
I think it's the font. I think it's like the font that's a little slim on it.
Mhm.
It just does not harken enough back to that previous one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yep.
I'm hoping that we get into like real games and I'm like, all right, it's settled in for me. But
Yeah.
the new Red
You got to
Rock-
see them in person.
Maybe that's the case.
Yeah.
Maybe if I see him in person, this feels like hopium right now. I'm just trying very much to like them more than I actually do.
Kilts and pipes for the Scottish Guard.
There it is.
Yes.
That's the answer.
Yes.
That's a good answer.
Yes.
It's a good look.
Yeah.
Keep those coming in. Swiss Guard, Royal Scotland
Houston
Guard.
Gamblers. That's a top three to me. Houston Gamblers, which had this outline of the state and the I think it was a star where Houston is. And they had that black and red. Those were sweet. The old Houston Gamblers uniforms. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
That.
Fair
I
enough.
like that, yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Keep those coming in on the text line 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, lo and behold, there's even more information about Jed York being out here looking for some strange. We'll talk about that more next.
The Texans offense has a new wide receiver, former Patriots pass catcher. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL, but we did ask in our question of the day, what are the best uniforms in life? And we didn't really talk about any of the sports ones all that much. Some other ones that have come in. Someone mentioned, well, again, more of y'all talking about the things that y'all like, and you know what I mean. Cabaret uniforms came in.
Ooh. How about Vegas showgirls with the big headdresses and all that stuff?
I think that might be more of a different eras thing because that one.
No, they still have Vegas showgirls.
No, I understand they still have them. But I'm saying Figgy, let me ask you: does that appeal to you?
Not really. That ain't the first one I go to.
Yeah. So
no, I'm just saying that's one that comes to mind. Those big headdresses and the long legs.
No, I feel you.
They all have long legs.
It's part of the uniform. No, I'm not saying that it's not. It is not appealing. I'm just saying.
I think they more the legacy act at this point.
I think it speaks to people a little bit more in your age group than it does maybe in my age group. But again, text line can tell me if I'm wrong. People talked about Oregon Ducks football, and I could agree, but in a weird way, I want the old UO logo. I want those Oregon Ducks. I think that those are really cool.
Yeah, you got to be more specific when you say Oregon's uniforms because they have 77 of them.
I'll tell you uniforms that I never like, and this is a side swipe I know. Texas Tech has. I don't know if they put out a single uniform that I actually enjoy.
Is it their logo?
I don't know. It might be.
Their logo is. I hate to take shots because
I've already taken it. Just put it on me.
Like brick letters.
Just basic.
Yeah, put these shots on my tab. Yeah. I got this one.
It looked like a logo somebody drew in school.
Maybe, yeah. It's just kind of basic.
Yeah, and I can't even tell if I like the simplified logo versus the more in-depth kind of chiseled logo. Them in Oklahoma State, just guaranteed to have jerseys that I don't like every time.
Yeah, and get ready to hit the buzzer, Figgy, because I do agree with this one. The Washington Redskins. Those were sweet. Those were sweet uniforms.
Yeah, I think the Commanders, the way when they harken back to them with the modern touches, I think are kind of nice.
Yeah,
I think they're kind of nice. Women in Carnival. Now we're talking. Let's go
real quick. How y'all like the Tennessee Titans uniform? I've been trying to see a good picture of them, like their new rivalry
the rivalry ones.
Dog, it seemed like they shot these pictures in the dark. Like I can't really see the uniforms like that.
I think you're
They're
right.
Like super dark. I'm like, what are y'all trying to hide, man? Put some light over the hell, man.
Yeah, it's funny because it almost feels like they're just kind of hearkening back to the actual Titans, the way that they actually did the Titans colors before they went back to
You're right.
Oilers
you can't
colors.
even get a good look at them.
Yeah, take the filter off.
It is just kind of I don't know if that is actually navy, but it is a darker blue with the light blue accent font.
Well, you can barely see it.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Those pictures is awful, man.
I never
look at the Houston Texans pictures and how clear and clean it is. You can see every detail. You can't see nothing on them pictures.
You know what is a great uniform? Just cowboy, especially Bull Rider.
Yes.
Good look.
With the chaps.
Good look.
Yeah.
Good look.
Yeah.
All right, let's go around the NFL, and I take you immediately to our caught up in prostitution desk headed up by John Lopez. John, what is the latest that we have on San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York?
I believe I said this yesterday, and it's more appropriate today. Wait, there's more.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jed York, let me go through I think this is 8 notes that are here for the Jed York. If you didn't know, Jed York was arrested and actually spent 2 nights, I guess he's done now. Spent 2 nights in jail. That's wild.
That's surprising.
That's wild.
I don't think anybody that has more than $1 million spends nights in jail unless they kill somebody.
2 nights in jail, the Niners owner? That's one of the notes here. All right, so this one is the one for me. I'm going to start at the bottom because this is the one for me that just went, what? So apparently, I'll start from the top so people can get the storyline. So he was allegedly, replied to an ad on a prostitution website. You heard me right.
Okay.
And arranged.
Which one?
I don't know.
See, you didn't do your. He's not doing the capital J journalism, Fig.
Is it Craigslist?
And arranged to pay $140 for sex. Why it wasn't $125 or $150? Don't ask me. It was $140 for sex. He showed up and was arrested on the spot by an agent from a human trafficking task force on Sunday.
Not what you want to get hemmed up in.
Yeah. They cited his cell phone. Remember, this was the big mystery, as the criminal tool, because he used that to, I guess, arrange.
That's a lot less fun.
Yeah.
Everybody's criminal.
That was the criminal tool?
That was the criminal tool, his cell phone.
Weak ass charge. I'm on his side again.
That's right.
All of our cell phones are criminal tools at this point.
But wait, there's more. And see if you change your mind. He was booked into county jail on charges of engaging in prostitution and possessing those criminal tools, or that criminal tool. He posted $5,000 bond and got out later that day. But in court, he was sentenced to 2 days in jail and an $1,150 fine.
Oh, that was his sentence?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we sped through this now, didn't we?
Yeah. Maybe he hasn't even gone to jail yet. Maybe he's going to, the sentence is going to be done later or whatever.
You can serve those 2 days later.
The NFL said it is, quote, still reviewing, and the 49ers released a statement saying, as this is a legal matter which has been resolved, well, okay, we will not be providing any further comment at this time.
That's convenient.
And this is the part that I think most people can kind of roll your eyes at. The $140 he was going to spend for his net worth, which is $500 million, is about the equivalent of 3 cents to anybody worth $100,000.
I mean, how could you pass up a deal?
3 cents.
That's why they stay millionaire, billionaire.
Yes.
Looking for deals.
Rich.
Yes. Okay, so the question that we must talk about here.
We must, huh?
We must.
Okay.
This can't just be like Bob Kraft and the NFL does nothing. And the guy spent 2 nights in jail.
I mean, it can. What would make it where it can't?
I guess it
like
can.
it will be one of those Pablo Escobars. You go to prison, but it's your own prison in your own little fancy house.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a thing where they probably gonna suspend him for like maybe 4 games.
That's what I think is gonna happen. I think it's gonna be a game suspension.
He's gonna get fined.
Yeah.
And it's just like you're rich, man.
Mm-hmm.
So woohoo, you can't go.
Kind of hurt him where hit him where it hurts. You can't go to the games, for 4 games or whatever it is, to use Figgy's example.
Yeah, but whenever they keep dudes from going to the games, isn't it like Dan Snyder territory, where you have been accused of a number of things and nobody around the league likes you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
like those, and I hate to put it that way because, again, I don't want to defend bad behavior, but let's be honest, this is the way the things work, right? Some of your punishment also is determined by how much the people around you actually like you.
Oh, I forgot one more. He filed for his divorce from his wife about a month ago.
Yeah. Which I don't want to be. I want to make sure that I'm sensitive to this. Clearly, my boy's going through something.
Yeah. You called it strange, and it definitely is. But the other thing, you're going to that's the other thing I didn't mention. It was a mobile home park. It was a mobile home park. Where,
now, don't get too stereotypical because you look up the actual park and
I showed you a picture. Yeah,
I mean, it looked like a decently nice neighborhood.
That's fine. It's a mobile home park that he went to pay $140 for sex. That's
sir. On the show, we say some strange.
That's right.
Thank you.
So he clearly has some kind of issue, or as you put, going through some things. I mean, clearly, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, he could have flown to Vegas,
and done it
gone
legally?
to what is it called, the Bunny Ranch or something like that.
Is that the one that Lamar Odom got hemmed up in for a while?
Yeah, paid for it, quote, legally.
Who was on crack?
Thank you for that reminder of Stephen A. Smith.
Right, if it was just about that, like I'm getting a divorce, I'm going through some stuff, I need to whatever. Just fly to Vegas. You're out of sight. Go to one of these bordellos. Pay for it. Quote legally. I would say quote because I think it's like certain counties, certain areas where you can, and do your deal. But he's going to a mobile home park, pay $140. That says a lot
to me. People in his tax bracket usually use like the high end escort service,
right?
Where they be high end, they ain't gonna rat you out. You gonna have to pay a little bit. But you gonna get what you want. They ain't gonna say a word.
Yes.
You ain't gonna get hemmed up. It's I don't want to say it's not illegal, but it's all behind closed doors where you ain't gonna get hemmed up like this, like going to a bogus site.
Right.
You know what? I think I might believe that actually this might have been his first time. Like maybe that's why this was such a bad idea. Like this is so poorly thought out because he just got so desperate that he was like, how do people typically do this? Do they go on the internet? Do they Google? Where do I find some
I've
strange?
been married for so long. I just don't know how to get out here and date.
Go to his Google search history.
All right.
How to find strange.
Looking for women.
Yes.
I don't know how to sign this off, but yeah, that happened to Jed York. Thank you for your reporting on this very important topic, John Lopez. We continue around the NFL where we go from something very silly, obviously not in the sex trafficking range, like obviously that is serious, but the way that we were talking about, at least the Jed York of it did not seem like anybody was particularly hurt in this, so that was silly, but to a very serious topic when it comes to football, as there's been more reporting on CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, obviously a brain injury or a brain kind of a disease is the word to use, that is very much plagued football players, but we did not know to what degree because it can only be detected once somebody passes and their brain is studied. Well, according to a latest study, researchers are saying that at least 25% of NFL players in their sample have had CTE. Now, the thing that I've always said about CTE is I wonder how much of this is selection bias because it is people that are donating their brains largely because they believe that the person in their life maybe had erratic behavior or something to that effect where they felt. But now they have developed a pretty large sample. The sample is 878 players who appeared in at least one NFL game and died in the 6-year period between the years of
2016 and 2021.
Thank you very much. Out of that 878, at least 25% had CTE. Like this is a massive number, all things considered.
25% of anything bad, you don't want to be any part of that, right? If somebody said you have a 25% chance of, well, let's use this as an example. Figgy, and then you have a 25% chance if you continue to be a radio producer and co-host on this show of getting CTE. You'd think twice about it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
Would you?
Yeah, thrice even. And we're not getting the money that is ultimately, like, this is the thing is we still have to consider the life-changing amount of money that clearly happens in football, because that is largely the decision that's made. One of the reasons why we're so upset about college football is all this, hey, the Wild West, but it's because there is so much money at stake. This is, there's people that are really kind of professionalized in high school as they're moving to various different places so that they could play to give themselves the best opportunity to get to money. Yeah, man, that is clearly always been the evaluation here. I'm very curious as to like players that are making that decision now or very recently made that decision. In the same way that when we were first learning about CTE, people were asking, like, how does this affect your decision? Do you think at all about that? I'd be very curious to hear how players right now are starting to think about this, as it is not just, hey, there is a chance that there is this fairly crippling brain disease that is on the other side of this that we're trading on, but that it is very plausible and very probable that you end up coming down with it and it affects the way that your life is lived or the length of your life afterward.
And I'm glad you said that, because that question I just asked you and Figgy, now let me ask it again. If you had a 25% chance of getting CTE by doing the job that we are in right now, you said you'd think twice. What would you think if I could guarantee you $50 million?
I would for sure do it, but I would also think of my way of like trying to get out quick.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Would you still, for $50 million guaranteed, would you do this job if there was a 25% chance you'd get CTE? The answer is yes for me.
I probably would.
Yeah.
And this is the thing is, as we're doing more and more, I'm not involved in this, but as the research continues to be done, I think that also we're finding more and more what CTE means. Because I think that initially we were like, oh my goodness, CTE, but we're finding more and more about what folks are living through with it.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, man, I think there's a question. Yeah, I think that I would still do it as Figgy's talking about, but it very much, I think, becomes, how do you hit for your lick and then get gone before?
So that's why you start seeing a lot more early retirement.
So there was a point in time where it really felt like players were going to just get that initial contract, maybe that second contract, and then see if they can make it out before football did too much damage to them.
And that's why, just to kind of change course here a little bit, that's why it's one of the biggest reasons in sports, not just CTE, but injuries in general and all that. I always side with the players. 100% of the time, because the risks you got to have the reward. There has to be the reward for your family, for yourself, for whatever. And that's why I think this is why these negotiations are so important.
Yeah, 100%. So there you go. A couple more things around the NFL here before we go. Obviously, the Texans traded for Kayshon Boutte. Remember that there was a reporting early on that they were looking into and asking around about a few players. Kayshon Boutte was one of them. Rashad Bateman was another. I completely forgot that Rashad Bateman is in the midst of some legal troubles. And it is being reported that he shoved his girlfriend into a wall before he was arrested. He currently faces, I believe it is like 3 counts of like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but 3 counts currently that he's facing. Because, of course, a paywall stopped me from getting the information that I previously had. But yeah, does that change at all your feeling on at least the possibility that was out there to acquire Rashad Bateman?
Yeah, it affects it anyway, and certainly I think it changes just the perspective from the Houston Texans.
And then one more thing here to lead us out. We've talked a lot about the Browns recently. They're deciding to start Week 1 versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. Deshaun Watson at quarterback, and so I just wanted to kick them while they were down. Do you know that 31 of 32 teams have won their division at least once since the year 2000?
Gee, I wonder what that other one is.
Figgy, would you like to take a guess?
Cleveland Browns, man.
That's right.
It's not that hard.
Since 2000?
The Oilers have more recently won their division than the Browns.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts. This is the year, baby.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Wild card, baby. They got to look at wild card.
Yeah.
this is not an avenue for you.
They're going against the Steelers, the Baltimore Ravens, who are class act type of organizations that's always in it. And then you got Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. They could be in it whenever they want to and stop being cheap and all that stuff. They might need to try to move to another division.
They've lived with that for literal decades, and they're still booing right now.
Yes, they are.
Off of this particular decision, just to remind you how down bad the Cleveland Browns are in this moment. All right, that is Around the NFL here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, what happened to this Astros general manager job? Because as we're obviously Dana Brown has been fired, and you hear people around baseball, they're talking about this as if it is the worst job in baseball. How the hell did we get here? Let's do that next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. The Astros and their 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. And you text in on the program where people are like, that's why Jalen Petrie got the Guardian cap deal. Yeah. I'm glad he's getting his money. And honestly, I'm glad he's wearing the Guardian cap on his helmet to maximize the ability to, lessen injury. I was just talking about this with John. And yes, I'm getting on my soapbox. Apologies. It's not the concussions that get you. It is the subconcussive hits. That is to say, it is your brain rattling around in your skull, and even the ones that do not rise to the level of giving you a concussion and keep you out of football. It is stacking those up that creates the CTE risk, where I don't know if you know, in football, a lot of subconcussive hits, man. A lot of those that
every
come
snap
through.
if you're a lineman.
Yeah. I mean, possibly every snap. I don't know exactly what the level is. I'm nobody's scientist, but I've done a little bit of cursory reading to the point where if you play football, this is a real scare, and that lines up with this reporting of the study that we got, that at least 25% of football players that have been examined for CTE indeed have it. Wild thing to find out, but a wilder thing in a way to find out is that don't nobody like this Astros GM job. Like that is the resounding kind of response that we've seen in the wake of the firing of Dana Brown yesterday. We found out that he was indeed fired. Like it's billed as a parting of ways, but this is a Jim Crane looking at this Astros team and seeing them not kind of really embarrass him in front of company is one way you could say this. Where
in front of the hose, as Figgy would say.
That is also another way to say it, with the losing of a series to the A's, after losing a series to the Angels, after losing a series to the Mariners. Right, it just did not look good, and I understood the frustration. But you fire Dana Brown, and obviously after you get past whatever the postmortem is that you're doing, or maybe in the midst of it, you also look towards, well, who could be the next general manager? And that is something that we still need to talk about, right? Is Jim Crane going to relent on his particular way of doing things? But I think that's some of how we got here. Because, I mean, you could talk with people around baseball. Bob Nightingale expressed similar sentiments. I think they look at this job as the Astros general manager and they go, this is not a good job, in part because Jim Crane is going to meddle in your affairs.
Would you want this Astros job if you were one of the leading general manager candidates in baseball? First thing, let's go through it. All right. You want to look at ownership. What's ownership like? Solid ownership, very good ownership. But definitely involved. And well, I mean, just in terms of, been here, certainly has the resources, all that. From that perspective.
How much of those resources are made available?
That's the second part of it. But he meddles. There's no other way to put it. He's involved in every decision, which can be a good thing if you're not making those decisions. And then does he, this whole philosophy of nothing more than a 5-year contract, is that really the best thing for the team or for him?
Well, I mean, in theory, yeah, it's definitely a good thing for him, right? There's not well, actually, I'm not even certain if that's the case because I thought Spo did a good job of highlighting this on social media recently. One, you're kind of limiting what a general manager can do, right? You're just taking tools out of their toolbox. But then what that's done for the Astros, it's kind of incentivized them to make kind of riskier short-term deals.
Yes.
That is then also kind of hidden money that is you're not getting production or you're not getting the right amount of production out of. You could say this about the Christian Walker deal, right? Yeah. Where you paid him 3 years, $60 million, and at least one of those years was lit on fire because of whatever you want to say. And you're not getting that same production, but it's because you're limited in the way that you go about your acquisition or your allocation is the word that I was looking for of money. Yeah, I don't know if that ultimately helps as well. And I understand the thought process that it comes from, but sometimes in sports and in life, things are not as common sense would dictate, and sometimes things that seem antithetical to your goal actually help you get there. And having such a hard and fast rule makes things more difficult. I don't think that everything's relative is a philosophy that I tend to have, and I think that they need to be more open. But of course, That's not available when Jim Creighton, who is the man who's cutting the check, says we do not do this point blank period.
All right, so let's go down the rest of the list. So ownership, I think we both would agree. Solid owner. Not sure he's a great owner if you're a general manager candidate. Okay, let's go to support staff and those with whom you work. Are you going to have autonomy? Is basically what I'm saying. The answer is no.
Yeah.
The answer is no. You have Jeff Bagwell.
He's going to factor in.
Jim Creighton. You have, whomever else, the advisors might be. So,
and specifically, that's why Click isn't here anymore, right?
Correct.
Click had been trying to expand their front office, and it had been showing dividends, right? You go to the World Series, and the year after, that you part ways with him because,
right?
I mean, it seems like, I can't say definitively, but it seems very strongly like Jim Creighton didn't want to pay for all these people in the staff in order to continue building the way that James Click wanted this to run. If you're a general manager in the modern era, that is kind of how baseball is done. And so if you see Click being let go based off of that, you see how Dana Brown was hamstrung. Why would you want to sign up for that, especially knowing that this is probably the way that the people that you'll be looking to go and get want to run baseball operations as of right now anyways?
So that's two of the three things. I think we both are on the same side on that. Not necessarily the most attractive job. The third thing, and some general managers might consider this the most important one, is what does the roster and the farm system look like?
Yeah.
Ain't great.
Yeah, this is the most basic
Ain't
one.
great.
The ones we were talking about are like institutional, and these are the ones that are endemic of this system. The very basic one is no matter where you go, these were supposed to be the early answers. What am I working with? What are the tools that are available for me? What's the near future that I'm going to be compared to? And maybe you can say it's a low bar because you have an aging roster at the top end. I think that there's probably 4 or 5 rosters that are definitively older.
Right.
But then also so much of your talent in the farm system is on the low side of things. It's not on the high side of things. So you're not going to have it's going to be damn near impossible to have an immediate turnaround for whoever steps in this general manager spot. And you're going to be expected to now, in addition to whatever the we always need to contend mantra is, if Jim Creighton is not going to move off of that, you've got to try and serve that master while also clearly needing to replenish what is happening at the farm system. And we saw with Dana Brown that was not easily done, if at all, right? And maybe you could say that's a Dana Brown thing, but I have to imagine that some general managers, while I'm sure they want to bet on themselves, are saying, is this good money? And is it even going to be good money? Because is Jim Creighton going to sign a big check for that guy? Or is he going to go with guys that he feels like he can maybe control or have some insight on? A text comes in, and honestly, this has been something I've been thinking about recently from the 409. Is Jim Creighton the Jerry Jones of baseball owners? And it's quite possible that that's the case.
It absolutely is. So when you look at the three things that are most important, for a potential general manager or manager, for that matter, because that's coming, to want to sign up for, I think they're all not check. I mean, they're all X's. They're not check marks. Would you agree?
Yeah.
The three most important things, which leads to it's just sort of boggles the mind. Even in 2019, when they moved on from Jeff Luhnow and all the aftermath of the cheating scandal, managers and general managers were tripping over themselves trying to get here. And now I don't know. I don't know if you're going to get the best candidates. It's not an attractive job.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't. And somebody said Jim Creighton is Jerry Jones in regards to involvement, but both are detrimental. Jerry overpays and Jim underpays. Well, the thing about Jerry is he also has some overpays in the ways that you wouldn't think, but he underpays in the other ways. Does that sound like Jim Creighton? Because that's what it sounds like to me, right? And again, I hate to keep harping on Christian Walker, but it's the one that immediately comes to mind. You can make an argument that was some level of overpay, especially from what you've gotten.
Yeah.
But then you look at the other side and you go, well, damn, you could have paid some of the numerous amounts of talent that have left your system. And honestly, I don't think that it's like an absolute wrong that they have this MO, because we've seen some of those guys move on and not actually produce on their next contract. So again, does that mean inherently that the decision to not sign them was wrong? I don't know, but I think that the decision to not find a way to get value out of them because of the edicts and the mantras that have been placed down by the owner have put you in this place where you're not developing talent and you're ultimately looking at the cupboards and they're bare. And so now, where you were turning over talent and continue to develop cheap talent, and you could let those guys walk away at that time, it looked appealing. Now you come in, the cupboards are bare, and those restrictions are that much more evident. Yeah, I think that this is not a good looking job. And so I honestly wonder, unless Jim Crane gets out here and makes it abundantly clear that things are going to change,
that
he's
going to change,
and that he's going to change in some of his. I don't think he needs to change diametrically, because that's probably an unfair thing to ask. But you've got to give a little bit more deference to your general manager, whoever that is, or he's going to end up with Jeff Bagwell taking the job, or one of these assistant general managers that's been here taking the job, and it's going to be more of the same. And honestly, I'm not excited for what the Astros look like in that instant.
And then, the other thing that you have to look at as well, and maybe this is sort of a subcategory of the three things that I mentioned, is who are your cornerstone pieces. They're like, okay, so these guys are going to be the ones that we can build around. Carlos Correa, obviously, not ready to play, but on this team, he's going to be 32 next year. Josh Hader, he's going to be 33 next year. Obviously, Jose Altuve, he's going to be 37 next year. You mentioned Christian Walker, he's going to be 36 next year. Your cornerstone pieces are not only on the wrong side of 30, they're well on the wrong side of 30. It's not the most attractive.
Yeah, I'd be very curious. And again, I can't speak to exactly what this is. I can kind of assume, but you know what assuming does. I'd be very curious at how much deference a new general manager would have to come in and try and adjust this, and maybe try and send some of those talents elsewhere to recuperate. Like maybe the Jim Crane, almost knee-jerk firing of Dana Brown was a realization that this team is not contending in the way that he wants. And maybe that is a level of switch that flips with him, where he goes, now I'm willing to allow us to go to this place. I don't know. His MO would say that's not the case. And that's why I'm so hell-bent on, I would love to hear from him how we're going to handle this.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from him, because that will dictate whether or not this isn't one of those, all right, you try and rebuild in a very intense, or rather intent way, or are you going to be the 2012 Astros again? Because I don't think that the city of Houston wants to sign up for that.
No, but you do need to, and that's what I said earlier. Just firing a general manager is a reset. So does it reset from the top down? In terms of how they approach things? That's the big question.
That is the big question. And unfortunately, I don't think that there's a good way of knowing it outside of hearing from the horse's mouth. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including I have this interesting trend. I'm noticing a trend in sports that I want to talk a little bit to you about, in addition to some of the news of the day. We'll do that next.
The Texans offense has a new wide.
it done.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'? All right, let's get into what's poppin' here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Text line. What's also poppin' is I haven't heard Reggie talk about the acquisition of former K-State Wildcat Deuce Vaughn. Maybe I missed it. It happened quickly.
He's not a fan of it.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, he's got to be, right?
Hold on.
Reggie ain't a fan of it.
Hold on.
Kind of gloss past.
Hold on. There's context. I like Deuce Vaughn a lot. I might have been.
Just says another camp body.
I might have been.
No
I might have.
deal.
He did use that.
I might have been burned when he got drafted, and I talked him up a whole bunch. Like I know he's small, but he can run between the tackles and everything. And it did not look like that when we got to games.
Oh, he could have been the answer to one of those questions of the day we had back, and somebody you were totally wrong on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I know
hyped
why.
him up pretty good too, though. I remember him getting drafted in the draft, and his father.
He was a stud at K-State.
Yeah. He was, especially for his size. I don't think that this is going to be something that factors in a major way for the Texans. I do think that he is going to be essentially a camp body. Unless the injuries that we're talking about with the Texans and Jawar Jordan and Noah Whittington are more substantial than what it seems. If that's the case, then maybe he's around, and that probably speaks. And again, that speaks more to what we're talking about, injuries, rather than I think Deuce himself.
Yeah.
Again, great dude, like really good dude, on top of like a really interesting college runner, but we haven't seen it at the NFL level.
We'll see. Just 23 years old. I'm actually higher on his prospects. I'm not saying he's going to be, replacing Woody Marks or Dave Montgomery, but his prospects of maybe finding a place.
Do you think he could beat out Jawar Jordan or Wilmington or? Okay.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Which one? Both or?
I think he more fits the change up kind of guy, the Jawar Jordan type. Just me. Could be dead wrong. And I'm still living on his K-State days and some of the things. Remember he had a great preseason too. He was one of those preseason heroes 1 year with the Cowboys, where he was like every game like, ooh, Deuce Vaughn, he may start. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah. I lived it.
Yeah.
I lived it. I've been burned. I love me some Deuce Vaughn. Just I don't think this is the thing. I'm protecting my heart, John.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
I need you to understand. I'm protecting
like
my
after
heart.
a bad break, you still want to go out again.
I will be very excited.
I'm done with women.
I'm done with women. Never again. If you see me with a woman, slap me across the face.
I'll be very excited if it does turn out that here comes the Deuce Vaughn that I remember used to seeing.
And he's like, she is kind of cute.
Bill Snyder Family Stadium. But I have a feeling that is not what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what's going to happen in New York on this 6-game road trip for your Houston Astros, with Joe Espada having traveled with the team to New York, according to reports? But with all of the fallout and everything, the Astros have a 3-game set versus the Yankees. Still an important one, obviously, but the tone and tenor of this entire team is one of nastiness. What are you expecting anything? Ethan Pecco on the bump for the Astros today.
Arrow is pointing down almost on every front in terms of just sort of the consistency and the change at general manager and the lame duck status of the manager. That's going to just sort of, we talked about it earlier, it's just going to change the way the players feel, their approach. They're still going to be pros and try to play professional and hard and all that, but I think subconsciously they're in disarray. That's one way. I think Ethan Pecco, we still don't know, decent enough effort in his first outing. He goes against Will Warren today against the Yankees at 6:05. Then you have Peter Lambert. We know his last outing, what was that, 18-2 or something like that, a game ultimately. So we'll see how he responds after putting so many innings on that arm this year, more than he ever has. And then on Sunday, you got Wesneski. Again, who knows, against, remember this guy, Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole on,
I've heard of him.
On Thursday. I said Sunday, on Thursday.
Doesn't he play for himself?
Yeah, he is a representative of himself.
I think that's how that works.
I actually heard him say that. I was standing right on the end of the hallway. I was like, wow. Wow.
Well, funny that you mentioned wow as we're getting into what's popping here, because that was a lot of Texans fans' reactions to the dropping of their rivalry uniforms. They are a nice icy white with light blue trim, which harkens back to the Texans, or not the Texans, rather Houston's, the tile motif that they used on curb cuts in the original wards, actually around your spot.
Yep.
Where's that again?
I've got those tiles in those colors right at the end of my block.
And where's that?
Right up there in First Ward.
I'm close. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them one of these days. No, but you very clearly see the H-Town love, which is, I imagine, why they went with the H logo on the helmet. I've seen some people say that they would rather that whited out bull be on the side of the helmet, but I think that this is really
like the
much
H.
They wanted to really focus on the H. But yeah, there's that. There is that same kind of tile cut motif with a lot of the trim and the nameplates. But then almost maybe the most, well, I don't want to say the most Houston, but one of the most fun things, at least from my perspective, is that the number font is actually, it harkens back to the Be Someone graffiti that goes on that one train overpass
right
on
by my
45.
house.
Yeah. That is right by your house.
You in the heart of the city.
I didn't even get him that. He's giving
right
it up
by
himself.
Lopez's house.
There you go,
You
right
can
there.
almost see it from my house.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And where's that again?
Right over there. You can almost see it. The Be Someone sign.
You've got this as the best of the 8 rivalry jerseys that dropped, right?
Yeah.
Have you taken a good look at any of them?
Oh, would you disagree? I have. I had them called up. I was looking at them very closely. I think this Houston jersey is the best they've ever done. This uniform, I should say, is the best they've ever done. You heard me correctly. In any uniform, I think this Houston uniform is the best of any that dropped today from the NFC North and the AFC South. I think that the devil is in the details, and it really sparkles with this uniform. You mentioned the tiles, and the white helmet is another part, and the H-Town right on the front of the helmet. Doesn't say Houston, it says H-Town.
On the back of the jerseys, on the inside of the collar, it says Houston in light blue, except the U.S. is in red, which I did appreciate. Like it's us. Yeah. Very much, again, pointing to the idea.
All the little details were great. It has that chrome-ish highlighted color on the face mask, which is a tip of the cap to some of the slabs that sparkle on our streets. They just so many things they did right on this. And I do want to emphasize this because you're going to inevitably get this from Titans fans and even some just general haters out there. Oh, you're just trying to be the Oilers. I can't emphasize this enough, and I'll be curious because I think you both are in this boat. From our listener, I'd be curious. I'm not even thinking Oilers with these uniforms. I'm thinking H-Town. I'm thinking Houston.
It's hard not to think a little bit about it because of the
little
similarity.
bit, yeah.
But it does feel like everything originated from how do we say Houston, and then that's how you got there.
Yes.
Yeah. It just seemed like people trolling at this.
They're trying too hard with
because
this.
now I don't even see people saying, "Oh, you trying to be like the." I see people flat out saying, "Oh, look at Houston trying to be like the Titans."
Yeah.
Who the hell want to be like the Titans?
Nobody.
Like who is just sitting around saying, "You know what? I want to do what the Titans are doing."
Yeah. That's a great point. Nobody.
I'm not going to rank them, but of the 8 uniforms that debuted, I can say definitively I don't like the Colts one. It's basically just like the Blacks Colts jerseys. I don't love those. The Tennessee Titans ones, I mean, they're fine, I guess. The ones that I do enjoy, and I'm not going to say whether, like, because I haven't thought about it enough to say that I like them more than another one or whatever. I do enjoy what the Vikings are doing with kind of some Norse type accents to what they're doing there.
Yeah.
The Green Bay jerseys look really good to me.
I like the Green Bay. If I had to pick, my second favorite would be the Green Bay.
Like they're a classic. But my second favorite is probably the return of the monsters from the Chicago Bears, like the monsters in the Midway look. Love that. Love that. Like it's a really cool way.
I like the orange.
Yeah,
I like the
I don't
orange.
really care for it that much.
Really?
Yeah. I thought it was Syracuse for a minute.
It does look like Syracuse.
It does feel Syracuse, but
I'm not saying nothing wrong with it, but it's cool.
It's a historic kind of color combination as well, which is why those things look the same.
And I think the rivalry uniforms have to be different, which is why, like, noticeably different, which is why I'm not real high on the Vikings. It just looks like a Viking uniform with some touches to it.
Sure.
So I would rank it Houston 1, Green Bay 2, probably Bears 3, although I do like Detroit's. I do like Detroit's as well.
On top of that, the Jags put one out there that has a bold city mantra, and I just didn't realize that Jacksonville was referred to as Bold City.
Me neither.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Why didn't go by just Duval?
Exactly.
Put Duval right there.
That's what they really should have done.
Well, they were trying to find some level of theme in
something
there.
city. Everybody trying to do something city.
Like I wonder, outside of Houston, do people know that it's called the Bayou City? Like that's what it feels like to me. You know what I mean? Where it's something that
you're better
inside
with
the city
H-Town.
you know this,
Yeah,
and everybody goes, "Wait, what is that?"
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, this is how.
Is that Baton Rouge?
No, that's here. Somebody said we can all agree that the Jags are the worst, right?
Mhm.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
I plead the fifth.
I might have to go with Tennessee, to be honest, man.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yep. I agree.
Somebody said graduation gowns. Wait, who's? Oh, I don't know what they're talking
Uniforms.
about. Oh, uniforms.
Yeah,
Got
those
you.
are sweet.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know what I like about a graduation gown is the top of the cap. Nowadays, that everybody's like
Decorating?
really decorating them, and it becomes very specialized to what they're doing. Yeah, that's really cool. Some other things that are popping. I wanted to talk to you about this, John, because I don't know if you saw that Mark Lowry of the T-Wolves is looking to sell his controlling stake in that team. Is this a trend now where we're seeing ownership really fully treat this outwardly like just turning over an asset as opposed to wanting to really buy it? Because, I mean, he relatively recently bought in. We were talking a little bit about the Walter fellow in L.A., although he has very particular circumstances with the way that his – have you delved into the funny money nature
Oh my gosh.
of the insurance?
As much as I can understand, it's
hard.
really convoluted.
It's convoluted financial stuff. One of these
Yeah.
days I'll try and find a way to make it more layman so that we can understand just how much like kind of pseudo fraudulent
Like
stuff.
everything from there's no way Ohtani can stay and and just the way he's using the money and how he's got the money and all. It's very, very confusing.
Basically, he's leveraging money on insurance companies in the way that you're not supposed to be able to leverage the money.
Yeah.
That's
that money's coming due and it's a whole
so that's
mess
why
of a
he's
thing.
selling off. But there's a lot of other teams that are selling off, or a lot of other ownership stakes rather that are being sold to other. And I'm wondering, are we getting to this place where now sports teams are fully and openly no longer about you being, you owning a thing in the community and it just being an asset that is to be turned over periodically for more money?
And I saw when you put this on the doc, is this a trend? And my first thought was, well, it's trending. I mean, it's more than one already. So yes, is this a trend? Everything that we see is yes, it's trending. There are so many, companies and consortiums and all these other teams that are just selling their assets. So yes, is this a trend? Yes, because it's happening right now.
This can't be good for sports.
No, not at all.
I know we think of sports as kind of an absolute, but I think that we have to be careful because there's a lot of things that we thought of as absolutes that have become ancient or gone the way of the dodo bird. Not to say that I think that's what will happen with sports, but you can become less of a ever-present thing by not being careful. And I do wonder if your caretakers of these teams are less and less incentivized to actually care about the caretaking and more incentivized to just create it as turn it over as an asset. I think you get closer to the downside of what's happening here.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. The days of being invested emotionally as much, if not more, as financially are dying.
It's a sad thing that's happening.
Yeah.
I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that this is just kind of a blip, as sometimes things can pop up and seem like trends and not. I really hope not, because that would really suck, because culture around sports is one of those things that really matters and makes it special for us. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's play a game that we like to play periodically. Would you rather? We'll talk about a lot of things in sports and give you a either or proposition. Play along on the text line 713-572-4610. We do that next.
Real college football this weekend, man. Real college football.
for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. I saw someone earlier, and let me make sure that I get this text back up. They were like, was the new 95.7 logo intentionally similar to the tile and blue color of the new jerseys?
Nope, they copy off of us. They took our sauce.
I think they happened independently at the same time, and so it's kind of cool that.
No, who rolled theirs out first?
We rolled ours out first. So as far as you know, Figgy is technically correct, but I fairly
we giving
certain.
out sauce for free.
Did they take our idea?
We giving out that sauce.
But I mean, it makes sense if both of these brands are so uniquely tied to. We want to be Houston, and so it makes sense that they ended up in similar places.
Yeah,
but
and we ain't looking at the damn Titans.
Yeah,
and say, "Ooh, maybe we should start doing that."
I will say, if you are as hyped about these jerseys, it seems like you want to stay looped in with the drive today, because they will be having Doug Vosick of the Texans, who's bringing in the new threads, 3:40 p.m.
Hey now,
definitely get in on the Mo Cameron Drew Lawyer live streams, the YouTube and the Twitch chat, so you can see them. They're gonna put one on Ron, right? We're gonna get one on Ron today.
Oh, we have to.
We're gonna get one on Ron today.
We have to. That's a great point.
I might stay around after the show to make sure that we put a jersey on Ron today. But yes, that'll happen today. All right, let's do a little bit of Would You Rather here. 713-572-4610 to play along. J-Lo's got some circumstances, some either-or circumstances. We got to pick one.
All right, let's see how you guys will fall on this. Let's start with the baseball one. All right, think about this now. Would you rather have Joe Espada finish the season as Astros manager or have cut bait with both of them?
I think knowing that there is a dead end at the end of the street anyways, I'd rather they cut bait with Joe Espada. Now, there's the thought process of you still are within realm of and range of going to the playoffs. I think if it wasn't Omar Lopez sitting next to him, I would say let Joe Espada finish it out, and see what you can do with that, the connection that he has with his players. But I think that you can give yourself an opportunity to get a small taste of what the Omar Lopez managerial tenure could be like, and so you give yourself an opportunity to try that out. That's the only reason why I go, let's go ahead and move along, since that's where you're going to get to eventually.
I would say move along from Joe Espada. I would say cut bait with him now. And honestly, this might sound crazy. Maybe I got my rose-colored glasses on, but we done seen teams cut bait with their managers. Now, it wasn't this late in the season, but
Red Sox.
Yeah, you seen them cut bait with their manager and they make a run. You seen it with the Phillies. So, I mean, I would just be rolling the dice. I'd just try to see if they could get a little energy from this and then maybe make a run, because they still in the hunt. They still right there.
I'm with both of you guys, and for the same reasons. We've seen teams make a big run, like Figgy said, and they don't even need to make a big run. They're a half game back.
Yeah, just get in the dance.
And Omar Lopez, as you said, those two things right there should have went ahead and just,
And it seemed like that was what Jim Crane wanted to do. I think that the timing of whatever the personal matter that Joe Espada is dealing with might have factored into the decision for him to still remain with the team, at least for the time being. I don't know. It all seems like a cluster.
All right. Would you rather have Kayshon Boutte as the number 2 receiver or Jaden Higgins?
Oh, I'd rather have Jaden Higgins.
Well, he answered that fast.
I mean that sincerely. I'd rather have Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
I think that he does more all the way around, and I think that he was developing himself into that place where he
no shade on Jaden Higgins, by the way. It's just a fair question, I think.
No, I hear you. And the big thing about Kayshon Boutte is he is a big play receiver. I think Jaden Higgins was developing himself into being not exactly the same level, because he's, one of the better big play receivers if you're just focusing on that portion of the game. I think Jaden Higgins was developing himself to add that on top of the other things that he does well. Plus, I don't know that Kayshon Boutte has a future here in Houston. I think he's a mercenary this year to help you get your job done.
Well, that has nothing to do with the question.
But Jaden Higgins absolutely does, and I think that factors in. And I want him here. I would rather him here for this year, obviously to help them this year, but then also to continue to build on top of that for years to come.
Yeah, I'd rather have Higgins too. I think I'm more intrigued what he can do in the future than what Boutte could do. So I think I'd rather roll the dice. I would say it like this: I'll roll the dice on Higgins.
I'm going to disagree with both of you on this one, and because I'm looking at this year, this Super Bowl window. as it is. I'll take, hey, Jaden Higgins, no offense, still want to take you fishing, but
He's going to have more time.
He's going to have more time.
He ain't going fishing with you now.
Yes, he will.
True.
I'd rather have Kayshon Boutte this year.
I think you might be underselling just how much of the route tree Jaden Higgins runs.
I'm not. And even if you just look at the regular season, and we know what Boutte did in the postseason, even against Derek Stingley, twice.
Just letting you know, the Kayshon Boutte trade is officially official now.
I saw that.
Yeah.
But even if you take away the postseason, just in the regular season, they were essentially the same player last year, statistically in touchdowns, pretty much receiving yards, and the catches were were similar as well.
So you're telling me a fourth-year player and a rookie were the same player?
Well,
okay. I just wanted to make sure that.
Were they not?
No, I'm just saying those are different things.
What I'm saying is last year.
I've heard coaches say that the biggest jump that happens in the NFL is from year 1 to year 2.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is last year they were essentially the same player.
Yeah. No,
and then he was better in the postseason.
Yeah. If we going
and he's a better big play threat.
But see, if we going off Jaden Higgins from last season and Boutte from last season, then I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt like Jaden Higgins probably going to make a bigger jump.
So it was one of the stories of camp.
Yeah, that's why I said I will probably roll the dice on Jaden
But for
Higgins.
this year, when they need it, frankly, I'd give the slight edge to Boutte. All right.
Always give the edge to Boutte.
Always. Speaking of Kayshon Boutte, would you rather he wear number 9 or Brevin Jordan? He wore number 9 in New England.
He did. I'm going to say Kayshon Boutte, and it's honestly less about like who gets the number and more because I kind of am comfortable with the tight end wearing the single digit.
Mm-hmm. Uncomfortable, you mean?
Yes, uncomfortable. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Every time I saw Brevin in that 9, it's not a big deal clearly, but I don't know. I kind of like seeing my tight end in that 80-something number. Also worth noting, Kayshon Boutte before he wore 9, he wore 80. I don't think we're doing that.
No, we're not doing that.
I don't think we're doing that one. So I'd like you to be able to get that number and help me kill 2 birds with 1 stone here.
Yeah, I think I'd rather Brevin just keep his number. He had that number for a little bit now. Ain't no point I don't think Boutte is. I know how much you like him, Lopez, but
I don't. Be a thing.
Oh yeah, we're all sophomore.
I don't think he's that damn good where you gotta give up that number.
I'm gonna do it from a different perspective. I'm gonna say give Boutte number 9 simply because there's been some bad juju with Brevin wearing number 9.
Oh, you're like, hey, can we switch something up and see if it fixes it?
Let's shake up the bats here, man.
By the way, how do you feel about Brevin Jordan right now? Again, he's not dealing with the same season-ending injury, but we're still waiting for Brevin Jordan to get out here on this field.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Just shake up the bats, man. Change it up a little bit.
Kenyon Green tried to do that.
All right, here's one. And this was just.
Why did you bring up Kenyon Green? Why did you think that helps me?
Remember you had D'Amico Ryan's number?
Yeah.
And we nah.
Don't do that.
You got to take that off. Yeah, I think it was year 2. He ended up going to a different number.
Yeah.
Didn't work out right.
Would you rather the Texans lose to the Colts week 3 or the Cowboys week 4?
I think the Colts week 3. Because that's
division game.
But it's on the road, and you're going to have the comeback. And I think you kind of think that division games can be split anyways. So, yeah, I think that'd be the case as opposed to the Cowboys where, I don't know, I just feel like for those listening, I think that your lives go a lot better if the Cowboys fan in your life can't be talking that crazy talk.
Yeah, lose to the Colts and beat the Cowboys, man. Like, you want Thanksgiving to be all about your Houston Texans.
Yeah.
You don't want that uncle that's a Cowboys fan coming in. Nephew, what about the Cowboys? Yeah.
You see week 4?
Yeah. Nah, we don't need none of that, man.
Dude,
we get the Colts.
I'm with y'all so much. Hate to lose a division game.
Yeah.
But Cowboys fans, good God, they're going to be insufferable. Good gracious, they'll be insufferable. All right, here's one based on the uniforms today. Would you rather the Texans make the new H-Town blue uniforms their regular road uniform or their traditional roads?
Wait, what?
Like this becomes their more in the rotation, I should say.
As opposed to what they currently have.
Yeah.
No, I like the new redesign. I think that this works very much as a special uniform. I don't want this to be their all the time road uniform.
Yeah, I'm with Reggie on this one. Like, I think it's cool. These one of the uniforms I think is so cool that you can't break it out every single home game.
I want to see it 2 or 3 times a year, man, on the road.
Really?
That's slick. It's just slick.
No, it is.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like when you got that nice Easter suit Like, you can't wear it every single Sunday.
Yeah, but the Texans
You
regular.
got to break it out once a year, man, or twice, maybe twice a year.
Maybe 3 times. Maybe 3
I'll
times.
give you 3 times.
The Texans regular road uniforms, I like them, but they're pretty much just like predictable. Like they're just.
Yeah, that's what uniforms tip. That's literally
man,
what a
not
uniform
anymore.
is.
Not anymore.
That's literally the idea of uniforms.
Yes, like
that
the
they're
H-Town
predictable.
Blues.
But see, the thing is, I think the reason why they didn't really have a big switch with that uniform is people like their original uniform, so they didn't want to do too much with it.
Yeah, maybe I'm a sucker. I'd like to see them as often as possible.
And I know that obviously we went through the whole redesign, and that's part of the things that people were anxious about. Is the last redesign, when you first saw it, it didn't look right, and then you got to see it in real life, and it felt different. I love what these uniforms are. Like, really and truly. I love looking at them. They've grown on me even more than I thought they would. So, I would, even if that was to be the case, right?
Yeah.
I need it to be a little further away. I need to spend a little bit more time with what they have right now because it's really good.
I'm with you. Would you rather Jeff Bagwell remain as Jim Crane's advisor going into next season, or Joe Espada remain as manager?
I think I'd rather Joe Espada remain as manager. I think that there's something to be said about still him making the most of what he has, and I think the biggest problem that the Astros have starts at the top with the way that they've gone about things. And so you talk about shaking up the bats. I would like Jim Crane's MO to switch up, and if that's a Jeff Bagwell thing, like a legend in this city and with this franchise.
You running that legend out of town?
If I need to, there are places where legends have had to be run out of town to make sure that hey man, we're not gonna eat off of the killer bees from back in the day. We need good baseball right now. And if you are the person that precludes us from that, love you, really and truly do. You can't do this.
I'm gonna say Joe Espada, and the reason I'm saying that is I don't think just getting rid of Jeff Bagwell will make everything much better. I think it's a Jim Crane thing, man. He is the guy that makes all the decisions. So I just don't think it's that one. It's not like an Easter bee thing where this one person is controlling everything, and once that person is gone, somebody else is controlling.
Man, but he's got his ear.
He got his ear.
He got his ear.
You know what this feels
still
like?
Jim Crane, man.
You know what this feels like in my mind, Fig? When you was in school and the knucklehead and the knucklehead's friend in the back of the class and the teacher was separating them. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to separate them. Like, they might still be knuckleheads individually, but they can do less damage apart. You know what I mean?
So how long not Jim Crane, but how long has Jeff Bagwell been his man's? Like,
I think it was kind of not really, as public, but I think pretty much the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's just that Luno had more control, and then once Luno left and Click came in, then Bagwell began to kind of assert more.
And see, that's why I'm like, man, like, I don't know if that's going to fix anything, because they did win a World Series when that was his
Bagwell
man.
was around. He was an advisor.
So I don't know if that's going to change anything. I think it got to be Jim Crane to make the change.
That is fair. All of that is fair to know. Ultimately, I'm just like, whatever I need to do to try and shake up the change in the MO that the owner has had right now, because I think that it's very clear that it is factored into where you are right now. If he can ultimately give that shake up, hell, I don't know if he isn't already in that place, because we have not heard from him. But I just want to see a change in the way that they handle things, because right now your general manager position looks undesirable to the best candidates.
Yeah.
And that should not be the case for a team that has been so successful recently. You want to get the best candidates, because that's how you get the best baseball on the field.
I'm with both of you guys. I was just kind of having fun with the conversation, because I think it's he's a legend and it's interesting. But I'm with you both. All right, one more here. Would you rather Blake Fisher make this roster or Jake Andrews?
Blake Fisher. I'd rather Blake Fisher make this roster. I think that you have a number of center options, especially ones with versatility. I look at your tackle depth, and I get it. I'm not excited to see 57 run out there, per se, with all due respect to Blake Fisher. But I'd rather have just people that I can throw in there in the instance that something happens. Because right now, it feels like your best backup left tackle option is Trent Brown, who in and of himself you have questions injury-wise about. Now, he did come into this year.
Or Braden Smith.
I don't know if Braden Smith is playing on the left side.
I'm just saying that as a backup.
But we've seen
Trent Brown might be your starting right tackle.
Well, I think that in the instance where, God forbid, knock on wood, Ariante Ursary needs to miss time.
Flip him?
I think they would move Trent to left, and then because we've seen him play left in this training camp. But again, he also has injury issues. I think that as a ultimate backstop for where you want to go and playing 20 games this year, I think I'd rather have Blake Fisher. Now, if we get to cut down day and I see some better options out there, please.
Right.
But yeah, I think that scares me more, the possibility of not having a good tackle play as opposed to Jake Andrews. And I already think that he comes in with limitations physicality wise at the center position. I think that we've got enough guys that could probably play center well enough that I don't need Jake Andrews right now.
Yeah, I probably roll with Blake Fisher as well. Just pretty much, Reggie summed up everything.
Yeah, I'm with it. All
right, a little bit of Would You Rather here in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you playing along. Somebody said if Brevin Jordan's on the field, he can keep it. If he can't hit the field, he may leave the team. I mean, that feels like that would be the case.
Mm-hmm.
How many years has this been now of tacking on that extra year to see if you could get it out of him? I really do hope that he plays, but it's been a little disappointing to not be able to see him out here, especially because I was looking forward to see what his tight end play could add to the multi-tight end sets that we were getting. Well, hopefully there's still an opportunity, but we'll see. Coming up next, though, we get you your lunchtime confessions as we do. Coming up next on the Fan.
The Texans offense has a new wide receiver. Former Patriots pass catcher Kayshon. The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think most votes are in, and most people absolutely love the new Texans uniforms. I think they're the best.
Except for one person.
I think they're the best they've ever had. Who's the one person?
Was it for USA Today, a writer from USA Today that thinks that they're actually the worst of the 8 that dropped today?
Oh, yeah, he's an idiot.
Was it somebody from US?
Yeah.
I seen somebody else.
Ranked him 32nd. Dummy.
I seen somebody else take it for what it's worth. He called himself a Titans reporter.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, okay, that's strike one right there.
Yeah. But my confession is there is something about these Texans uniforms that I'm dang near distraught about.
Distraught?
Yes.
That's a strong word.
Very disappointed in.
It's a big word for Elmo.
Very, very disappointed in with regard to these uniforms.
All right.
They're not going to be available until September 1st.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Shout out to one of our texters that apparently immediately.
No, Nike. I just looked at it.
Okay. Well, one of our texters immediately hustled to the team store.
Yeah.
That's the kind of hustle I like to see. And they were like, yeah, they're not going to have them until September the 1st. And you have now confirmed it as the capital J journalist that you are.
Yes.
That, September 1st is when they
Nike,
will sell.
they're not going to start releasing them and selling until September 1st. What's the use? What are we doing? And I was telling Reggie.
It's only a week, though, ain't it?
It's a week. There's 2 ways to say that word.
No, you had me thinking it was like August 5th.
The whole idea, and I think
Just next week.
Most people would agree, you announce the uniforms, what are people going to want to do?
Go buy them.
Go buy them.
Okay, we'll see you next week.
That pre-sale,
I don't think they have pre-order right now.
I was telling Reggie during the break, I'll bet you this is like a distribution
It
problem.
might not be. It might. Hey, they want to.
They couldn't have done this on purpose.
They want to drum up the interest.
No.
And then in a
So
way-
is it just the Houston Texans or just overall?
I just saw Nike tweeted about the Texans available September 1st. That is so wrong and so bad. Like, how many people are making that call? Like, oh, sorry, we'll see you on September 1st. Like, what are you doing?
Hell, they made us wait this long to even see them.
Right.
So let's make them wait another week.
Remember during COVID, they always said, what was it? The supply chain.
Yeah, the supply chain.
It's a supply chain thing. It's a supply chain thing.
I thought we got that fixed.
I got to believe that that's what
Tariffs.
the case is here. Dude.
Yeah, that's the new one.
I love absolutely. This is my favorite uniform the Texans have had.
You gonna buy one?
I would have. Not
He's
for
like,
me.
He's like, no, I'm not.
I guarantee you right now, go over to Harwin. They probably got it.
They mocking them right now.
They can't make them fast enough.
It's already on the mannequin. Just drive by.
But I mean, come on. They're better than that. It has. I'm not going to blame the Texans because it has to be like a supply chain or a distribution or something.
Yeah, probably Nike, to be honest,
Man,
trying to do
that's
this
a-
little
that's a
rollout.
Bad look.
I appreciate the 713. It's like, hey man, I get paid next week, John. Chill.
Okay, so you can get them.
That is. I mean, they
Yeah.
dropping
First
them
of
on
the
the
month?
first of the month.
Yeah.
I feel like there might be something to this here, John.
These are my confessions.
I think I might have handled running into a listener wrong this weekend, fellas.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
I know I don't, because I love our listeners, and I especially love when they are kind enough to say what's up to us in the wild, so to say. So Sunday I hosted with Paul Gallant here 10 to 1. Why am I acting like I did more work than I did? So at 1, getting off the air, I was like, I'm gonna go get me some breakfast.
All right.
Stop by a diner around these parts. I was just sitting there eating my omelet, watching a little bit of Astros baseball. Yes, I know. And then sitting next to me, a guy just was like, "Excuse me," turned over and was like, "Are you Reggie from the Fan?" I was like, "Yeah, man, nice to meet you." So my guy's name is Soap, or he goes by Soap, and we were chopping it up a little bit. And he's like, "All right, let me run something past you." And so what he ran past me was an idea to try and integrate women into the NBA, where you would have maybe a rule where if one woman's on the court, another woman has to be on the court to guard her, so on and so forth. But then the women would get to, have 4 points.
Kind of like beer league softball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he's running by this earnest idea, and I appreciated it because he's like, appreciate what we do. And I feel like my reaction was not just to like kind of let him have it. My reaction was to actually break it down, and I feel like I handled that wrong.
That's not a surprise. His reaction was to break it down. Okay, but if you do that,
according to the PPR.
So you're saying that I did handle?
Oh, I wasn't even there, and I know you did.
All right,
yeah,
thanks. Excellent.
I wasn't even there.
So if you're listening, let me know. Let me know if I was a jerk about that. I thought I was just trying to engage with what you were bringing to the table. I thought it was earnest. I thought it was an interesting thought.
Did you throw a cold bucket of water on it?
I think I did. Yes. I think I really and truly did.
Again, I wasn't even there, but yes,
I think I did.
You did.
Just even this little part you telling me, I'm like, damn, that kind of sounds like an interesting idea.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, Reggie dumped all over.
He's like, nope. That won't ever happen.
Yeah,
sir.
See, this doesn't happen often. People don't usually pick me out in public, so maybe I need to work on my game. Saying what's up. I appreciate, man. Soap was even nice enough. He bought my omelet for me. So
wow!
Yeah, he was.
And you did that to him?
Well, I mean, I wasn't trying to be a jerk.
Yeah.
No, I remember one time I was sitting there eating some crawfish, and some dude came in. He was staring at me. To the point I told my wife, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here, but I think something about to go down. And then he walked up, hey, you Figgy Fig? What's up, man? I thought that was you, man. What you doing here in the hood? I'm like, man, brother, I thought you wanted that work.
Have to be throwing hands.
Yeah, when somebody stare at you.
Yeah.
And that was early on too, so I wasn't sure what was going on, but I'm like, okay, that was cool.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of 95.7 The Fan, I got to confess. Remember early on, I was a little bit nervous about my wife listening.
Yeah.
And come to find out, she was like, nah, I still ain't going to listen. But anyway, this was a couple weeks ago. This is when we first changed over. And she sent me a video in the car with the station playing. So I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, you listening? And she's like, nah, it was just on when I got in the car.
Okay.
I turned to a book.
She's listening to an audiobook?
Yes. I'm like, damn, I was a little bit offended. But that's just a side note. But here's my confession. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I feel like it's a little bit rude when I get in the car and somebody decide to put on an audiobook that they already in the middle of. Do you feel like that's kind of rude?
I think you're right. Yeah, you listen to that when you're driving by yourself in traffic.
Yeah. In the middle of the book. Like, I have no idea. Like, my wife do this all the time. We get in the car, she's like, great, I can listen to my audiobook. And it's right in the middle of something. I don't know what's going on. It's not even like jumping in front of a TV in the middle of a TV show.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea what's going on.
No, I think I'm with you.
And just the book just going, and Becky walked into the diner and she saw the man making a coffee.
Well, you can make her change it by just asking a bunch of questions. Who's Becky? What diner?
Ooh, that's a good point. You've done this before, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Why did you know that answer so quickly? He's like, oh, I know how to fix this. No problem.
Yeah. I feel like it's a little bit rude, man.
No, it is. It's a lot of bit rude.
Because I listen to podcasts and different stuff like that, too. But when somebody get in the car with me, I just put on a generic radio station or something like that. Just a little bit of music, because I don't want to have you in the middle of the podcast and you don't know what's going on and all that stuff.
It's also kind of antisocial because if you're listening to a podcast, we're not having a conversation.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you got to focus even more than music. I mean, you got to I'm listening to the book.
And there's a couple times where I jumped in on hey, where you trying to go? And then she had to hit pause.
That always sucks.
And I'm like, my bad, man. I'm like, I'll just be quiet. I'll just look on my phone.
Yeah, you just got to start asking a bunch of questions about the book.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Record it and let us know how it goes.
These are my confessions.
Real quick confession, but I got a question first for both of you.
Okay.
Not like your favorite player, just in general. What's one of your favorite players right now to watch?
Ooh,
does anybody come to mind, like just a player to watch?
Olivia Miles.
Yeah, really?
I love watching Olivia Miles.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite player that you just maybe Premier League, maybe WNBA, maybe baseball?
I'm trying to think like which sport.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching Ms. Rasky pitch.
All right. You know who mine is?
Who's that?
Kinley Rasmus.
Man,
she has taken the Little League World Series by storm. Did you see what she did yesterday? First of all the signs in the stands and the chants, fear the bow. If you don't know, Kinley Rasmus, who's Kobe Rasmus's niece, right?
Yes.
And then her father, I forget his first name.
I don't remember.
Played in the MLB as well. She plays for Alabama. She came into the game. They were down 5-0. She came in to pitch. she immediately they hit a comebacker to her, a line drive back to her. She caught it and doubled them up. Then she struck out 6 in the next 4 innings.
Sheesh.
Then she had the game-winning RBI, and then she struck out the last batter with a curveball. Kinley Rasmussen, they did a piece on her on Good Morning America.
She's just out there dealing, huh?
She is just killing. She might, right now, not Caitlin Clark, not, like you said, Miz or other. She's my favorite player to watch right now.
That's the beauty of sports.
Yeah.
You just find a story that's really fun.
Yeah.
You just rock with it.
Hey, Lopez, don't ask Reggie if she can possibly play in the MLB with the fellas.
That wasn't even the point. That wasn't even the point.
Got a 5-gallon bucket. He's got one of those Home Depot orange buckets full of water.
My very first point was if we're adding
ALS challenge over there.
If we're adding all these extra rules, we already feel like NBA refs aren't that good. Do we really want to add more rules to what's happening here that they have to adjudicate? That was my first point.
Womp, womp,
all right. Okay.
And that's when he asked for his refund for buying your lunch.
I appreciate it, Soap. Thank you for stopping by and saying what's up, man.
He's switching the music.
Clean name, by the way.
It is a cool name. It was cool. Somebody said their favorite clean. Oh. And those are your lunchtime confessions here. Why did I walk into it? I walked headfirst into it. Appreciate you rocking with us here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, this is maybe the most anticipated college football on a Tuesday that we've had because we're headed into week 0. College football is around the corner, and there's a lot of talk happening around the big league. Let's talk about what's going on there next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. guests on 95.7 The Fan join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Dude comes in breathing heavy one time. Then now he comes in chewing. Not supposed to talk about these things, but
why are you lying? I was not breathing heavy. I wasn't breathing heavy.
Did you notice it?
I did.
Yeah.
I wasn't breathing heavy.
Yeah.
All right.
What's popping is...
Y'all some jerks. I did take a real big bite of turkey before this segment, though. It's still in my teeth.
You went for a run in the other segment.
That's right. He's doing up downs in the hallway.
Y'all some jerks. All right, let's do it. Appreciate you rolling with us.
What's popping?
You know damn well I was not winded. You might have been winded.
From eating.
Appreciate you rolling with us on this Tuesday here in the Loop. Mind you, we were talking about baseball earlier. If you are interested, Robert Flores is going to join the drive later today. I believe in the 2 o'clock hour, so you want to keep a lock for that.
What they going to talk about?
I wonder.
I don't know. Is there anything happening in the world of baseball in Houston that you might want to have an MLB Network personality on for? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But I want to do a little college football here because we do college football on a Tuesday here at this time typically. And we have the season coming up. Like it is now finally here. It took us a long time till we got there, but week 0 is this weekend, and there's a few big games that we'll talk about later on. But I just wanted to get us prepped for the season.
Okay.
And so one of those ways to do it is just to kind of hit the storylines, the biggest storylines entering this season. All right? You ready for it?
Yes, now I am.
All right, let's bounce around. To start with, I think one of the big overarching things with the season is the battle between the Power 2 conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC, right? If we're looking at titles, Big Ten has that, right? Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana, 3 of the last 4, if memory serves. Actually, they won the last 3. Now, how does that then compare when you're looking at this? And AP voters are going towards the Big Ten, as you mentioned earlier. All of the first 10, top votes went to Big Ten teams. No single SEC team received a first place vote, but the league in the SEC had 13 in the top 25 and 9 in the 7 teams in the top 13, 9 in the top 25. That's the way it was.
Yeah, it was 7 and 13. I think 4 or 5 in top 10.
So like it looks like the ways that these leagues are broken up. There's more respect for the top of the Big Ten right now. There's more respect for the larger breadth of the SEC. And this is going to be interesting to see ebb and flow because it really has become a 2-league race at the top of this sport.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think at least that's how I would see it. I mean, you look at the top teams, and it's undeniable what Ohio, especially Ohio State and Indiana. Michigan, I feel, is dropping off, if not has dropped off some. But I think Ohio State and Indiana clearly are head and shoulders better than the best in the SEC. And part of that is the balance in the SEC. The best in the SEC, the first place team this year is going to get beat at least once in conference.
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of teams in the SEC that could probably end up with 3 losses and make the
correct
the playoff.
Yeah.
So
probably not the case in the Big Ten.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at the schedules again to see if there's, but also the teams that I would go, hey, that schedule might work for you, or teams that I lean more towards.
Yeah,
would be that kind. There's also been some tweaks to college football playoff. Speaking of, and one of those is that rule where the top 5 conference champions will be put in the field. That's gone. So now it's all 4 power conference champions are guaranteed a spot in the field, and the 5th spot for champion will go to the highest ranked group of 6 team. And so it's now New Mexico is one of those teams that people are looking at to that degree. But this feels like that might save us from one of these Duke situations where we had last year instead of James Madison getting in.
Yeah, and I don't. Would anybody disagree with that being the case? Because I think it makes it more balanced and better.
Now the part that makes it a little less balanced, Notre Dame is guaranteed in the spot if it's in the top 12. And you look at their schedule and you go, if they're not in the top 12, something really bad happened.
Yeah.
So you kind of give up one. Damn, why did we do that spot here for another this year? But at least it's not both of them simultaneously.
Well, the problem I have with this is I don't think Notre Dame is not deserving per se, because I think they're very deserving. I think they're a great team. But the problem I have with this is it incentivizes them to schedule lighter. As long as they're in the top 12 and have one or two games against BYU and SMU, which are their two tough games this year, along with Miami, I believe. But, what's the motive? The motivation for every other conference is schedule tougher. Add a game, SEC. They did. Big Ten, you got to play those inter-conference games, and they're doing that. Ohio State, Texas, and all that. Texas, same thing. Most big-time programs, big-time leagues are incentivized to make the schedule tougher. Notre Dame is incentivized to make it easier.
And they did it through good old litigation.
Yeah.
They just got it in the bylaws that everyone, every periodically they have to be able to make the college football playoff.
Yeah.
I kind of really hate that because of what you said. It should be dictated as much as possible on the field. Speaking of on the field, as we're going through some of the big storylines of this upcoming college football season, Lane Kiffin's first season at LSU, and there's a whole bunch of.
It's been a ride, baby. Already,
it's already been a lot.
Hadn't even taken the field yet.
It's already been a lot. But what is this actually going to look like? Right? He enters at LSU with all of the expectations of LSU, brought over a lot from Ole Miss, but then that also ties Ole Miss to this because Ole Miss enters the 2026 season with similar national title odds and a lot more look than the LSU team right this moment. I think that it's just going to be a constant. What does LSU look like? Sam Leavitt, they get the quarterback in as well. So what does it look like, and who wins out of those two teams, right? It's kind of a crude way of putting it, but which of those two teams has a better season? Will Ole Miss be able to kind of hold that over LSU?
Look, it's going to be one of the, if not the most anticipated game of the year. That's not a rivalry per se, but it's a rivalry, but not one of the ones that you put at the top of the list, simply because his return to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is out here saying that they had to get FBI agents into their building.
It is such a messy breakup.
Oh my gosh, they were looking for bugs when Lane Kiffin left, and that's like their director of. It's not like some fan or some commentator or media person. The Ole Miss NIL executive director said they brought in FBI agents to search for bugs and other whatever.
Which is the most college football story ever.
Exactly, because
the former coach left, and we're like, I don't trust him to not have bugged us.
Yeah.
Are you for real? What are we doing here?
Yes, they're for real.
This is not a spy movie from 1995. What are we doing?
And yet it is. And yet it is. They were legitimately worried about. They even had coaches sleep in the coaches' offices as he was trying to get transfers from Ole Miss, into LSU. It's a scene, man. It's a scene over at LSU.
This is going to be a constant.
And they didn't bring in NFL players too, by the way.
Yes, that is true. So yeah, man, this is going to be a constant underline, or I guess through line in the season. How do those two teams compare going through the season? How about this? What would the coaching carousel look like? I know that this is more of a later season thing.
Belichick's gone first.
You think so? I think that the biggest teams that we're looking at coaching carousel wise, USC and Florida State, and USC is the real interesting one because remember they had a coup to get Lincoln Riley from Oklahoma a little while ago. That is not ended up looking great, and quiet as it's kept because they're over there on the West Coast and kind of not even what you think of in the Big Ten. You think of kind of the powers that we talked about, Ohio State, Michigan, and everybody's power, Indiana. And so you don't think of what USC was used to be and what it's supposed to be. And they, quietly as it's kept, have also had like a big recruiting year whether it comes to transfer portal. Like Lincoln Riley needs to get it done now.
No, you got to make the playoff this year.
You got to get the hell out of it. They've not made the playoff under him.
No, not made the playoffs. He needs to make it this year. The combination of...
And then Florida State is just a huge job that if it comes open again, we're in that realm.
The combination of Oregon becoming Oregon, and then just the disarray on the West Coast, and then having to join the Big Ten has been a mess for USC, but they're still really good. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's a good squad they have over there. But I still think Belichick, he might not last 6 weeks.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
They've done a lot to give the thing over to him. Although, isn't Michael Lombardi
it's crumbling around?
Yeah, it's crumbling with Michael Lombardi in an administrative type leave. I know that his son, Steve Belichick, had some level of leave of absence. That was more. I think it was more ailment related. But either way, it is not stable ground, and it's not like he had found any level of early success there anyway.
I'm not sure how he even cares.
Who, Belichick?
Anymore.
I mean, I would have to imagine he went there to kind of prove himself, didn't he?
He went there out of spite.
Who did that spite?
Everyone, because he wanted to coach again. He didn't get an NFL job. He figured he'd go to North Carolina, win a national championship, and then get back in the NFL. The exact opposite is happening.
I don't know about all that. But, how about this? How much care do you have for the new Pac-12?
What are the teams again?
Fair enough. Well, you know two of them, Oregon State and Washington State, were the only Pac-12 members the last 2 years. They add some Mountain West type teams: Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State, all the states. Utah State, Texas State, all join.
I forgot Texas State joined them.
Is there? Yeah, man. The geography of this conference makes it looks like the ACC as well. Do you have any interest in seeing like what this conference is, or is this just already so far bygone in your brain where you're like, I just don't care?
The interesting thing is like even the West Coast teams joining the Big Ten, it's still the Big Ten, so you're interested and you figure it out. I don't think it's very interesting in the Pac-12 regardless. So I don't really care about, I'm going to watch it because I watch all the college football I can, but I don't think it's going to really matter otherwise.
My question is, are they a group of 6 team or are they something lesser? It almost feels like that's a question that I'm asking myself with the Pac-12. Like what degree of group of 6? Because there's obviously the SEC and the Big Ten. The ACC and the Big 12 kind of exist as something other than some of these other ones. Like where do they fall in this group of 6 world? That's the only thing I could say. There are a couple of questions that came in on the text line. Somebody said, is Dabo on the hot seat again if they go 4-8? Yeah, I do think that Clemson, that's a fair thing. But he is also kind of a totem there. So I wonder if that would be more of a he decides that the game ain't in him no more type thing.
I think Dabo could be on the hot seat easily. They also asked about Kalen DeBoer.
I don't think he is. He just got an extension at Alabama.
Yeah, but it's Alabama. And, they're a middle of the pack team going into this.
They are?
Going into the
at least more so than you would ever imagine for Alabama in the past. How about this? Any curiosity, now I'm asking you with some of the big storylines heading into the season. North Dakota State at the top level. They joined FBS this year, jumping in the Mountain West. That is one of the better programs of the last, decade in college football. It just happened at the FCS level where they won a crazy amount of national championships. How do they acclimate? How does that look at this level? Are you at all curious?
Yes, I'm very curious. That is a great power, great fan base, about as strong of a name as you can get given where they were playing, and they've been able to do it year after year. No, I'm interested to see how they play out.
All right, a couple more things I'll throw at you rapid fire. Are there going to be actual changes to the college football playoff continuing? Because that's been something that they've been trying to get some changes, expansion, those types of things. Do those end up getting talked about even more and get us there? There's some changes to the punt rules this year. Teams who line up in the punt now have to make sure that they have 5 players between the numbers of 50 and 79, I guess, to kind of tamp down on weird, funky stuff happening.
Yeah.
Does that end up popping up and showing up? And then this one, which is not a big deal on the field itself, but I think that fans care about. Corporate logos are coming all over your favorite team jerseys. How does that feel? And you're probably just going to have to get used to it because now with the money going up and up, that's another opportunity to add more revenue.
I think we've sort of been desensitized to that whole thing, and people will get used to them relatively quick.
So?
You see them on NFL teams, you see them on baseball teams, you see them on basketball. Yeah. I think it's just like part of life now.
But every time we come to a new area, right? Every time the jersey sponsors come up, everybody's like, "Whoa, wait, what happened?" As if we hadn't done it before. So I think college football might have a little bit of that shock, and I'm interested to see how quickly it comes along. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan, and if we're talking about college football, I'd like to talk about the home team, the University of Houston Cougars. If you want to see their home opener that's coming up on September 5th versus Oregon State, stick around because in the next hour we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see that game. But coming up next here in the loop, Foster Moreau, Coach Foster, as I'm thinking about calling him. He talked to the Assemble Media yesterday, and I thought he had some interesting things to say about this offense. Let's dig into that next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center and getting back to feeling like you're young.
Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Not quite what we're doing right this moment, but condolences to one particular Sean Pendergast, because I know that this has hit him hard.
Condolences to America.
But yes, absolutely condolences to America. We lost one of the best of us. Apparently, Dolly Parton has passed away at the age of 80 today. So I imagine that we'll hear a little bit more about that later. But yeah, I know that our colleague Sean Pendergast, he loved him some Dolly, and so
yeah, I got to check on my wife. Yeah, big time fan. Well, we all are. America is.
Should be.
Everybody loved Dolly Parton.
Yeah,
man.
Absolutely should be.
Mm-hmm.
She was just, remember, she was doing the whole truck stop thing.
Yeah.
She trying to compete with Buc-ee's.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. All right. Yeah, we'll talk more about that as we continue to go along. Somebody else on the text line asked us, with Cleveland naming Deshaun Watson as a starter, how long do you think he remains a starter? I think we talked about this earlier. If I'm looking at the schedule, they have 2 road games against tough teams in the Jaguars and I believe Buccaneers. Then they have a nice slate of easy games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that's the line of demarcation. I think Deshaun Watson takes the lumps and they put Shedeur out there for those other games, but maybe not. Who knows?
If they split, could get interesting. Let's say he goes into Jacksonville, wins that game, everybody's high, then they lose. Then what do you do?
Yeah. I think it depends how bad he looked, man.
It's just ugly. Yeah, it depends a lot on what do you see.
Because it was a couple times he looked unbearable, where I'm like, man, they might make a switch that game if he's that bad. I don't know if he's gonna be that bad, but I don't think he's in there the whole season.
Yeah. Compare that what their offensive season looks like to where the Texans are, especially now that we know that Kayshon Boutte is in tow. In fact, the Texans have already posted videos of him in his Texans gear there at Reliant Stadium, and he looks excited to get going. I can't blame him for getting involved here, but he's here. He helps answer one of the questions as to what do you do in the absence of Jayden Higgins. And we were asking ourselves, how confident are we about this offense? I take you then to Foster Moreau, who was talking before we even knew that this was a thing. He talked yesterday after their practice. Today is a travel day as they'll have joint practice tomorrow in Carolina. But Foster Moreau, he was asked specifically, and this is Cut One Fig, how he feels about this offense and what they're doing to this point.
We're trying to build an identity. And, don't get that misconstrued. There are a lot of good players around the league and good offenses. But I think year after year, you rebuild identity every time you walk into the building, right? Over every OTA, every phase 2, every training camp, every season, you build a new identity with the guys that you bring in, the guys that leave, new coaches, same coaches. So we're trying to do just that, build an identity, try to be smart, tough, and dependable every single day, and bring it against one of the best defenses in the National Football League.
So outside of the fact that you feel like you're listening to a future head coach.
That's right. That is mind you, that is a tight end, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's not the tight end's coach.
Yeah.
That is an active tight end on your roster that sounds like the coach, Foster Moreau.
Outside of that, just the perspective that he has and the leadership. We've heard from him before this offseason since they've acquired him, and it just seems like he just drips with the leadership, and we've talked often about, the swarm mentality on the offense, Keelan Rutledge and some of these other guys, Braden Smith and some of these other guys they brought in, David Montgomery. He's as important to that as anybody, Foster Moreau, not even to mention how important he is as a tight end on this squad.
Yeah, without question. I really appreciated one word in particular that he used there, and I'm sure that you can guess it. Identity.
Mm-hmm.
And that when I was covering now college teams, and I wasn't doing the capital J journalism that you were doing in the various different ways that you cover professional sports. One of the things I loved asking coaches, teams, what do you view as your identity? And I bring you back here because Foster Moreau brought us to that thought. What do you see, or do you see an identity coalescing for this offense to this point? Because we asked the question how confident you are, and I think that those things go hand in hand.
Well, training camp and preseason is tough to say, but he even said right there, they're searching for it. They're trying to build it. And I think that's why, he's such an important part of this, very underrated important part of this offense. We can talk about all the other players I mentioned, and Stroud and Caley and all that. Foster Moreau seems like he's going to have a big impact on that. And to answer your question, I can't tell you I believe they have an identity yet. It's one of those things, much like the offensive line and the running game, and C.J. Stroud for that matter, everything on the offense. You really won't get a feel for it until 4, 5, 6 games into the regular season.
I hope so. I hope sooner, but I think you're right. Him pointing to that they're building it. I keep trying to figure out what would I like to see it because from what we've already seen, and I feel you on the text line who says they hate hearing that smart, tough, smart, dependable. The Bill O'Brien. I think the issue is because when Bill O'Brien said it didn't feel like it was actually going to come to pass. If that's the way that they're going to play, I'm okay with that being a part of, if not their identity, because it felt like they were so far away from being tough, dependable, and smart. I don't think that you could use those words to describe the offense, and it felt like it was a far departure from what the defense did. I don't know exactly what the offensive identity is, but I need it to be closer to what this defense is because it's very clear that you can win with the way the defense plays. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and I think they want to just mirror that as best they can. It's going to be hard to mirror it exactly. And the tough, smart, dependable thing, it's not like any of us, I don't believe, I'm speaking for myself right now, have any issue with those three ideas and those concepts. It's just it's a Bill O'Brien nervous tick. That's all it is.
It was the way he defined it.
Yes.
Though, because it'd be some players that ain't good at all.
Yeah.
And he'd be,
tough, smart, dependable.
Yeah, like a Nick Martin, somebody like that, where you'd be like, man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's not the concept. It's the delivery from him.
It's the people he thought was tough, smart, and dependable.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it feels like you've got some guys that feel like hell. I mean, Foster Moreau himself very much feels tough, smart, and defend. Like he feels like he fits all these things, right? The experience that he has gives him those smarts for what you're doing here. The toughness is very evident, and then the dependable nature is he's done this for a while in the league.
Tough, smart, dependable
Bill,
guy.
get out of here. Get out of here. Nobody asked you to come in here, Bill.
That's the problem. That right there. Yeah.
But yeah, that I'm very curious as to what the identity looks like. Moving forward, though, he was also asked for his thoughts on the quarterback of the team, C.J. Stroud.
I mean, he's a hell of a ball player. I remember we played him. It was, I think, week 7 or week 6, his rookie year. We came into town, and he was on a tear. They did not talk about him in the scouting meetings like, the basically, who is this team that we're going to play against, right? They did not talk about him as if he was a rookie. And he's continued to chase that and prove that every day. He comes in, he works hard. He strives for perfection, and he makes our football team better on and off the field.
We'll see, because we all know that has not been the case since that 6th or 7th game of his rookie year to now, and the fact that I don't think Foster Moreau is very high on just the pleasantries and being respectful of. I think he would tell you or talk around it if it wasn't the case that he, from his perspective.
Yeah, no, I think that he's a straight shooter, right, within that. And that I really appreciated the new guys coming in, and this isn't just a recent weeks thing. This has just been since you've acquired the various different players. Yeah, they're talking up their teammates, right? And you go, what else are they going to do? But they don't have the incentive or to talk in the ways that they have.
Yeah.
They've been very complimentary, and it feels like it's matched what we've seen. I'm encouraged, really and truly, for C.J. Stroud in this. And hopefully that's a part of the identity, because I know that when we're talking about identity, and I'm surprised we did not mention it, running the football is one of those things that's very clearly wants to be a part of it. I have not seen them run the football to the point where I go, that is the entirety of your identity.
Oh, yeah.
C.J. Stroud being capable of handling all of this, and this being maybe a quarterback-led team where he dissects defenses, I'd be very encouraged if that is fully the identity of what it is, where we go as CJ goes and he finds the way to, everything is an extension of him. You know what I mean?
Can that even be the identity they want? I don't think that's the identity they want. They're saying it.
I think it is, because what do they keep comparing?
That CJ is the identity?
That this is an extension of him?
I don't think so. They want to run the ball. They want CJ to be smart.
Is that not what the Patriots offense was when Tom Brady was at his best? Was that everything was an extension of him?
Well,
that's what that's what they're showing him film of. That's what they're pointing him towards.
Again, you mentioned Tom Brady, which is just a different category. Their identity, they want to run the ball. That's what they want their identity to be, and then CJ manage it.
But we were talking about it, right? This is, they've done things that have pointed you to maybe they have more aspirations than just CJ managing it, which I'm happy about, because point exhibit A, Kayshon Boutte is here when they did not have to go out there and make that move outside of the path of least resistance, you know? And so I have encouragement that they are leaning into the idea that we are going to try and make this and go in some ways as our quarterback goes, with the belief that we're giving him the things around him to help him succeed.
I don't think they're saying CJ is our offense and our identity. Now CJ is crucial, integral. That they want to run the ball, and they want to be able to be safe with their passes and move the ball down the field, matriculate the ball down the field. Shout out to Hank Stram.
To that point, right? One of the things that we were talking about earlier when we were asking about confidence in the offense is what was the player, or rather the person that it came down to, is offensive coordinator Nick Caley. I think we feel good about some of the talents that you have here to execute various different portions of whatever the offense actually looks like. But how that portion of this, the Nick Caley system portion of this, Foster Moreau spoke to, because they asked him how he would describe this playbook for the offense right now.
It's highly detailed, and there's a high level of accountability from player to player on every single snap. There are no plays off, right? And for me, right, it's no job too small, no detail too unimportant, right? Like if you don't know your backside hot check against a Will-Cat blitz, like we're screwed because we're counting on you. Right? You have to know that. There's nothing where we put you out on the field. Like, you have to understand the offense. And if you don't, you're going to get exposed. Right? And that'll happen in many levels, right? Fatigue makes cowards of us all. And you get out here and it's hot outside and people are starting to, mope, and you get some long faces. It's like, hey, guess what? You're going to get exposed. You're going to call a play and it's going to sound like another one and you're going to do the wrong thing. Right? But again, the details, right? Smart, tough, dependable. I know that's coach speak, but like that stuff's real, and you could speak to that. Like all 32 teams around the league, that's the type of football players they want, right? Like everyone's got speed, everyone's got strength, everyone's got savvy, but like, hey, who could be a football player, smart, tough, dependable, down in, down out, and make this a great place to play?
He really didn't speak to the playbook now, did he?
It's just so fun to listen to him. He's just like a coach. 2 years after he's going to be an assistant somewhere, maybe.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it. Mm-hmm. But how do you take his messaging, especially as he's talking about the offense? Because it does feel a little bit like, hey, we're talking about the way we get to it, which maybe that is necessary, because the Texans, it felt like executing what the vision was, no matter what the vision was something that they didn't do at a high enough level last year as well.
No, I think that the messaging is the whole thing with him, and that whole little anecdote he gave about it's hot and you're moping. I don't think he just pulled that out of nowhere. I think he's told guys on the practice field, which is part of his importance.
Well, it sounds like he told at least one guy in particular. That sounds like a Marlon Klein special.
I mean, maybe
because we don't have to play it, but he talked about how the mentorship that he is doing with Marlon Klein. And he sounds like he is just like, this is my responsibility. This is Dalton Schultz's responsibility. All of us, our responsibility is to make sure that these guys are able to be impactful for us immediately in this year. So, yeah, I think that he has probably told Marlon Klein that straight up. And it seems like, at the very least, you're seeing that accountability show up very uniquely on the offensive side of the football. But it still brings me back to, all of that's cool. If you're executing the details at a high level, excellent. What does the actual system look like on the field? What does the identity that you're talking about cultivating look like? And maybe I'm missing the forest for the trees. Like maybe ultimately that is the big thing, is we can do whatever we want if we get all the details down and we're just beating guys at the molecular level of this. Maybe that's ultimately what he's trying to get to as the identity.
We always talk about, maybe they want to be more swarmy on the offensive side. I think more specific to how they want to play and their identity and their style is more nasty. He talks about tough and smart and dependable, but he's talking about being really, really nasty, tough out there. Same thing as Keelan Rutledge, which is why they brought him in. Braden Smith, which is why they brought him in, is another guy like that. I think that's what they're really trying to hang their hat on.
281 says Foster Moreau for the next Astros coach.
I ain't gonna lie. I never thought we'd be sitting here talking about tough, smart, dependable again, man.
I know.
That was some dark times, man.
It was.
You would do this after every draft pick.
Yep.
You'd be like, he ain't gonna be good.
And ultimately, I hope that we see like the good side of this, right? We see because ultimately the messaging is only the messaging. It's how you interpret it and how you put it on the field. And that's the thing I still want to see within the offense. It sounds like the messaging is so much about details and execution. I guess they need to be concerned with that, especially at this time of year. I'm gonna be honest. I'm more concerned with like the bigger picture of how it looks.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're not missing that. They're not worried about that. They're focused on the molecular, believing that the larger will come.
832 says B.O.B. walked so Foster Moreau could run.
Apparently so. Apparently so. You will never miss that kind of messaging with this team. All right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. How about we give something away?
How about we give something away?
Let's give something away. How about a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars in their home opener versus Oregon State? That's going to happen on September 5th, and you have an opportunity to be there. Obviously, you can go online and buy tickets, but why not get them for free by being caller number 8 right now to 713-572-4610. Again, the giveaway is indeed a 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Cougars, and honestly, a very good Cougars team, top 25 ranked in their home opener versus Oregon State, September 5th, courtesy of the University of Houston. All right, coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, man, we're going to, I guess, kind of reminisce on Dolly Parton, passed away at the age of 80. And plus, I got some more cool stuff going on, some WTF type of news.
Oh.
All right, let's salute the legend of Dolly Parton next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. Hurt in the accident? Don't face the insurance companies alone. Put the Sheriff team in your corner. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. If you didn't hear the news earlier, you guys brought it up early in the 1 o'clock hour. Just star in general. I don't want to say country star or pop star. She's just a star in general. Icon, legend. Dolly Parton passed away at the age of 80. What's your favorite Dolly Parton moment?
I mean, musically, movies.
Can I be honest with
iconic.
You? There's a lot of those types of movies. The thing that I will always remember is that Dolly Parton when Dolly Parton paid off lunch debt for kids, or her heart for kids was so so abundantly evident. I think she had, and I imagine that she still has going a program where families of young children could sign up for it, and they would get sent books. And especially, you understand how early childhood literacy leads to really great outcomes with kids. She put her money where her mouth was. Ultimately, is the thing that I really want to point to, and she did it in a number of ways. Her philanthropy wasn't flashy, but it was effective, in addition to being like an absolute icon in all of the cool ways as well. Like, she was a hand in the dirt worker as well for the things that mattered, and she cared about people. Those are the things that always impact me the most.
Philanthropy, in terms of movies, I go back to Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, 9 to 5.
9 to 5 is a classic.
Would probably be the two. Musically, you almost have to go like old school. Keep in mind, she started writing music for the charts. I mean, like hit music in the 1960s. And then, of course, so old school, I'll go with Jolene. Would probably be my all-time favorite of her old school.
Of course.
Here You Come Again is another one. And then, of course, she wrote, I Will Always Love You. That was her song.
And she was that's also another thing, is that she was a music legend that was open-armed. Like, I know we see a lot of legends in music or even sports that can kind of be pretentious about the way that they hog kind of the limelight and legacy. She was very happy to see Whitney Houston outdo her on a song, and it made her excited that this song found.
I've seen an interview with her about that.
Yeah. And that was the type of person she was in all regards. She was just an absolute light, the absolute best of us.
And how difficult is it? We see it every day. Hell, we saw it in San Francisco for a true billionaire to be as humble as she was. Like, in all her interviews, she would just giggle and like, oh, it's no big deal, and all this other stuff. And no, iconic in every way.
Yeah, not self-serious either.
Yeah.
And I'm glad y'all brought that up, because here's one of my favorite moments from Dolly Parton. She was having a conversation with Jimmy Fallon, and she talked about a time where she was assaulted.
We were in the restaurant, and so we were having our meal, and this old man came over to our table. And he sat down, and he was just talking to us, and we were all laughing. We didn't know him. And we just, we were all just kind of, and then so he left, and we finished. So I went up to pay the bill, and the man said, well, your grandpa left his bill here, too. I said, my grandpa? So that old man had come over and kind of scammed us. And so I said, well, that was not my grandpa, but I paid it, of course. So when we left, I walked down the street, and he was standing there at the light. And, we walked to the corner. And so I went over to him. I said, hey, I would have been happy, to have paid your bill. I said, but then you tell him you're my grandpa. And he took his walking stick, and he started just beating me across the chest. I mean, just as hard as he could. Just wham, 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 wham. And it hurt.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. But
really? But then what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? These two big lumps came up and they never did go down.
I fell for it.
That was
I fell for it. Yeah.
I fell for it.
They never did go down.
If you see the video, she made it clear
that she was talking about her
lumps.
chest. Yep. That's the thing that was also beautiful about her. Like, she also was she loved fun, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what? This moment, and obviously I know that she means a lot to a lot of people. Like we mentioned, Sean Pendergast, huge Dolly Parton fan. These are the moments where a personality is so big that, and I know for you as a journalism, lover, J-Lo, I immediately went to Rolling Stone because that was what I imagined is like, I need to read the obituary that is written in the Rolling Stone.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just at the tip of the iceberg, and it is one of those scrollers, and it should be like there's so much to cover in her life.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Dolly Parton. Passed away at the age of 80. And she's one of those people that's loved by everybody.
Yes.
Because I know once in a while you get somebody that passed away and, it'd be a thing of two different Americas where it's like, oh, I don't know who that person is, and vice versa.
Yeah.
This one, I think everybody is hurt. And I mean everybody.
Oh, yeah. Just look around. Yeah,
yeah, everybody was a fan of Dolly Parton. So rest in peace. And if you in that area, I think she got a truck stop in Tennessee.
Yeah.
I actually played it on the mixtape, their grand opening. If you out in that area, stop by.
And Dolly World.
Yeah, and Dolly World. Yeah. It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. This story right here has no context. I just found it, and honestly, I thought it was AI. So I ran across this story, and it was legit. It was a real story. This is some WTF news right here. And here's the story. I'm going to just play it.
He left his bodily fluids all over the Baltimore County Fire Department on purpose for his colleagues to ingest. 36-year-old Christopher Carroll told the court he's taking the state's deal, pleading guilty to 3 of 23 criminal counts in exchange for a sentence of 30 years in prison, all but 20 suspended. Admitting that while an employee of the fire department, he contaminated the workplace with his bodily fluids, recorded himself doing it, posted 64 of the videos online, and charged $7 to watch one. Including one where he urinated into the ice machine at Fire Station 2 in Pikesville, wiped himself on the scoop, and used the scoop to mix the urine into the ice in a video captioned, "They always say don't drink the yellow snow, but I'm just trying to make a slushie." Carroll also deposits a different bodily fluid on his boss's keyboard and contaminates a communal bottle of sweet and creamy flavored coffee creamer.
Do you know how bold of a person you have to do to do that to firefighters?
I got an issue with the reporter's last line there. that walk away line was. That was not an accident.
Yeah, no.
And contaminates a communal bottle of sweet and creamy flavored coffee creamer.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
I don't know. I tried to dig into this story, like, what the hell happened? And it was actually on their official YouTube page.
Yeah.
It was coming out of Baltimore. I want to say this was WBAL News. I'm like, what in the world? I have no idea where this came from, but I just wanted to let y'all know since I came across it too.
All that did was give us more questions.
Yeah, yes, and questions that I don't want answers to. What happened? Did they find out, or when did they find out? How did they find out, and what did they do to him when they found out?
Yes.
These are the questions. These are the most important questions.
The other thing that the reporter actually sounded pissed. I thought she actually was part of this too, because look how she sounded when she started this.
He left his bodily fluids all over the Baltimore County Fire Department.
He left his bodily fluid all over
the big jerk.
I hope they whipped his ass, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, nah, he got to sit down for a little bit. And a little bit, I mean about 15, 20, 25 years for that nonsense. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop. So, have you heard of the phrase, "She's not going to sleep with you"? Have you ever heard that phrase used before?
Oh, like as a retort, if somebody is, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
You see it a lot on the internet. If you agree with a woman on something, bro, she's not going to sleep with you, bro.
Yes,
all of that type of stuff. So apparently that's what Natasha Cloud had to say to Enos Cantor. when he was at the WNBA game. Remember, he got thrown out and was acting a jerk.
Yes.
So he had an interview with Fox News. Here is Laura Ingraham with Enos Kanter talking about what happened that game when he got kicked out.
Literally the next position, she came back and she started yelling at me and said, she's not going to sleep with you.
Wait, who's not going to sleep with you?
Sophia Cunningham is not going to sleep with
I don't
you.
even understand. Are you trying to?
I'm not trying to. No,
Cunningham?
definitely not. I want to make this very clear. Definitely not.
Sophie Cunningham's got to be like, why am I in? Wait a minute.
Laura Ingraham like, wait a minute. Are you trying to sleep with her?
He's like, absolutely not. What are you, crazy? Yeah, what a drive-by there.
Yeah,
also, it'd be nice if he knew her name.
Yes. Yes.
He's like, wait, are you trying to sleep with her? She did not get that phrase at all. So I'm guessing she don't really be on the internet that much.
I don't know.
Not enough to hear that phrase.
Yeah, I guess not.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop. So got to give a special shout out. We talked about different ownerships and all that type of stuff. Got to give a shout out to the Padres. They got a new ownership.
Oh boy, I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Shout out to Kwanzaa Jones and Jose E. Feliciano.
Jose Feliciano.
Feliciano. Yeah, who are the new majority owners of the San Diego Padres. And their press conference had the internet going nuts.
It did.
And had people kind of excited. I'm a little bit excited for them a little bit. So here's, I guess, some highlights from that press conference.
We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all. We hope it's sooner rather than later. We were saving up for a long time. We had a lot of dry powder, and we're like, you know what? This is the place. When we are all in, and you all heard the song as we walked in, we are all in. It's not lip service. I did ask. I was like, well, say it. Come on. You're going to come to the studio and put some vocals down. And he said, I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, humbly asked to please add my middle initial so I'm not get confused with the singer.
Oh, right, exactly. The closing actually occurred Friday afternoon.
Team was undefeated under ownership.
I'm just saying, we're going to get a jersey. And we even got to select our numbers. So I'm very, very excited about this. So the number that I selected was 00. I could have done one, like we're number one, but I did 00. And one of the reasons is because there are 0 limits that we have.
All right. All right, Miss Kwanzaa Jones.
Look,
the last part was the part.
Well, maybe a little bit of
double 0 because there's
Reggie
0
ain't
limits.
Reggie ain't feeling the new.
But what have we been talking about?
Like Kwanzaa.
What have we been talking about last week and this week, even today? The ownership and all. People are they really invested? Is it a passion project anymore? This is a passion project. This is a passion project for them.
It sounds like it. It don't sound like just let me just invest in something.
Yeah.
Although it is worth noting that Jose Feliciano, you know where he got his money from?
Where's that?
He is the managing partner and investment firm Clear Lake Capital. So, I mean, we're still in the same sensibilities, but at least it does feel like with them as
Kwanzaa Jones is a singer.
Yes, with them and their relationship as coming in as a partnership there, that they probably have an investment there. Plus, I was doing a little reading on this because I know this is like kind of a passion project for me now. That they are trying to uphold the Seidler family, which was the previous ownership. They're trying to uphold some of their community outreach and expand them as well, which to me seems like, this is more of a community decision as opposed to just taking a franchise that admittedly is growing in value quite a bit and just using it as a capital turn.
And the other thing, you talk about, it's an investment firm. I mean, he made his money. It's not like it's a consortium of people. It's not like it's one of these organizations that's specifically into investing in whatever property they want to invest. Like, yes, he made his money in that, but this seems to be where he wants to put his passion, his money.
Sure hope so. Yeah. Sure hope so. I mean, we've seen some owners come in with a certain level of energy and it turn around. Yeah. I imagine Miss Kwanzaa Jones is a little bit more forthcoming with her how she means to come to this.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Reggie, put the cold bucket of water down, man.
No, everybody getting this cold bucket of water.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So around this time, I forgot how many years ago it was, but Andrew Luck retired.
7 years ago.
It was 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember where I was at. I remember I was watching the game.
I was at the game, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Lamar Miller tore his ACL during that game. What's up, Bill O'Brien? Playing your starters.
Another shot at B.O.B.
I know. Smart, dependable, right?
Yeah.
Well, O.J. Simpson.
What? Wait, where did that come from?
Oh, I know where you're going.
Yeah, remember he had this to say because he was playing fantasy football when Andrew Luck retired.
Andrew Luck, what did I do to you? You could have retired an hour and a half ago before I picked you in my fantasy picks. I mean, what did I do, baby? I've been a fan of yours. Why would you do this to me? Come out of retirement. I'm just saying.
I never forget that either. Because
he sounded a little aggressive there too.
He was like that guy that drafted.
What are you trying to say?
Like that guy that drafted Ashton Genty. All of a sudden, he gets.
Hey, what did I do to you?
Yeah. Well, what did you do to him? Nothing. But let's talk about some of the other things you did.
Okay. I do not miss that time period at all. Like what does O.J. Simpson have to say about? No, we don't need this. We don't need to see what O.J. Simpson has to say about this.
Hey, Twitter world.
It's the juice. Yes. Yes. All right. Another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop 95.7 The Fan. If you want, actually 1:20 p.m. every weekday is what I should say. If you see anything that's mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig, and he'll shout you out. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We will do that on the Fan.
All right. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now. And that new truck, that new SUV, that new sports car, the new sedan, whatever it is that you've been thinking about, and you're like, man, I don't know.
Thank you, Figgy.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Hope you've had a good day to this point. We have.
Oh, never mind.
Quite a bit. You'll enjoy keeping it locked here, as I'm sure you were planning on doing anyways. The drive with a good show ahead. If you've enjoyed the new jerseys that the Texans have dropped today, the rivalry joints, icy whites with that H-Town blue in a tile kind of format, like you would see in the first ward or the various other wards in Houston. There's also
our logo, you know,
or
our logo
had it
first.
Figgy's convinced.
You a real
Figgy is
company man
convinced.
today.
Yeah.
Figgy a real company man today. I ain't never seen Figgy put on for the brand so much more than as much as he did.
I'm trying to be like y'all, man.
Like who?
Y'all.
Oh, okay.
We were first, Figgy, right?
Yeah. Who had it first?
Yeah, the jerseys look really sick. If you want to see them a little bit cleaner, a little bit clearer, make sure that you are tapped into the Mo Cameron Injury Lawyer live streams, whether it's the YouTube page or the Twitch chat today at 3:40 when Doug Vosick will bring in jerseys for the fellas. I will see to it that we get Ronald in one of these jerseys today because it's very fun to do. But they'll be talking to Roflo about baseball stuffs when it comes to the Houston Astros in the 2:00 hour as well. So definitely even more of a reason to listen to the drive and let them take you home on this Tuesday. But there's a couple of things around this Texans team, John, that have happened kind of quietly outside of the big news of the last couple of days, whether it was Dana Brown being fired from the Astros or Kayshon Boutte being acquired from the New England Patriots. Mind you, Kayshon Boutte official today, and he will travel to Carolina to be a part of the joint practice, something that will be very important. But there's a couple of things that happen. One is Dylan Horton dealing with, and I believe an Achilles injury, if memory serves. I'll have to make sure that I double check that. But you might have lost a dude who felt like, I know that we were concerned about him being defensive end 3, but I was kind of settling into the idea of him being defensive end 4 across from Jadeveon Clowney. We know that they use their third and fourth defensive ends a lot, and I liked him as a steady guy opposite Jadeveon Clowney. Defensive end has become kind of a quiet need again. I know that they've signed, or at least they worked out another player. Yeah. Was it Tyus Bowser? Who is, I mean, I don't think he even played last year, recorded snaps last year. So I think that this might just be kind of bodies things, but that's a curiosity that is reemerged for me with this team, because now we're talking about the likes of like Ali Gay or Dominic Robinson, and neither of those are all that confident for me. That's one that's popped up again for me on this Texas team that I'm watching for in the remainder of this week of practice or preseason. Is that are you in agreement with me there that that's kind of a mini concern, not like a full blown concern, but a mini concern that's popped up for you?
I am in agreement with you, and I'm trying to count here as I'm looking at the depth chart. What are they going to keep? 7 defensive linemen, 8 defensive linemen?
I think 8 is typically what I think of, maybe 9, right? If you go for 4 or 5 edge rushers, and then 4 interior linemen.
Yeah. So, obviously, Janiel Hunter, Togiai, Sheldon Rankins, Will Anderson, Jadeveon Clowney, there's 5, Caden McDonald, 6, Logan Hall, 7. What happens then? Dominic Robinson and Dylan Horton's hurt.
Correct.
And then all of a sudden becomes Ali Gay. Ali Gay, I mean, it's going to be Robinson or Gay unless they bring someone else in. Yeah, I think a mini concern is fair, especially on the edge, because the inside is still strong.
Yeah, no, and I love what they were doing. I'm happy that we're talking about defensive end 4. On another team, this would be less of a concern, but we know how much rotation they get, and I just haven't seen enough consistent play from either of those other guys, at least with Dylan Horton, because remember, we played the audio of Rod Wright from a couple weekends ago.
Yeah.
Him making mention of the steadiness, and that's kind of what they want, that steadiness. We talk about it all the time. Coaches would love to know that when I call your number, I know exactly what I'm going to get, even if it's maybe not as good as what this other player might get. If I'm not certain that I'm getting that every time out for that player, I want that consistency. It feels like this defense very much leans that way as well, especially when you have the havoc wreaking of Jadeveon Clowney on the other side. Ali Gay does have more to give. He has not shown any level of consistency, and I have a little bit of concern of what that looks like if you have him in there on the edge. Again, a mini concern.
No, I'm with you. Absolutely. Ali Gay, to me, has been a preseason guy and now needs to step it up.
Are there any other mini concerns that come up for this roster? As we're nearing
Woodaz is hurt.
Yeah, Woodaz is hurt.
Jake Hansen, who knows?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at linebacker in general here because Marte Mapu, I don't know. We haven't seen a whole lot out of him.
They released him. Remember in the big amounts of movements that they had that were announced Monday when I think our attention was on Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones. Those were the big things that we were looking at. They also waived Marte Mapu, which it made sense.
That was a guy that they kind of had they were talking about when they brought him in.
Yeah, but the talking did not match him being on the field. Like you didn't get enough of physicality. Honestly, the big thing for me in watching preseason games when Marte Mapu was out there, they put him out there as the next group up. Like they put him out there in preseason games as the starter. And I would see him and he would end up getting blocked. He wouldn't show the prowess that I'd expect a veteran to be able to show. Admittedly, a converted safety, but still the idea of being able to see things happen a little bit before, I didn't get that out of him. And if that's not what you're getting, he's not a big physical guy. That's what I was hoping to get, and I think that's why he ends up being the guy who gets waived.
I know I'm higher on Aiden Fisher than you are.
Definitely so, with all due respect to Aiden.
But there is opportunity there for him. Jake Hummel has played pretty well. And there's opportunity there at the linebacker because I think Woodaz is flat out a project. He's been hurt too. Hansen, same, not a project, but has been hurt. I think there's some opportunity there. Linebacker might be a little bit more. Linebacker depth might be a little bit more of a concern than the edge for me.
Yeah, it's open. I'm just starting to wonder if this maybe edge depth, offensive tackle aren't spots where we're starting to go, is that guy on this roster or is that guy on somebody else's roster right now? You know what I mean? Where if somebody cuts a guy, do you find a more usable player that can show up? Especially like edge and linebacker are ones where you might have the opportunity to actually play in regular circumstances as opposed to somebody getting hurt. We know that those edge rushers are going to rotate in. We know that that third linebacker, which again is the place that we're looking for one of these guys to stand out at, is going to get out there when they roll up that base 4-3 defense.
Yeah.
And that Sam linebacker is going to be that next guy that comes in. And right now, I think that's Wade Woodaz, but he hasn't looked great. I do wonder if they just go with Wade Woodaz and say we're going to take the knocks early and hope that he develops towards the end of the season.
I'm
not sure.
I don't see them doing that. I think there's too much at stake. It's a high leverage, high impact position, or even just getting dinged up. These linebackers on the depth chart are going to have to play. And I don't know how much confidence they have in him right now. I think they like him, but I don't know how much confidence they have in him right now.
I know that they like rolling with their
it might be Hummel.
They like work with it might be, but even then, you remember how you felt about Hummel or Hansen if he can make his way back. But you know how you felt about both of those guys in previous years when you had better depth in linebacker. You probably did not give them a passing thought.
Right.
And now you're in a place where you're considering them and you go, one of those guys might be our third best linebacker. I think that's more circumstance than it is actual evaluation here. Those are the many concerns that still exist as we're headed towards cutdown. And I do wonder if this isn't where we start going, let's look around these preseason games and see if there's any of these guys that are competing for spots at linebacker, at edge rusher, and other places that might not be better suited for what you're doing here.
Well, one thing they've shown us in the last week or two is they are more than willing to make that extra move because the window is open.
That's right. That's right.
So we'll see about that extra move.
What else is open is the studio door as the fellas walk in of the drive. Appreciation to D&M Autolease for the opportunity to crosstalk with them. And I have to remind you that you're listening to KIKK FM, KIKK AM, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. It's Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, how you living?
Living good, baby.
Any better need a twin.
I haven't heard that one before, but I love it.
Yeah, man, come on.
I do love it. And it sounds like y'all got a couple of fun guests coming up today. Like, y'all got a fun show stacked up.
Who we got?
I
You tell me.
I hear that there's stuff happening in baseball, so y'all going to go to the Roll
We got
Flow
Roll Flow.
line?
We got Roll Flow in the building. We got, actually not in the building, on the line. He's probably playing some video games. Doug Vosick.
We're going to talk about them new uniforms. The Bad Boys is they clean them.
Okay. I mean, this
really
is just an exclamation point. We don't talk about it enough, but the overhaul of really everything over there, and the team is obviously what we focus on, but the branding, the imaging, the uniforms, obviously. I mean, they have absolutely hit a grand slam with this stuff. Boys.
They really did.
I mean, I
think it's their best uniform they've ever had.
Oh, it's. I mean, this one right here.
The red ones is cold blooded.
I like the red ones. I agree, but I think I like these better.
I just pragmatically hate the red ones because they're hard to see the numbers on. That's the only thing that upsets me.
The red one's clean. I like the OG, but this uniform, just generally speaking, this uniform. The only thing that would have made it better for me, and I understand why they did.
You got.
Well,
one?
I would have liked. I've told you, I got a little bit of H fatigue.
Really?
That's mine too.
I would have rather the bull been on the side of the head
with the white. Yeah.
But you're throwing back to all the old school colors and all the old school tiling and all that. So I get the H. I get it, but that's the only.
That was the helmet was what it was for me too.
But I'm gonna tell you, they saved it with the bull on the chest though. You see, they got that patch right there.
I like the H-Town right here.
Yeah, man.
I don't dislike the H. The H is clean. I'm just sorry if they would have done what they do with the red helmets and put the bulls like the bull horns like they do on the red one on that white one.
Well, I think it's
that would have been.
It was all is it a nod or a node? Which is it? What is it, Lopez? What's the vocabulary? What is it?
For what? What are you saying?
A node to the city.
An ode is what you were thinking.
Ode is what I'm looking. No end. No
put
end.
The two words together.
Yeah, there you go. How about that? When you don't know which one it is, you put both them joints together.
I'm going with you. I'm gonna start saying the node.
Hey, that's how you confuse Lopez.
It's a node. It's a node.
You didn't confuse it. He had it. He said
node. It could be nod. It can be ode. It can be, if you really want to get fancy, you can say an homage.
Yeah, an homage
there ain't
to the
fancy
city. About me. I'm gonna go with ode. I'm gonna take that N off and go with ode. I get it. Because that H is more. I think of H-Town specific, not just Texan specific. I think it's an ode to the heritage. I would say even probably to the Hispanic community. Is that fair? Is that fair, John?
Yes.
So I get it. I get it.
The last two they've done. Those red ones, when they go in them all reds, that helmet, oh my goodness.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this. This
white one is clean.
Yeah. I put this white one right up there with the Bengals white.
I like the Bengals white too. Yeah,
Vikings got a strong white too.
Yeah.
When they go all white,
Yeah, it's but well done, man. So, but Doug Vosick, I grew up with a guy named Brad Vosick, by the way, so I always want to call Doug Brad. Shaved his beard, by the way. Y'all seen?
I did see that. Yeah,
I did.
I mean, if it wasn't for the leg tats, I wouldn't have known who it was.
Honestly, shout out to Doug that he gets to live like that in a fairly corporate role that he exists. Right? He got the tattoos. He was rocking the beard.
You make these kind of decisions.
Yeah.
I don't think Doug is living any other way.
Yeah, he wears shorts. He's the only executive that wears shorts.
That's right.
He got a little bit of that Tyler problem too. Now, a little pale, but a little pale, a little skinny, but he got them tattoos that make it up for it. But I'm gonna be honest with you,
goes to the same tattoo shop I do.
Does he?
Yeah,
seriously,
we go to the same place. Yeah,
Tat Brothers.
Yeah. I don't know if he would have got the. I don't know if he'd have got the gig if he didn't live the life. I mean, he looks like a dude that you trust. Like when he walks in, you're like, yeah, I'll trust this dude to graphically design some things.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
You know
does.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't want no dude in no button up.
Yeah. What does
all
he know?
Buttoned up, walking in, talking about let me talk. Let me create
tell you about H-Town.
Yeah, let me recreate the culture for you and infuse some of Houston into your. I don't know about that, boss.
Yeah.
It's good, but we'll hit a grand slam on this stuff. Man.
Can I ask you guys, or at least let me run something by you that myself and J-Lo were talking about earlier with these rivalry jerseys? Because, you get the Titans contingent and haters out here talking about, here they go.
I have some Nashville friends text me right now.
Yeah, here they go trying to copy. And I felt like this jersey, it felt like all the decisions came from a Houston-focused space, not an Oilers-focused space, but the tiles in specific, the be somebody font. Did y'all get that feeling?
I didn't even think Oilers.
Does it feel like they're still chasing that?
I never have. Like I find it odd. I find it almost weird on either side. Like the thoughts of like, well, when I see the Texans uniform or the Titans uniforms, they're still in the Columbia blue, and on the other side, like raising stink about U of H, making a clean uniform with that color in it. And now I get. That'd be really cool. I love it when like Hannah gets fired up about it as the owner of the Texans and kind of has it out with the owner of the Titans. I love that aspect.
I do too.
But when I saw it, I didn't think Titans one time.
Me either. That's what we talked about that earlier. I was just thinking H-Town.
I just thought
I knew Ron would give me some.
Well, super clean.
When I saw it, I knew they would react.
Oh no, I knew they would react. What I'm saying is, from my perspective,
but they don't. But again, they don't. I don't think. And I'll be much like myself, don't know all of the history that especially like Tyler is kind of broken down with, which is also incorporated in our new logo here at the Fan as well. Like I got some buddies who, as I went to school out in Nashville, some buddies was like, they just can't stop thinking about the Oilers, can they? And then I kind of told them, I was like, well, this really is like Houston history. This is what like the street markers look like. This is
so y'all's uniforms are Houston history being played in Nashville.
He said, and I'll give him credit. He said, I didn't know it had all of that. That's what.
When the Titans, when they went from the actual Oilers stuff, right? Because they wore the Oilers logo when they were in Memphis, right?
1 year, I believe.
Thanks.
Yeah.
When they actually went to the Titans, wasn't it a dark blue and red?
Yes, kind of like their rivalry uniform today that was released.
Whatever they wore in this last preseason game, when I turned the TV on, I didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
You thought it was Oilers.
No, but I guess I didn't even think in that, because I don't even think Oilers in 2026 when I see I don't even think Oilers. Like I just was like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
Like it didn't even look like the Titans. I don't know. It's
they've changed.
I just remember, in my mind, I remember the Titans, which I really liked, the dark blue with the red and white.
Yeah.
Right? Like that combination. Like I remember that coming up. I don't.
That's pretty much what it has been until they've gone
last 2-3 years
full shift.
Yeah. Well.
And I wonder who they're needling at, but there you go.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that was awful. What I saw this weekend they were wearing.
Awful. Okay.
The ones they had on this
You didn't like them?
No, and I like Columbia blue, H-Town, whatever color you want to call it. I like that blue. No, it was bad. Now I did see it on. I think the first view I got was on a kicker. Maybe a plus size punter, so he wasn't necessarily the model for it. But
you might want to see Jonathan in it.
Well, hell, I mean, big Simmons runs through. He's like, oh yeah, it's good looking.
Yeah.
I mean, he can put anything.
Better
on.
be.
Yeah, no, I don't. Needless to say, these are by far of all the teams, U of H, the Tennessee Titans. Who else has worn baby blue? I don't know. These are by far, without a doubt, the cleanest uniforms.
I agree.
That all white boy.
I agree.
Boy, somebody comes out and wears other than white cleats out there.
They might wear that H-Town blue cleats.
I can maybe accept that blue, maybe red.
The red would look clean.
Maybe red.
The red
Somebody
would look clean.
leave it up to Aziz Al-Shahir to throw black shoes on.
Or Henry. We'll lose Clint for a complete second.
Henry is absolutely wearing
I'll
black.
hold it against him. I will.
Henry is absolutely wearing.
I just
want
to know how come we can't. Is there anything to stop them from pulling them out against the Titans? That's Can they?
When are they going to break them out? When are they?
They're doing it against the Colts.
We gotta wait 3 months.
That's what I said earlier. I'd like to see them 2 or 3
You
times.
got to wait a week to even buy them September 1st.
That's what
Doug, you better come through.
I just want to get Doug.
3 months?
Yeah.
What are they going to do if they just say, we decided to pull these out against the Titans?
Yeah. No, I want to see them 2 or 3 times.
I don't know if
that's you got to eat that fine.
Clark, hey, Kyle, Hannah, you got it.
Yeah. They got it.
I do. By the way, I'll wait till the drive kicks off here to start this. But the hell is Nico doing?
What do you mean?
Oh, what I miss?
I mean, y'all didn't see them pictures and them videos, man.
Well, yeah,
I didn't notice nothing.
I didn't
Nico
either.
did.
Oh no, I got. This is why you got to tune in. That's what we call a tease in the business.
Yeah.
Ron, I anticipate you wearing this jersey today. I'm looking forward to that.
We're gonna get one.
Oh,
Vasa gonna bring one.
He better put one on his body. Yeah, he's gonna bring one. You better put one on your body.
I'm wear it now.
Put one on your body, damn it, Ron.
I ain't a jersey guy, but I'll put one of them things on.
See,
I'm hoping Dougie Fresh comes through with some threads.
Doug has to bring
I'll
one.
put one of them on.
He's got
I'll
to.
wear them back to the dirty.
That's right.
I won't take that off till I get home.
That's right.
T-Mill,
Stop at the
you've been
convenience store.
deputized. Please make sure that he ends up with a jersey on his body. Please and thank you.
As long as I have one.
Gentlemen,
better bring 2. He's getting the first one.
Gentlemen, I know y'all are gonna have a great
I'll
show
wear
today.
when you do the drive is live, right?
Great point. I saw.
You want to shake on it? Hey, shake on
Sean did a when in the deal today.
Yeah.
In y'all's crossover, he brought a little juice in here.
He did. I noticed that. Yeah.
And I'm just a little bit. I'm still a little bit hurt.
That's just sad, man. I'm just
a little bit hurt.
Yeah. Well, he's hurt.
It'd be like,
and that's where it starts.
I mean, I feel like
you're not gonna Jedi mind trick me in this.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I feel like we have really because your energy right after that was not the Reginald attitude I know either. I feel like we've made him gun shy in crosstalk.
It's not gun shy. He's made the selfish decision.
No, I don't believe it. I think
that
that was alive until I heard him this morning.
You're gonna tell me you one person out of thousands going to tell me you don't like it? Well, hell with you.
It hasn't been one. It wasn't one person. Not that that's. That's
Pendergast.
I'm sorry.
Pendergast had more juice and more soul and more vibe in his get down than you.
You put soul in there.
I'm just there was. I know.
You put soul in there just to hurt me.
I couldn't do that to you. I can't give you.
Now you hurt me. Now you hurt me. USOB. Pendergast and soul.
All right, somewhere between what you did yesterday and what they criticized or he criticized.
This is not a negotiation. I don't know what you're doing.
You got to bring something.
What is he doing right
something
now?
Between those. Am I right?
Let's go, Reg. I don't care what it is. Just something. Come on, Reg.
Something between those two.
Y'all are gonna be sorely disappointed.
He's practicing to sound like this.
Y'all are going to be sorely disappointed, but thankfully you will not be disappointed with the drive. It's never a disappointing ride with these fine fellas. Again, appreciation to D&M Autolease for the crosstalk. J-Lo, catch you tomorrow for a show.
Yes, sir.
Right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live.
Thanks, T. Appreciate it, T.
The drive is live, and we're all here in the building. You heard Clint. You see and hear Tyler. YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you joining us and rolling with us on this Tuesday. A lot to get to, but we have to get here first. And I'm going to make an executive decision on the show as one of the clear leaders here. I'm going to make an executive decision. I know the music thing has been an issue here as we've made the move to 95.7 The Fan. But Tyler, this is all on me. Everything that we are coming back from, anytime you hear music as we come back from break, it's Dolly Damn Parton.
Oh,
we have lost Dolly Parton, and if it's an issue, you can come to Clint.
Yeah, I'll take it.
We have lost Dolly Parton. I'm just saying.
I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with you. You damn right. I'm in on this.
Down with
Absolutely.
We have lost, if you missed it, we lost Dolly Parton. 80 years old. Damn it.
Prayers up, baby.
Okay,
prayers up to one of the greatest.
Can I say we lost a legend?
Absolutely.
All right. Last time I brought up a
This
female
is why you don't throw
country music
Shania
artist.
Twain in the legend, because when you lose a legend like this, it's truly one of the greatest.
We lost an all-time.
Legend is reserved for this gal right here.
No, Shania can be a legend. Dolly is like the legend.
Don't make this about anything but Dolly.
I can't be hating on Shania amidst this news.
I know some folks around here use the term legend a little bit loosely, but we're talking about country music, greatest of all time. Dolly Parton is an absolute legend. Prayers up. I did not even realize, boys. I knew she was fighting a little something, but I did not realize that we were literally on the verge.
Man, I don't know why, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and act like, boy, I have been banging out the Dolly Parton. Now, I will say, she stopped me in my tracks when I saw for
she
some
stopped
reason.
Several people in her tracks.
I know.
Not just with her music.
I remember your magazine. I remember your dad's magazine.
It's a great call, man. Great call.
That's one of the top 7 things I thought about.
Big Ern's Playboy collection
that had Dolly on it. But I remember like she performed at the Cowboys Thanksgiving halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys, I don't know, Cowboys Chiefs, I think maybe. And I was like, oh, let me watch this. And everybody in the house watching. And it was like, dang, there's Dolly. I think when Beyonce did her album and she did the cover of Jolene and like it came out some more there. But like this was one I was like, damn. Like even though I didn't grow up listening to Dolly Parton, you know what I mean? Like it's not like the Isley Brothers that was always playing in the house. But you know, like this is a big time legend. This is a big time loss that kind of like that's like American fabric type of loss. So, damn, Dolly Parton. Text them in 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch your favorite Dolly Parton song. That's all we're doing. We're doing Dolly every time we come back. The boss walked through, thumbs up, double thumbs up.
Yeah, he came in here and gave me permission. We're good to go with Dolly.
Damn.
Rightfully so, man. R.I.P. legend.
I told Tyler. I said, "Damn, Tyler, we heard it from Reggie."
Who I guarantee you, Astro Granny.
He had to go check on Mom.
Yeah, I'm telling you, my mom. Now, Linda Ronstadt, is she dead? I don't think she's dead yet, is she?
I don't even know who that is.
I'm not familiar.
I mean, if she dies, I think old Linda Stoerner, old Astro Granny, may really go into a little depression. But Dolly's going to hit her. Ain't no doubt about it, man.
Yeah, that was the first call I made was my mother. I had to make sure she was okay emotionally. She loves her some Dolly, man. R.I.P.
Yeah, tough one. Dolly Parton, 80 years old, passed away.
Well, I'd say call old Astro Granny and break the news to her, but I'm scared she'll cuss on air, so don't do that.
Well, no, we don't want to break the news to her on air.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
That's about right.
There it is.
That is about right.
But Dolly Parton passed at the age of 80. All right. I also wanted to to go here. As I said, there's a lot to get to today. Baseball talk, by the way, on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. I give Tyler a lot of trash here lately because of how he has reacted to this team now.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it, Tyler. It's August 25th. He's not going to a game, and I'll be honest with you. I don't know the last time Tyler's gone 0 for 81.
I can't believe it myself.
I mean, Tyler goes to road games sometimes, and has not gone. But I give him a lot of ish because, like, oh, he's not going to games. But I'm serious. As we sit here today, they have now fallen out of the playoffs completely.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They are in second place now with the Rangers winning. And then with that loss, that dropped them into the wild card. And then Cleveland won last night. So now they're a half game behind Cleveland and a half game behind the Rangers. So currently, if it ended today, the Astros would be out of the playoffs. They're 65-66. They've got a series against the Yankees, probably the team that maybe outside the Rangers, the Dodgers, that people hate the most here. I'm just curious. They've made some move. They made this move moving on from Dana Brown that I think a lot of people were excited about. Are you still invested in this team?
Well, yeah.
I know you are, but I'm serious. Are you out there as Astros fans? Are you still invested in this team, or are you just waiting for this thing to come to an end?
Look. Here's a great question. Here's the deal. Anybody that didn't expect – anybody that thought this baseball team was going to run away with anything, in the wild card, the division, a playoff series, I mean, this is not a run away from folks type of team and hasn't been all year long. I mean, this is – now, granted, I did not think that they would – drop six games in a 9-game stretch against the terrible 3 teams in the division. I didn't think it'd be that bad, but in no way, shape, or form did I expect the Astros to stretch this out and comfortably coast into a division title and coast into a playoff series. So this is exactly who we thought the Astros were.
You're probably saying August 25th. You told me they're a half game out of the playoffs. You would have hit the button.
If they, I think I said it a month and a half ago. Tyler, got to get Cheryl on the history books. I think I said when they were load managing folks and resting folks, this is the kind of stuff that get you miss the playoffs by 1 game. This is the kind of stuff you get down the stretch and you're like, damn it, we're half a game back, man. We missed it. Meanwhile, you're out here load managing folks in the first month of the season. So yeah, I this is exactly what I expected is this thing to come down to the wire.
Are you still invested in this team? A team that has the MVP on it in Yordan Alvarez, who is still tracking in the clear leader in the clubhouse to win AL MVP. You are a half game out of first place in the West, a half game out in the wild card. Are you still invested? Text it in. I'm only cheering for Yordan. Also texting in, hang it up for the year, just get rid of Joe. That's what people are texting in. Tyler, are you invested? Have you been invested in this team?
Yeah. I mean,
I've still invested right now?
Yeah. I've been watching the games just from home, but no, it's amazing to me. I haven't gotten myself to a game
from home.
Yeah, it's amazing to me because in my adult life, I've never by far gone this long without going to an Astros game.
But you're invested
in
what's
invested.
happening with the team every day.
Yes, absolutely.
Another one coming in, hell no, I'm not invested. I checked out a long time ago. They don't deserve the playoffs. They need to go ahead and miss the playoffs and completely reset with management and players. I think they're probably going to do that with the management part. Also, Astros till I die, but damn show. I just want to sit in a corner and cry. That's what someone.
It's hard to watch.
Just text in. It's hard to watch, but
it's hard to watch how this thing is unfolding. It really is. I mean, you look at just the last series. I mean, when you lose leads, I mean, what was it, a 6-0 lead or a 6-1 lead, and it was just late in the game, and then it was a 3-1 in the 8th inning. When you've got those kind of leads and your bullpen, and you lose back to back to the A's in disgusting fashion, that it don't get much more difficult than that.
Yeah, a lot of people just said I'm in it for Jordan. That is coming through big time on the text line. Yeah, I know. I'm always curious at that. Have you guys just said to hell with it, man? I'm old.
No, I ain't spending no money on them, but I'll watch them.
Yeah, but you're still invested.
Yeah, I mean, they can still hurt my heart. I still get pissed off. They still move me emotionally.
They make the playoffs. You're still not going to a game.
I'm ease into a playoff game.
Ease into a playoff game.
I mean, that's for the people.
Tyler will do that.
I mean, I think the drive should. I think when a professional sports team makes the playoffs in Houston, I think we should ease our way over to a playoff game.
As long as there's baseball to play, I'm invested. Let's keep going. But I agree, Joe's got to go. Omar Lopez needs to start steering the ship for the rest of the season.
WBC.
Jim Crane has taken my interest completely away. All right, coming up next. Mixed bag there. I like it. I've had some time, Clinton, Tyler, to think about the move the Texans made and the difference between what Kayshon Boutte will bring to the table as opposed to Jaden Higgins. And I've gotten to a point where I'm not sure that Boutte is better, but he may be more important. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, are you looking to sell your home, man? Be honest with you, are you even flirting with selling your home? If so, Orchard is absolutely the way to go.
fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
3rd down and 5 at the Houston 33. Here's May in the gun. 3 receivers left, 1 back, Stevenson. Texans loading up at the line. Now Stevenson creeps closer to the line as May calls for the ball. And here comes the rush. May hit as he throws downfield. Wants the big ball and juggled and caught. Touchdown. Boutte. What a grab against Stingley. That's an incredible
throw and a heck of and an even better one-handed grab.
All right, that's a reminder of the playoff game in which the newest Texan made a play one-on-one with Derek Stingley, a big-time catch that really kind of closed the door on the Texans that day, and that is the newest member, Kayshon Boutte. And Clint, I know the conversation clearly was this a lot, and I know I heard Reggie earlier today said he kind of wanted to push back on my thought of there being a conversation that a Kayshon Boutte was a better player than Higgins. I mean, I think a lot of the Higgins thought is based on what we saw in training camp and the potential of a step that he would take in the regular season. Well, you know, it's sad that we don't get a chance to see that this year. Maybe he gets healthy and we get a chance to see that next year. But still, like, based off what they've given us, it was still just a hope and an excitement. We still hadn't seen this version of what we thought we were going to see from Jaden Higgins on the field yet. But I don't need to kind of go back and forth on who is better or not. I will say, Clint and Tyler, I think there is a potential that Boutte could be more important than what Higgins brings. And the reason why I say that is I think a big thing that this offense lacks and has lacked is any kind of fear of downfield threats. Any kind of – we've talked about it, for years, Clint. Really – It's had to be for years since Tank Dell has gone down. The concern of, like, man, who scares you? Who as a defensive coordinator do you look up and you say, all right, man, I know 12 is somebody I got to put a lot of resources to, but none of these other guys, not only do they not scare me, but I don't even know if they're going to go downfield. And if you've watched him in his career, especially last year, that's like his thing. He is a big play threat. In fact, last year by the numbers, he was top 4 in terms of best big play down the field receivers when it comes to efficiency. He was behind Jackson Smith and Jigba, Christian Watson, and George Pickens. He was that type of dude down the field. Now, Clint, he didn't always catch him, and they didn't always throw him, but the threat was clear every time you played the Patriots and him that they would potentially throw the ball down the field because my man's running 9 routes, he's running fades, he is down the field, and that is just an element that I think right now he brings to the table that is probably better than what Higgins brings to the table, an element this team just has not had. And I think that at least, I don't even want to say fear, but at least concern for coordinators and defenses now. Like, I remember that dude in New England. That dude was running down the field a lot. Like, we got to take that a bit serious. I think that's important.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nico Collins is going to get a lot of attention, and so when you look, you hear D'Amico say it all the time. We're going to throw the ball to whoever's open. They're not going to put a ton of time and effort into moving Nico and getting advantageous matchups. Now they may line him up somewhere different, but I'm talking about movement as the ball snapped. I'm talking about getting the ball, early in the game 3-4 times at different levels. They're just not going to. They're not going to. Really put a lot of effort into that. And so when you got a system that says, okay, we're going to line up, we're going to be pretty stagnant for the most part. We're going to let the defense shade Nico if they want to, or load the box versus a run game if they want to. And we're going to throw the ball to the open guy, right? That's all fine and dandy if your coordinator and the scheme can get you the open guy. The part that I think is known, because this isn't about is Higgins better or Boutte better. It's the known. We think Higgins was going to be really good, right? There's a known of what Boutte is, and I'll be honest with you, I think he's better than what's known of him. I think he's got a higher ceiling. I think he's yet to reach his ceiling. But the beauty about him is he's a guy that doesn't need to have a soft corner to be open. He's a guy that doesn't need the system to get him open in a void in a defense in order to catch the football. He is a guy that if Nico's getting more attention, they're going to leave one defender for a Boutte. At any point in time, you can throw the back shoulder. At any point in time, you can throw the fade. At any point in time, you can stay within your quick scheme, stay within your quick game, and you can throw the quick fade or you can throw the quick back shoulder. And a guy like Boutte, that's what he does. I would argue.
You don't even need great pass protection on some of those routes you're talking about.
It's like the ball would be out in the same amount of time it takes to throw a hitch or a slant. Right? There's the ball's out, right? He's that kind of guy, and he's super comfortable catching the ball with contact, right? I would argue, now Nico's a great receiver. Nico's a top 10 receiver, so Nico can do it all. But I would argue that catching the back shoulder or even just catching the go route while you're covered, while the DB can't cover you no better, I would argue that Boutte is better at that than Nico is. So when you're talking about a guy that doesn't have to be wide open or schemed open every single time to get the football. And now, Higgins may have been the same way. I don't know. But we know that Boutte, that's the one thing he can do. Like I said, I think the ceiling's much higher than what we've seen with Boutte. If D'Amico can get the best out of him, I think we see a better player.
If you watch, it is down the field. Like that is a threat. Now, the only other part is, and I'll give credit to Tyler for this, but it is how does he look in the conservative Kaylee offense? That's the other part of it, because that's the thing is, Clint, we know that he can go down the field in an offense like this because he just came from an offense that is like this. Yeah, so that's the other part. Now, the Texans may deploy and use him differently than maybe the Patriots did with Josh, and that could be a thing that makes this look different. But the player we've seen is an downfield threat that this team has not had outside of Nico.
We just saw 10 snaps. And they somehow threw a back shoulder to Xavier Hutchinson. I mean, you don't have to be the most explosive offense in the league in order to get that play from time to time. Yeah. I think it's going to be. I think it's something that works its way into the offense. And assuming he is ready to play, which I don't know. I don't think I can think of a reason why he wouldn't. I would imagine he gets involved in that, at least in that nature, in that form, pretty quick.
A lot going on with the Astros. Robert Flores, MLB Network, Houston's own. He'll stop by the drive coming up next.
All right, I tell y'all all the time, like Ability Tree X.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on The Drive. We are hoping to have a chance to talk to Robert Flores, MLB Network. If we can, know the guys are working hard to see if we can make that happen. And we will have him join us here as soon as he possibly can. But there's a lot going on, Clint, with the Astros. Obviously, today we have a lot of fun with Joe Espada, and again, with as we talked about yesterday, I know he has a family situation, and prayers are out to him, and hopefully that is in a much better place. We know he is expected to be in New York and managing tonight as they face the Yankees. But there is clearly, Clint, a lot going on. There's a lot of different reports from he's been informed that he's not coming back to he is coaching the rest of the season, and there has been no conversation on anything with him. But this is one of the first times, Clint, where I want to hear what Joe has to say, because he is going to be questioned about his future, Dana Brown's future, what he's been told, and I am really curious where he sits and what he'd be willing to say, at this time when he meets to the media earlier.
Yeah, look, I mean, look, Joe's always going to be a pro. I doubt he's going to say anything that's going to be earth shattering on the Dana Brown front. Now, what I tell you, there's 30 some odd games left. And what I think is a must watch is how do things change over the next 31 games, right? I mean, there was a lot of decisions made that a lot of folks, but I'm talking about daily. I'm talking about players that are on the roster, the ups and downs, the lineup, the different guys that are where they are in the lineup and why they're there, and why is Varsho batting fourth still kind of deal. Like there was a lot of those kind of decisions that I think some folks probably think that Dana Brown had a hand in what was going on. I don't know what to believe, but it'll be interesting to watch the next 31-ish games. I think 30-ish games. It'll be interesting to see kind of how things change, or if they stay the same from a lineup perspective, from a up and down perspective. Who's playing, who's not playing, what positions are they playing? It'll be interesting to see with Dana Brown removed from that equation or that formula, where they land from a roster and a lineup perspective.
It is insane and crazy where the Astros are so quickly, to a point where when I arrived here, I don't know, almost 7 years ago, like this was, even through the scandal stuff, was still one of the most sought after spots. Dusty couldn't wait to get here. And now, fellas, we look at this, and the Astros general manager and manager positions, which let's just be honest, everything we're reading, what we're seeing, we know the GM position is going to be open. It looks like the manager position may be open. These jobs are currently described as, Clint, considered very difficult and high-pressure jobs due to the intense owner's oversight, a depleted farm system, and a short leash for leadership. That's where we've got here, where it feels like the Astros, who have been along to me with the Dodgers, and there's an argument, more, the two dominant franchises in baseball over the last decade. And they still have Yordan Alvarez, who's going to be the MVP. They've got a young stud who's finished top 3 that you still have team control through 2028, and Hunter Brown. Altuve's still there, Jeremy Pena. They've got some pieces, and this is thought of to be a difficult job, and one that they may have problems being able to get the best of the best, because people don't view this as a great job anymore, which is insane right now.
Well, look, I don't think it obviously is not the job that it was when Dusty took it. It's not the job that it was when Joe Espada took it. Time has passed. Players have gone. I think the memories have faded, right? The clubhouse is not what it once was, even though I do think it's still better than 99.9% of clubhouses.
In there, yeah.
Yeah, look, I think if the problems you speak of, I think are very fixable from the top. Most of what's wrong with the Astros right now, I'm not saying they have a World Series roster. Hell, who does when the damn Dodgers are doing what they're doing, right? And the Yankees are doing. Who's going to be considered that? They're never going to be considered that. They weren't when they were the winningest organization in baseball. They weren't then. They're never going to be that. This is an organization, if the front office gets their crap together and they get the right manager in here, I believe this is a core group that can win, that can be significantly better than they are right now and can win baseball games and be relevant in Major League Baseball. Are they going to be World Series favorites? No, but I think you mentioned it. Pena, Yordan Alvarez. Don't forget about Carlos Correa, the alpha leader that he is a big part of this. You got Hader. You got
Paredes is a young piece.
Paredes,
Cam Smith still, I think,
Cam
is somebody
Smith is coming,
people
man.
get excited about. Yeah.
Cam Smith is coming, right? So I don't know, man. I just think that this is a organization that if the front office gets their crap together, and again, you don't have. It just seems like there's people with power, from the manager to the GM to the assistant to the owner, the whatever. There's guys pulling in all different directions, and it's just impossible to keep things together when that's the case. And so if they get that fixed and get the right manager in here, I think the Astros can move forward with a good solid plan and win a bunch of baseball games. If not, and they got to burn this thing down, it's going to be a tough few years, boys.
You start to say. And listen, I think Dana and Joe, it's time. I think that the Astros can do better than both of those guys.
Agreed.
Right. I think so. But at the same time, multiple things can be true. Like, it is, honest to God, if you just start doing the say it out loud test, and you can do this as you sit at your desk, in your car, at your side pieces, wherever you are, you can do this in your head. Like, start saying out loud, like, all the things that's happened in the Joe Espada and Dana Brown time frame, and to think that they have made it to the postseason and won the West one year. They have. They won Dana's first year when he took over. He went to the ALCS and lost in Game 7 that Tyler attended. And then you look at the last 2 years, they missed the playoffs by one game, and right now they currently sit a half game out of the playoffs. If you look at it, Clint, and you start to think they seemingly have a training staff over the last several years that appears to be working against them. As opposed, they can't figure out any injuries. They've had injuries to, every key player you can think of over the last several years, they have gone down and missed significant time. They've lost guys. They've not paid several guys. And to think they have stayed and been this competitive is crazy with everything that they've had going against them. Again, I think Dana and Joe, it's time to move on from them. But it is pretty remarkable that they've been able to stay this competitive with all of that stuff going through.
Well, if you look at the flip side of that, they've stayed competitive because of how bad the division is and, quite frankly, how bad the American League is this year, right? So you miss the opportunity to take advantage of a bad American League and what would have been a path of least resistance to get to your destination. Now, the good thing about the division being bad and the American League being down is if you do have to start fresh and you have to rebuild this thing, not tear it down, but you have to rebuild this thing from hiring a manager and kind of figuring some things out, then you should be able to have success through that given where you live, right? Given the division that you live in, you should be able to have some success through that. So I don't know. Like I said yesterday, man, as a fan, I'm anxious to see, sure, I'm going to watch. Sure, I'm invested. Sure, I'm going to be pissed when they lose, and I'm going to throw stuff when they blow leads against the A's. But at the end of the day, I'm more interested in hearing Jim Crane tell us what the direction is next.
Yeah. Well, someone texting about side piece. I don't know. Wherever you may be. I don't know. Could be. Hopefully you're Wherever you're doing, you're having a good time. You're listening to the Drive on the Fan.
Hope your side piece isn't an Astros fan. They're probably going to be in a bad mood. Probably be a little moody.
Probably be a little moody.
Some moody booty.
Sometimes they say moody booty's the best booty. All right, coming up.
Old Tyler's like, y'all gonna get me in trouble? Get out of here.
Oh, you can say moody booty. Hell, man, we lost Dolly.
I mean, one might say it's all moody booty.
You're right. We lost Dolly. We get to talk about moody booty.
Boy, I tell you what.
Tyler's wants you to know, though, just because we lost Dolly is not a place to take out Shania Twain. It's just where Tyler wants to make sure Tyler almost got right off the old Dolly situation to lay on the train tracks for Shania Twain. Coming up as we continue, 1 hour down, and it looks like we're starting to get some answers with the Texans. Important questions, especially up front in front of C.J. Stroud. Now that it looks like we know the starting five, do you think this offensive line is good enough for them to get to where they need to get to? And got a big joint practice tomorrow, man. They'll be in Carolina. Some interesting matchups and players that the Panthers had that some of the Texans players will get matched up with. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Hope them Carolina tree allergies don't get them, man. I tell you, it's rough out there. But for right now, I know there ain't no tree allergies.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. 1 hour down. That is the tunes of Dolly Parton. Rest in peace to the legend, the one and only, one of a kind Dolly Parton. 80 years old, passed away today. As I know these two gentlemen have years of growing up.
Yeah,
your dad's magazines. And
oh man, not only the Dolly Parton Playboy in the third drawer in the bathroom, but the just in general that 80s, in the 80s, man. Mom and Dad sitting on that green church pew, L-shaped church pew in the front yard on Park Street, drinking and smoking. With a little dolly blaring with the old what was it called, El Camino in the driveway. And yeah, man, Dolly was a staple. Now, that's when I was burning bugs with Dad's cigarettes. Remember when Tyler thought I had a problem?
I don't think Tyler thought.
Hey man,
he believed you
hey,
did.
Let me tell you,
believe it.
Hey, let me tell you, Big Earn had a plan. That sonbuck said, "One more bug, one more time. Let me catch you playing with them," because they'd still be a little cherry on the end of it. Big Earn would just throw them on the ground. I'd find one every now and then. He said, let me catch you one more time, and you're going to take a puff off that.
Psycho C.
I said, all right, Dad, all right. Sure enough, he came around that corner, and I was burning bugs next to the house, behind the grass in the house,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He said, got you. Take you a puff. I said, Dad, are you serious? He said, yeah, I told you not to do it. I took a puff off that thing, and it burnt my chest. I thought I was burning from the inside out. I have, honest to God, I have not taken a pull off a cigarette since.
That was it.
That's
They've
it.
done it for you.
That is it.
Here it is, boys and girls.
I'm telling you, brutal. Yeah. Awful. I've only inhaled once on something else.
I think
it
is
within the last 5 years.
I think for me, personally, it's like, when you're first meeting, it is maybe the most unattractive thing to me.
Oh, no question. I told y'all, Natalie from Crosby.
Damn, Nat.
Natalie from Crosby. I mean, stallion, son. I mean.
You smoke Swisher Sweets, Black and Miles,
clothes,
whatever you're doing, those things, fine.
Marlboro Reds. If you're smoking the same thing Big Earn was smoking, I have a real hard time getting tongue-tied with
you're in Virginia Slims,
hey,
Newports,
Chief.
Camels. I'm out, man.
Chief. Man.
I don't care if she looked like Dolly in her heyday.
Natalie eased on out. Natalie eased on out to the truck. I remember, a ditch was about 6-7 foot deep, boy. I was willing to risk my life in that ditch to get around that driver's, that passenger side of that truck with Natalie. I got around there and she hit me with that old smoker's breath. I said, "Oh no,
I'm out." Yeah, I'm out.
I mean, I tried. I didn't walk off immediately. I tried.
I tried to hang in there.
I gave Natalie a good couple minutes.
He had something that made you want to hang in there and just at least give her. Or
it wasn't enough. It was. Yes, I'm telling you, that's how bad it was. That's how bad smoker's breath was for me.
She tastes like cigarettes.
Chief, I mean, quarter horse. Oh, man.
Quarter horse with smoke the same cigarettes your dad.
Yeah, smoking the same.
Out.
Big Earn made me puff on when I was young. I said, I'm out. I about fell in that ditch trying to get out of that truck.
Oh, God, yeah. All right.
You think Natalie from Crosby listens?
Yeah, probably.
I bet her
FM
husband
now.
does. I bet her husband does.
Yeah. He's been pissed off for years.
I bet
he broke her.
I bet she got some more Crosby Cougar athletes out there.
He broke her.
Tall gal.
He got her to stop smoking. Look here, Nat. This is it. It ends here, or I'm out. You've already lost the 2-time SEC SEC quarterback.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the way this one looked, there were several fellas that didn't mind that smoker's breath. It just blew right through that stop sign. I had options, cuz I had options. You know what I mean?
We can't have it all.
That's it. That's it, man. They blew right through that stop sign.
Yeah, she likes it. She smokes a little unfiltered Marlboro a little bit. Go ahead, man. I'll take it. All right.
Way off the wacky tobacco.
The Texans The Texans, it looks like, Clint, we have an understanding of this offensive line. Again, nothing will be surprising. I'm going to write this in erasable pen if those still exist. But it looks like Ursery, Rutledge on the left side, Evan Brown in the middle as the center, and then Ingram and Trent Brown on the right side. That's what we saw in the game on Thursday, where it looked like their dress rehearsal. They came off the field when CJ came off the field. Those guys didn't play another down. It looks like we have this. Now, if we look at last year, Clint, run blocking ranked 32nd by ESPN. PFF had them maybe a little bit higher, but still, the bottom part of the league. Pass protection, ESPN had them ranked 30th, and they were low with PFF and their pass blocking metrics as well. Struggled to keep a clean pocket for CJ and Davis Mills throughout the year. So we know the issues, and obviously they went and addressed it in a lot of different ways. Right now we're looking at at least 2 to 3, and if you count Trent Brown, who didn't play all season, 2 to 3 new starters with other guys that they've paid. This group, Clint, and I don't mean in terms of like the best in the league, but is this group, you think, good enough for what the Texans need for this offense to reach the area it needs to reach to go along with this defense? Is this line, this best five, good enough?
Yeah, I do. I think they're good enough. The operative part of that sentence you just said, though, being to complement this defense well enough to give you the thought.
That's what they need. They just need to be good enough for the offense to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, I do. Look, I love the veteran at center. I know they didn't land there really by choice per se, but I love Evan Brown, 6, 7, 8 years in the league. I love the veteran at center. And Keelan Rutledge, having the ability to pull him and add him to Ingram and Trent Brown on that right side, that turns me on. That gets me good and worked up right there. Now, and again, you can add Cade Stover from a fullback position. You can add Foster Moreau from a tight end position. You know, if the young fella Marlon Klein gets to a point where he's the more physical, the better run blocking tight end, cool. But I mean, you can see where this offensive line is going to be a really, really good improvement to what we saw last year. Now, I say that understanding that they were in the 30s last year from a run blocking perspective. Yeah. So I think you'll see a pretty significant improvement, for on the offensive line when it comes to what they first and foremost want to do is run the football. I do think they'll have a more convincing, consistent run game.
I agree with that. It feels like, and obviously the Raiders was just, maybe some of their second team guys, and now they had success in the scrimmage too. To be honest with the Raiders, when they had their top guys out, that's all you can watch. And the Raiders weren't a great run defense last year, but based off all we have to watch, you can see the improvements. Man, I think Trent Brown and Ingram probably would have folded up a lot of guys over there the way they were coming off the ball. And I think Rutledge is a huge improvement wherever the hell he plays, guard, center, and it looks like guard right now. I feel comfortable that the run blocking will have a pretty clear difference. I got to wait and see on the pass protection. That's the point there, because I know we even saw in that game, you highlighted it, there was even a miss there that C.J. Stroud kind of covered up.
Yep.
From, I believe, Ingram, maybe it was. And there's some that the pass protection is the thing for me when everybody knows they've got a pass. That's the part that I still kind of hold. But it looks like right now they're on track to be what this offense needs it to be. Again, it does not have to be great. Text line coming in, hell no, guys, get off the gas. Someone texted in Casario with more whiffs, Teller and Braden Smith. Now, that's true. Looks like those were not what they thought they were going to be. But right now I look at this group, especially from a run blocking perspective. We'll see on the pass protection, but I think the run blocking will help their pass protection, what they want to do. I don't think we're going to be looking at a team that's ranked 30th on ESPN's pass block win rate and 32nd on ESPN's run block win rate, even if there are some injuries because their depth is even better than it has.
Well, look, if you want to talk about Nick Caserio and who they paid, that's fine. That's a different conversation. But I think one reason that you go all out and you bring Trent Brown back on top of Blake Fisher, on top of Braden Smith, the reason that you go out and you get multiple centers and multiple guys that can play guard and center, and you draft guards, not one but two that could potentially play. The reason you do that is to give yourself options. And the reason you do that is because you've been so bad previously, and it's been really the reason why you haven't been able to advance. And so we can talk about the two higher paid offensive linemen that it looks like they missed on, but when you look at it in the big scheme of things, their plan of attack has worked. Or at least, let me say, nothing's worked until we see it on Sunday. So that's fair. But in my opinion, where they've landed with this offensive line, I think has a chance to be a huge upgrade over what we saw last year. And you want to talk about Braden Smith? I liked Braden Smith when they signed him, but I also a week before that told you Trent Brown is he's the guy that you can't ignore the traits that he has, right? And so I will admittedly say, I will admit, I'm higher on Trent Brown. I was higher last year. I was higher when they signed him this year on Trent Brown than most. So I'll be honest with you, I don't give a rip about Braden Smith. Now, if Trent gets hurt and we got to play him, then I care about the depth. But I like the idea of what Trent Brown brings to the table. And I love the fact that, his shortcomings, it should be very easy for Nick Caley to help him out and make sure it doesn't become a major problem. So I like where they've landed, Ron.
Yeah, and again, I'm not going to sit here and say, like you talked about, that I'm sold until we start seeing it in the regular season.
Right.
But I will tell you, Clinton Tyler, as we've been out there the last couple of years, I feel a lot better about what you've watched going into the season this year than I have the last couple of years. Guys, we went out there and watched camp last year. It was not a surprise that they struggled on the offensive line based off what we watched.
Yeah.
Not a surprise. We didn't come in here shocked.
It wasn't surprised them either. They were rotating left guards for crying out loud.
Right? Yeah, they were. It was not a surprise at all. It's a surprise to me that Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, neither one of them are starting. It looks like that's a surprise. Yep. But overall, Blake Fisher is better than he has ever been. Another guy that is, the depth is better than it has been. Your starting center is on the bench from last year and may not make the team. That's on the table for him. So, yeah, I think.
Who was the starting right tackle last year before Trent Brown came in?
It was
Titus.
No, it wasn't. To start the season, it was Urser, he was the right tackle, and Cam Robinson was the left tackle.
That's right.
And then Cam didn't make it through the Rams game, and then they immediately had to swing him over.
And Titus out, and that's when they started rotating off guards.
Yeah.
And then it swung. Then when they got tired of rotating guards, they swung Titus Howard back in there, and
then they brought in Trent. Yeah.
And brought Trent in. Okay. Yeah. Wow.
It was the first game of the season. First game of the season, we were over there hey, man, that Rams D-line, boy, that's going to be problematic.
Yeah,
here.
Yeah. Boy, to think that these guys, they missed on Cam, Wyatt Teller, and Braden Smith. Boy, that's hard to do.
Laken Tomlinson.
That's a good point.
And Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, but Juice is a draft pick. Laken was a free agent. Who was the other free agent? There was another free agent.
Ed was.
That's right.
Ed was the one.
He panned out. Ed worked.
Ed worked. Yep. Ed got in there and worked. Yep.
Draft picks are different to me, man. It's hard to miss on that many veteran offensive linemen.
Yeah,
because it ain't just miss. This is can't play miss.
Yeah.
This is. Wyatt Teller's played both guards.
Yeah, but again, didn't mean to go down this road, but they put their hands kind of in spaces where you could see it missing. The Cleveland Browns were looking to change their offensive line, and they moved him out. They moved both their guards out. The other one retired. Joe Bonito or whatever. He retired. Wyatt Teller, they set them down. When soon as we saw Lincoln Tomlinson's deal was for $3 million, you knew what you're getting.
Yeah,
you're getting $3 million worth. Right. So, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, they've not exactly gone up. Now, Cam Robinson is different. Cam Robinson and Braden Smith, they actually spent some money, at those spots for those not to work out. So that does feel a little different. Text line coming in. I'm not worried. I'm worried because you've ended up with a castaway at center for the second year in a row. I think it is a bit different. I think Evan Brown is a bit different than castaway. Right, and I think what's around him is better. So I think Evan Brown is better than a castaway.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we'll see. It's definitely a step up from Jake Andrews getting released and then come here and he's a plug and play because he knows the system. So it's definitely a step up from that. Again, I'm not 100% on any of it until we see rubber meeting the road on a Sunday afternoon, but. It sure looks like they're moving in the right direction.
I would agree with that. Coming up, it is Tuesday, and we do a little real or fake at this time. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. 713-572-4610. You can jump in as well, real or fake, coming up next. But before we get there, hey, September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day. It arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration that is built for you, the sports fan. The countdown, it has already begun, and all roads, they lead to game day. DraftKings Sports app, it is now live in all 50 states. That means here in the beautiful state of Texas, anywhere from California, New York, Florida, Illinois, wherever you're looking at, every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states, DraftKings Game Day is yours. And remember, as I said the date earlier, September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of the new season, new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate out there, baby. New DraftKings customers, you get a chance to sign up with the code SPORTS610 and spend $5 to get $150 in rewards in the next 21 days. That's code SPORTS610 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves...
anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcast, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, and we are joined here. Man, everybody's been talking about this. Everybody's been excited about this. Our text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Everybody loves the jerseys, and there's the helmets. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the helmets as Clint is wearing this helmet. Tank Dale's probably a size small. Turn your mic on.
I don't know if they make them like they used to, but they used to have these removable jaw pads.
Yeah,
I could probably use a slightly thinner jaw pad, but I feel good about it, man. I feel good about it. I it's one of those feel good, look good, feel good, play good kind of thing. All I got to do is go play.
These is if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the jerseys. Got the little Tank Dale action. Them all whites. These are clean. And Doug Vosek here is joining us, Texans Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer. Doug, we've had you in. We always enjoy talking to you. And, I'm not just saying this to you just because you're here. The Texans don't pay us directly. They don't pay us. I'd say this to you anyway. Hey, them last two jerseys, the red joints, and these, y'all thought through the helmet the whole way. The red helmet may be the best helmet in the league, but this joint here, and y'all have incorporated everything in this. That's why you got to look close to this, because Houstonians really understand this. I want to get an understanding, Doug, of what all you guys went through to come up with the design of this jersey, everything that you put into it, and what all of this stuff means.
Am I on air for 2 hours?
I don't know if you're on for 2 hours, but yeah, I bet it's a lot of work.
Ooh, check out the uniform guy. Every time I look to my left, I see this dude with the helmet.
Come on, man.
It's not fit.
No, it doesn't. That ain't what it's supposed to look like.
We let it roll. All right. So where do I start for you? The beginning?
Yeah, the beginning, please.
Ooh, the beginning. Crazy timing. Go back 2024. We had just launched all those brand new uniforms. You mentioned your favorite Reds. Right, that red helmet.
That red helmet, man.
I'm going to claim it too. Best in the NFL. I'm going to claim it too.
Hey, that is clean.
I'll take that. I'll take that compliment. We're going to roll with that. But literally, we launched those things. Then 2 months later, Nike comes around and says, "Hey, we're working on this new program. We're going to give you a 5th uniform." We're like, "Oh, we just got done these. Okay, let's do this again." Right? So they gave us maybe 60, 90 days of you need to write us a brief, document that just says, what do you want to get out of this uniform? So we had already launched those other ones, so we knew what fans were, what they were vibing, right? We knew that they were super excited by all that change. We knew they loved the H. We knew they loved the Battle Reds. So we knew we were onto something, right? And it wasn't necessarily about the H. It was about fans really got into we were telling a local story.
Sure. And
that we brought some H-Town Blue, our city's color, into the mix. So when Nike's like, here's your question, they said, tell us a hyper-local story. That was literally what they asked of us. And we're like, all right, well, that gives us part answer already. We're going back to the H. It's our second best-selling uniform already, so we know fans love it, right?
Yeah.
2, as you heard Hannah and Cal McNair always say, every time we do a new uniform that's an alternate, can we get more H-Town Blue? They delivered on that promise. So we know, hey, let's get some more H-Town Blue in the mix on that one. And then the last was about all the details. So we had to really ask ourselves, what's a local story that hasn't really been told by a pro team through a uniform? And then you turn to the fans. So we go to our fan council. We had 2 of them at the time. And we said, what are some things about Houston that maybe not everybody knows about, but you think are super cool? A lot of ideas came out, but man, the tile one is the one that popped right away, where people were like, that's special, that's unique, Texans, what can you do with it? And that was the jump.
What is the tile thing is interesting to me because me and Tyler specifically, but I know Ryan does too. But we really get into this, geeking out over this uniform stuff. And the tile thing to me, you see all the mock-ups and it's the checkerboard mock-up, and I'm like, I like the tile idea. I don't know, you could really overdo the checkerboard. You could even overdo the tile. What was just your mindset in designing? Because I think you knocked it out of the park. I mean, the using it, but more using it as a compliment down the leg of the pant. I can't tell you how sweet it is. You stopped halfway. That's you. That was when I saw it. I was like, right. See what I'm saying? You didn't want them all the way down. You go all the way to the bottom. You risk being too much. Stopping at that 3/4 or halfway mark was one that I was like, yeah, that's it right there. So what about the tile piece and how do you incorporate it without being too much? Because it is a little risky. I mean, it's not a solid line, obviously.
Yeah, a little risky. But you think where we start though? We start off. What's the true form of the tile? It's a street sign.
Yeah.
So where does that lead you on a uniform with your starting point? Nameplate.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, that's a 1-for-1, the best representation of something in Houston. You're like, street sign equals nameplate.
Nameplate, yep.
So beautiful enough, man. Like Nike went and designed every single letter custom to get as close as they could cut and sew down to a blue tile look for that. So that's pretty special. And then even when fans could customize their jerseys, you're going to put your name on it, you'll be able to do the same thing. So that's pretty cool. So we started there. But then if it's just the nameplate, it's like, all right, that's just one piece of it. Where else do you bring it in? So no joke, Clint, we went through all those iterations with Nike. Like some were checkered, some were blue and white checkered, some were like faint white on white checkered. You could barely see it unless the light hit it a certain way. So when you look at those fan designs that are on Twitter and on Reddit and all that, like
you've seen them.
A lot of them were pretty close to some of the things we looked at, right? I mean, fans got some beautiful designs out there. And what's interesting is some ones that they really liked. We're like, man, we almost did that one.
Yeah.
We almost did that one. So it really became down to where you're hitting at is what's a tasteful way not to push too hard and use it as a design element versus take over the entire design.
How I guess prominent or how loud was the voice about the white helmet? I think that's been something I've heard from a lot of fans that were here from the jump. They've always wanted a white helmet. Talk to us a little bit about that piece.
My gosh, finally delivered that white helmet all these years later. And you see it from all different fans, right? We go for our day oneers, our PSL holders, like all the way back. Of course, man, they're like that white helmet that Mr. Bob McNair held up the first time when that brand came out. So a lot of people back then, I wasn't around back then, right?
Right.
A lot of people back then were like, we're going to have a white helmet. And then obviously we went Deep Steel Blue instead. So you have that generation of fans that are like, finally deliver us this white helmet 25, 26, 27 years later. So that's one way to do it. Now, what a beautiful timing, though. 25th season.
Yeah.
Harken back to day one. So that's what, like, even on a rivalry uniform, how you could tell a 25th season story through something brand new from the past.
Yeah.
So that was one, right? Two is when we did the uniforms last time, you saw all the threads. Fans loved what was done, but critical feedback, man, we wish y'all would have had a white helmet. That was strong in that feedback last time.
Yeah.
You got to listen.
Yeah.
So that was two. Three is our players. Same thing. Our players, when they saw the last uniform set, loved it, but like, yo, where's the white helmet? We want a white helmet. So what an amazing opportunity to take past, present, future all together in one for the rivalry.
Yeah.
Texans Senior Vice President, Chief Marketing Officer, Doug Vosick. He is joining us, and we've had a lot of fun with Doug on air, off air over the years. And I cannot help, because if you follow all of this and you see, you guys have done a bit of countdown with the videos and letting us see, and then the release of the video, and now the release of the photos. Like I'm just looking on ESPN and I see they got Slim Thug in it, they got Andre in it. I see Nico with the helmet. It is a clear shift around the time you got here, Doug. It's a clear shift, like embracing a lot of the culture of Houston, from the H and how it is symbolized to a lot of bringing in of the Paul Walls or the other. What went into that decision? Because I think, Clint, you've been here for a long time. Tyler, that seems to be a shift in things over the last couple of years, really invoking that in the uniforms and how you guys market a lot of things.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all noticing because it's been a shift for a while. But I'm going to go way back. Go back 22, 23. And it's when Cal McNair really set a new expectation for the organization, like culture overset, right? That's a big change. It's not just about a uniform or a logo. When Cal came to us and said, like, it's time to create the next generation of Texans. It's time to fearlessly evolve. It's time to challenge everything. When you do that, you look at everything you do, from game presentation to the faces of your organization to how you look to the food in the state. You do all of that as part of that reset that Cal set a new expectation for. The other part of that was like, Doug from Cal and Hannah, what do the fans want? And what the fans told us when we did all that research was like, yo, we're the Texans. We're proud Texans. Your brand, your uniforms represent Texas Texans. But you know what? We play football in Houston. We play football in H-Town. How can the brand, the team, the club better showcase the beautiful culture of our city? That's what led to all the things that you're calling out.
Yeah, they didn't slide that candy paint past us. They didn't slide that past us on the uniform.
Well, what about, I mean, because look, let's be honest. I told you, I mean, I geek out over this stuff. I mean, I would say that there's about and I may be generous, you may know better than me. I'd say there's about a 25% hit rate on these kind of things. I mean, you've obviously overhauled a whole organization. I'm just talking about uniform changes, right? I mean, I would imagine that number shrinks significantly, that percentage shrinks significantly when you talk about overhauling an entire organization. I mean, you guys are aware. I mean, you hit a grand slam. I mean, I was born and raised here, and I was not. I mean, I was still playing. Hell, I was playing with the Cowboys when the Texans became a thing, right? So I'm not one of those original fans that just you could throw crap against the wall, and if you put that bull on it, I'm gonna like it, right? I mean, it's so I feel like I'm kind of in the middle somewhere. And have a fascination with this stuff. And it seems like every step of the way, man, you guys, with you leading the way, have absolutely knocked it out of the park. With the adding the culture, at the every new uniform, including guys that are just part of the fabric of the city. As Sho mentioned, the way you bring the former players back and involve them in all of this, man, just it seems like you guys are batting 1,000 since you got here. I mean, how long you been here? 5 years, 4 years?
Almost 5 now.
Almost 5 years, right? So you're looking. I mean, 5 years, you guys are batting 1,000, man. I mean, you guys, do y'all ever stop and go, hey, man, we've done a pretty damn good job. Like this is. I mean, the vibe is right. The noise is loud. The love is real. Now it helps that you win 10 or 12 games a year, but the reality of it is like there's just, man. I mean, it's everything comes out. Everything y'all put your hands on. It just seems like y'all nailed it, man.
Hey, I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah. We don't win them all. We're going to try to win as many as we can, right? We know how this goes. But again, you got to go back. Think about the culture that's been built. Culture is top down. Culture is all of us together. So it's not about me. It's not about any individual. It's about a culture of a system where we have extremely brilliant creative minds, number one. Number two, the leadership at our president level, setting world-class expectations, right? Yeah. Batting 1,000, batting 900, whatever it may be. If you're going to be a world-class organization that sporting clubs and fans across the globe look at and say, that's the example, that's the model, you have to operate and hit them up here all the time. And then you think below that, man, I have 65 absolutely brilliant creative people that are part of my organization and that they do bangers. We don't win them all. You know what? The metrics tell you that. But by gosh, they look at the data, they listen to the fans, and they make adjustments constantly to deliver on that fan expectation. And that's how we continue to build this culture that is not about one person. People change out. We're going to keep winning.
To what he's talking about, my favorite part of the uniform, Ron, you just looked at it.
Is it the bull or the?
No, I like the bull on everything. I think it's one of the sickest logos in the NFL. It's the way they put the us in a different color in Houston.
Yeah, they've been doing.
I mean that's nasty. That's nasty right there, man. Well done once again.
Also, Doug, let people know when they will wear them. Because I think it's only one time.
One time a year.
That's ridiculous. I believe. The Titans should see these uniforms, but so they can only wear them one time a year. That's the only time we're going to see them. Which week? Which game?
We're going to see primetime football versus the Colts.
Versus the Colts. All right.
Yes,
what is that week? What? That's
I'm not sure. By the way, is this the only place we're going to see
week 11?
The tile in the
week
stadium?
11.
Is this the only place?
Oh, you know we're going to drip the stadium out. Come on now.
Okay, I'm just wondering. I mean, this the tile.
We decorate for game day. You know, you're going to see all the field wraps, the end zones, right?
So the end zone. That seemed like the perfect spot.
You know, end zone. That's a whole nother art, man. You and I could talk an hour about all the rules about end zones,
about what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do.
You can't have white on it because the line's white.
Yeah.
You can't paint a border around it. You can't. So some of those fan designs we've already seen are awesome, but we can't do them per the rules. So we got some things cooking to play with the rules, but man, it's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Doug, we appreciate you. Clap it up for Doug. Doug, they've done a great job here with these uniforms. As you said, sometimes it's hard to bat 1,000. I have not seen anyone that has issues with the uniform. I would have liked the bullhorns, but I mean, hey, you can't get them all.
That's the
bullhorns
beauty.
is cold blooded.
That's the beauty of it. Is like the only thing you can do when you look at these uniforms, really all of them, but is if somebody wears black shoes with this uniform, I'm gonna be mad. If Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o wear black shoes with these damn uniforms, I'm gonna be hot. I mean, you
These
can
are
do
the
white.
Two people apparently who you believe.
I just think that's a
when you
middle
close your eyes
linebacker.
and think who's
That's a
gonna
middle
wear 'em.
linebacker move.
It's-
That's a middle linebacker black shoe move on this jersey.
Sidewind ass.
Only a
tennis shoes.
middle linebacker. See the big guys like you, Ron. See them interior defensive line. They think they look sweet, so
Evan
they'll
don't care. I don't think Evan Brown cares.
the middle
Me?
line.
Hey, he's just out here. He's trying to get it done. Me, I was meticulous about my uniform.
Oh, ain't no doubt. You'd have white shoes on with it. White
hell
spats too.
Hell yeah, white shoes. I get the shoestrings right. That's all right, Doug. Man, we appreciate you,
guys.
for
Appreciate
stopping by, man. The Texans' new uniforms, man. If you missed them, the helmets, the uniforms, they are top notch. These last two jerseys, boy. I mean, are cold blooded. Cannot wait to see them against the Colts. Coming up as we continue a little bit of real or fake. Real or fake, we make some statements. If they're real or fake, we don't need to make the statement about these uniforms. It is real. They are on point. Every time you look at them, you see something new that you're not seeing. I didn't even see them slide that tile on the very back on there. Boy, y'all snuck them in. All right, that's us as we continue coming up here on the drive. Real or fake. But before we get there, I got something to tell you. Remember these dates, September.
athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train?
Sugarland Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Like you've done before, and wrap my heart round your little finger.
Listen up, H-Town. Now is the time we separate truth from trickery, fact from fiction. It's Real or Fake on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, a little real or fake. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. I make a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. Real or fake? We'll start with you, Tyler. Hunter Brown will be a Houston Astro in 2029. He becomes a free agent after the 2028 season. Hunter Brown will be an Astro in 2029. Real or fake?
I'm gonna say I want it personally to be real if Hunter Brown continues to be the diesel we know and that ace type of guy. But I also know it is very possible that this is gonna be fake because I don't think Jim Crane's going anywhere. Obviously, we do not know who the general manager is going to be of the Astros right now, which is a big factor. I'm torn. I'm going to say real, though. I'm going to have some faith that these guys are actually going to pay someone that's great at throwing a baseball whenever the time comes. I'll say real.
Real or fake?
There you go. There you go, T. I think it's real. Look, I understand what we're up against. I understand the reason the question is being asked. I would argue that Hunter Brown is in terms of being here longer term is as big, if not bigger, than Yordan Alvarez. And I know what I'm saying. Yordan Alvarez is to me. Hunter Brown is to me. These guys like Yordan Alvarez do not walk through the door very often. You got a guy that is a potential Hall of Famer. You got a guy that is, if he's healthy, will live in the top 5 to 10 pitchers in Major League Baseball for the next 10 years. Yeah, I believe in Hunter Brown, and I think Jim Crane makes an exception with this cat.
Yeah, I'm gonna say real because I think Jim Crane is competitive. I think he is a meddler, and I think we've talked about it for years that he at least a good year that he's got some real Jerry Jones tendencies in him. But I do think after what we've seen here, the failed situation with how things have happened under Dana Brown and Joe Espada, I think he's going to go back to giving his guys more resources to actually win. This isn't working. They've got to do more. So I think this is going to be a turning point on how Jim Crane operates, and I think Hunter Brown will be the beneficiary, and the Astros will be the beneficiary of that. All right, Clint, what you got coming up here on the 4?
Dolly Parton. We lost a great one, y'all. What's the best Dolly Parton, your favorite Dolly Parton song? 713-572-4610. Send it in. Let us know your favorite Dolly Parton tune. I got one bit of pushback on the jersey drop, and it doesn't have to do with the actual jersey, so I didn't hit Doug with it. And then the X Factor. We hit on it yesterday. I called Jalen Noel the X Factor before training camp started. He was injured. Higgins stood out. Higgins got injured. Now it's Noel's turn. Can he still be the X Factor that I thought he'd be? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I'm sorry, on 95.7 The Fan. Old habits die hard, y'all. Before we do that, though, speaking of old habits, how about them cold Coors Light? How about them Silver Bullets? Them old Wolf Killers? The Coors Latte.
Download the free Upside app and use promo code HANDBOOK to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code HANDBOOK to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code HANDBOOK.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Clint Stoerner. Look at Stoerner.
95.7 The Fan presents...
Clint Stoerner is the last man standing. Now, who is Clint Stoerner?
His two strongest strengths, he's competitive and he's smart.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I'm going to put my hands on this bathroom counter and see if I can't twerk a little bit, see what it looks like, see what it feels like.
The Drive is live for Dirties Daily.
Today's Dirties Daily is powered by the one and only, baby, the queen of country music, Dolly Parton. We lost Dolly Parton today, y'all. Rest in peace, Queen. What a look! I realized I'd heard that Dolly was fighting some things. I didn't realize that it was this serious. But at 80 years old, man, she lived a good one. Impacted millions and millions of people, spanned generations of country music listeners, and what a treat. I'm talking about, I mean, big time memories back in the days, boys. I was born in 77. The 80s were full of mom and dad drinking cold beer. Schlitz was dad's beer of choice. So much so to the point somebody gave him a gold-plated tab, beer top, the old Schlitz tab that you pull off. He's got it around his neck right now on his gold chain. Not real sure what that says about Big Earn, but it's the truth. The old Schlitz, man, and Marlboro Reds. He was a Marlboro man. And Dolly Parton was on the radio back in the day in the front yard there on Park Street. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I know there's a lot of good ones out there, boys. I know there's a lot of good Dolly Partons out there, Dolly Parton songs. I'm sure there's a lot of good Dolly Partons out there too, if you want to refer to them as Dolly Partons, which is very, very accurate. Islands in the Stream was one that was that really, really touched me. And 9 to 5. 9 to 5 had a little upbeat, just a little bit of a get down there.
Great film.
Obviously Jolene was good. But man, just full of great albums she put out, man, and we lost the Queen, boys. So prayers up to the Dolly Parton family. And there won't be another one, boys. One of a kind right there.
Yeah.
One of a kind right there. So today's Dirties Daily is powered by the one and only queen of country music, Dolly Parton. Boys, today's a big day for multiple reasons. But one being the Texans dropped their new uniform. I got one pushback. And before everybody jumps on me on the text line, Doug Vosick was just here. The reason I didn't bring it up with Doug, because it ain't got nothing to do with the design. Nothing to do with the design. Favorite part, by the way, the fact that they made the U.S. in Houston a different color, so it's us. I mean, that's really cool, by the way. You guys see the videos that they dropped?
Yeah.
Social media team's busy over there.
You guys see the video, the one in particular, which was done so well. The one with Bun, it had Slim in it.
Oh yeah.
It's in the parking lot. They got the slabs. They got the backdrop is the hot, not only the city but the highways of Houston. What's Nico doing, boys? I'm gonna let the boots and shorts. I'm gonna let that part slide. All right. I'm going to let that part slide because I know it's hot out there. I know he's young. I know these youngsters. Sometimes folks just throw some shorts on with some boots. I typically believe that's something that, especially if you're doing something like that or if you're going out in public and if this is a statement, I typically say you leave the shorts and boots for the ladies, right? But I'm gonna overlook the boots with the shorts Man, you can't put 3 belt buckles on like that, man.
Okay, I think I saw a video.
You can't do it, man. In no world.
Has that become a thing?
No. Ain't no way. If it is, these youngsters are screwing up more than I thought. Tyler, did you see how many buckles he had on them damn britches, on that belt?
I didn't notice that part. I saw the video you're referencing. I must have ADD'd on that part.
Whatever you're doing, it's worse. Stop it right now and go look. I'm telling you, it is. What is he doing, Chief? You can't do it. Look, Nico, you're a big, good-looking, football-playing son of a gun, so you can do whatever the hell you want to. I get it, Houston. He can do whatever he wants to. I get it. Come on, man. You can't throw 3. You can't throw 3 rodeo-sized belt buckles on in can't do that, man. What's he doing, man? You can't do it. So clean. So clean, right? Man. So clean, and I look down, and he's got not 1, not 2, but 3 rodeo-sized belt buckles on that joint. In fact, I need a damn belt buckle, Nico. Won't you give me one of them? I need a good size. I need a rodeo size. I just want one of them. Come on, man. I'm gonna let the boots and the shorts slide, man. We can't take this Texan, this Texas cowboy theme thing and add 3. We can't put 3 belt buckles on, man. That just ain't it. That's my pushback for the day. That's my pushback. The jersey clean, the video off the charts. I mean, as accurately done as you could possibly get. And then Nico came with them 3 damn belt buckles. Boy, I tell you what. My only pushback, Ryan. You got any pushback on any of these unis? I mean,
listen, the only thing, and I told Doug a little bit, is the helmet, the red helmet on the battle red jerseys, the helmet where it has the bull that's unique,
the bull horns,
horns that come out. I think that should be their helmet. Okay. I mean, I love that. Like when they're doing alternate uniforms. I think that should be if they had that in the white and the color scheme on there.
Okay. Woo. So you go with bullhorns. Tyler, you got any pushback? You got any pushback?
No, none whatsoever. As soon as I saw them, I thought they were fire. I think they did a great job. Doug Vossick's always on top of it. I think they are legit as is.
But I understand the H and the significance of that and how that also factors in as another, what'd you say, node?
What's an ode? It's an ode.
I know, but you said
I said node. I put an N on like
node.
like a lymph node.
Like that chick from Pitch Perfect got nodes on her vocal cords.
Another
nodes.
Hey man, that's why you hang with cats like J-Lo and Reggie, man. They get your vocabulary right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but it's just another element that shows like this is a part of the history of the city.
Yeah, that's my only pushback to the whole thing is just I got a little bit of the H fatigue, boys. I went in there, as y'all saw, I dropped $50 on the Texans hat, and it was literally the only original logo I could find. And I mean, they got 4,000 hats in there. And I ain't kidding you, man. I bet there wasn't there damn sure wasn't more than one that I'd wear, but I bet there wasn't 5 original Texans logo hats in there. For men, for men, not that girl stuff. I didn't look over there.
You
but
look over there.
Yeah, so but obviously, I mean, they ain't just blindly throwing stuff in the damn shop. I mean, obviously the H's are flying off the shelf, and they got some clean ones. The red on red that you mentioned is clean, but I've got a tad bit of H fatigue. But I get it, I understand it. This jersey knocked it out of the park. I think that was probably the only way to go with it.
Could people stop sending in weird stuff like uniforms don't mean squat if they don't win? We got it. We're not talking about the winning of the.
They're going to win, man. The floor for this team is 10
But we're
wins.
talking about the uniforms.
Yeah.
And everything they've done to kind of. I mean, come on. Yes, we know that. They'll wear white shirts and white pants if it meant that they'll win. We understand, but this is a unique thing they're doing.
I mean, look, if you don't get down with
killing the fun,
if you don't get down with Dolly Parton and white unis, then this ain't the segment for you. This ain't Dirty's Daily. It's not for you today. I will give Jalen Noel a little bit of love here, or maybe not love, but a mention. And my answer is yes to this. Can Jalen Noel be the X factor that I thought he would be before training camp started? Ron, my answer is yes, but I'd like to get your thoughts on exactly how you think Jalen Noel fits in and how you think he helps this team moving forward now that it appears he's healthy and practicing.
I would say that I think there's a little bit more pressure taken off of him, right? I think there was probably a little bit more pressure taken off of him with maybe the emergence of Higgins, but now with Boutte in, I think they're still in a similar vein. There was a point where you were looking at this thing, you're like they may need him to really jump out and be the second receiving option.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at it, and you're like, that guy in this offense, that's had Wes Welker, that's had Danny Amendola, that's had Julian Edelman. Can he be the next one, be the second guy? But now I think there's a little less pressure on him. And if he can just kind of do his thing in the slot, along with special team stuff, I think he can be a real factor to this group. He's just now another addition. It's different when you drop him to, this is our third, hell, fourth if you put Dalton Schultz in there, fourth passing option.
Yeah.
Right now, I think all of this has bolded well for him in this time he's been out.
Yeah, look, I just think that there's a real chance. You mentioned the guys, you named the old Patriots. I just think there's a real chance that he fits into that mold, if you will, and could be truly an X factor in this offense. The reason I say yes, I got three reasons. One, there's no denying the QB friendly chemistry that Jalen Noel has, whether it's CJ Stroud or Davis Mills or whoever's throwing the ball. I mean, he's just one of those guys that it's easy to let the ball cut it loose, and because he'll track it. He's going to come out at the right angle. He's going to attack the football when he needs to. He is just a quarterback-friendly receiver, and the chemistry is obvious, and I think it's real. I think he's built to be the inside guy in this system. As you mentioned, the skill set is ideal, and on top of that, I do think he has the ability to stretch the field with great ball tracking ability, and he's shown all that. It's just been behind the scenes. He's shown the ability to do some of these different things. It's just been on special teams, right? And so getting him into the flow of this offense and seeing what he can do, I think Kayshon Boutte is going to be a guy that's an outside, kind of more of a stagnant receiver, kind of like Nico. There's an opportunity for Noel to be that move guy, I think, and boy, he's got the skill set to make it happen. So we'll see. I believe he has a chance to be the X factor. Now that Higgins, I thought that ship sailed when Higgins was there, because Higgins had become that guy, that priority guy.
Like it made sense.
Oh man, I can't get it out of my mind when I saw Higgins lock out. What's the new safety? The white dude, only white dude on the defense. What's his name? Blankenship.
By the way, we need to have a conversation about Reed Blankenship here in a second.
What happened?
I don't mean it.
What Reed do?
It was weird. It was a little weird that Reed was the only one on the defense that was playing out there.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
he's the only starter now. They traded Smith, which may help us, but he was the only starter on defense that played out there.
Well, I mean, he played like get some run.
He got like three series of run, which is odd. Anyway,
well, Higgins locked him up on the backside of a run. I can't help but think that this coaching staff sat in a meeting room, and when that happened, boy, they put it on a highlight reel. You know what I mean? The backside of it. I mean, that is what they're going to ask, of their wide receivers, and I do wonder if that piece Jalen Noel can accomplish or execute consistently. Because when you look at the bigger bodied receivers, they got a better chance, especially if it's going to be outside, edge players or safeties even coming down in the box. They got a much better chance of blocking them. I do wonder if the size and the length that Jalen Noel doesn't have, it becomes a problem. But everything else, man, I think he's got a chance to be a real X factor. And the path is clear with with Higgins getting injured. The path is clear.
I hope it is, because and maybe that's the point you're making of he's probably now got to be the move guy. I just hope it is clear, because his injury did make it seem like, I don't know if what they saw from Hutchinson made them a believer of things, but it looked like Hutch had passed him, and it looked like he had to battle. He's potentially having to battle Hutchinson now. So Boutte, Higgins, probably similar roles. Is he still that third guy? And I think we'll figure that out coming up leading into Buffalo. But I do wonder if it's him or if it is Xavier Hutchinson that they really believe in. But yeah, Jalen Noel, he's definitely got an opportunity now with the injury situation. All right, coming up as we continue right here, college football is about to get started, and we are in a unique period right now that all of I would say 3 of the top major schools that people really think about and care about here all seem to be really happy where they are at the quarterback position, including the Texas Longhorns. We're going to go through and look at old Arch Manning and figure out what are realistic expectations for him. We'll let our quarterback break down Arch Manning. We'll talk a little Longhorn Arch Manning football coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, September 2nd, that is the date. You've heard me talk about it, DraftKings Game Day. They've got it all for you on September 2nd. Massive deals, exclusive deals. They've got an all-day celebration that you'll love. I promise you, if you're a sports fan that listens to the Fan, you will love September 2nd with DraftKings. The countdown's already begun. DraftKings Sports app, it is now live in all 50 states, which means right here in Texas, every fan can be in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states, DraftKings Game Day is yours. September 2nd is the date to remember. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and the biggest day in sports history. So you should get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers, you can sign up with the code SPORTS610 and spend $5 to get $250 in rewards within the next 21 days. That's code SPORTS610 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim. Issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms DKNG.
or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We sometimes disagree, but you've got the right to speak your mind.
All right, welcome in as we're live here on The Drive. A lot happening today on the show. It's been a fun time. If you missed it earlier, you can check it out on the YouTube channel or Twitch as Doug Vosick was in with the Texans, who is leading that group that helped with the design and the decisions of the new uniforms. If you have not seen them, you could see them. We had the new helmet. Clint wore the new helmet for as long as he could. We had the Tank Dell jersey, the pants. It was
when it became a distraction, boys, I had to take it off. Doug said he's having a hard time staying focused because
is that why you took it off?
Because that helmet was squeezing my head. Yeah,
I didn't think you could hang on it very much longer.
Oh, no, it wasn't bad. It actually, surprisingly, I thought Tank's head would be significantly smaller than mine, but apparently it's not. I mean, I'd say a little chunky in the cheeks.
So you just remove those. That would have been.
I think it's all one piece now. Back in the day, you could just snap the old jaw pads out and get a thinner one in there, and that helmet would fit you. But yeah, I mean, I could have done with a little, slightly less pressure on my cheeks.
Right there.
Yeah,
a little snub right there.
I'm sure I look like you just crammed baby Huey into a little helmet. I'm sure
it was coming up a little high, but no, man, it wasn't a bad look. But you can go check it out. The helmet, the jersey, as they brought those in, they are clean as a whistle, to be honest. All right, Clint, college football, I think week 0 starts coming up this weekend, and then we'll be at full effect. We'll be having our Saturday slate and all of that, picking games, and this season's going to get started. There's some big one. Hell, there's some big one for Texas coming up early. Week 2, they'll take on Ohio State. So it's getting near us, Clint. And one of the things here, A&M, who is ranked in the top 10, Texas, who's ranked in the top 5, and then you've got the University of Houston, who's ranked in the top 25 as well. All 3 of these teams feel and should feel like they have a chance to win their conference and have a chance to get to a college football playoff. All 3 of the teams should feel that way, and I think the expectations are leaning that way. And a lot of it is, Clint, we have a unique period here where all 3 of those teams have quarterbacks that they have had play for them before. So a couple of them multiple years when it comes to A&M and Texas. He's been there 3 years, 4 years now, Arch?
Oh yeah,
this will be year 4. He sat behind old buddy for 2 years.
Quinn Ewers.
So they have familiarity with their quarterbacks, and they should all, the fan bases and coaches should all feel pretty good about their quarterback situation. And I want to go through these guys. Today we'll look at Arch Manning, and the expectations are sky high for Arch Manning. They're as high as anybody in college football. He is clearly a Heisman Trophy candidate, projected to be the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft, and thought to be highly productive this year, especially the way his season ended last year. I will say this first, Clint, when you look at Arch Manning, what is it about Arch at the college level going into this season that makes him special?
Well, I mean, I think that what makes him special, I think it's yet to be seen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, Arch Manning is a good quarterback, a really good quarterback.
At least his pros, maybe, his pros, the things that he wins with.
Yeah, look, I think Arch Manning physically, tangibly is a tad bit overrated. I don't think athletically he is near as athletic as folks think he is. From an arm talent or an arm strength perspective, I think he's above average, obviously, but I don't think he's a 5-star talent. I don't think he is a tangible number 1 overall draft pick. I don't think he is a tangible Heisman Trophy candidate early, a preseason Heisman Trophy candidate. Nothing that Arch Manning does physically puts you in a spot where you go, okay, this is a Josh Allen arm strength or a Pat Mahomes arm talent or a Lamar Jackson athletic ability, right? There's not a trait like that I think is 5-star or elite at the NFL level, right? So I think what Arch Manning has to do, Ron, and this is the big question, right, is every time I watch Arch Manning play, he might put up 400 yards. He might win a big game, but it looks difficult. Like at some point, we talked about what game was that first preseason game with Carson Beck and Haynes King, right? And Haynes King put up better numbers, but if you watch the game, Haynes King looked like he was out of breath the whole damn time. And Carson Beck looked like a pro. He was over there just taking it was easy, boy, limiting risk, just knew where he was going with the ball, was playing the game at an elite level between the ears. To me, Arch Manning has played the game more so in the vein of like what Haynes King did that first preseason game, where just everything, you win, you score points, you lead the team, but everything looks so difficult. The Arkansas Razorback, worst defense in football last year. I mean, made Arch Manning sore the next day, and it should have been just like taking candy from a baby. So I say all that to say I don't think there's like a super elite trait. I think he's got to go out there and play the game in an extremely clean fashion. He's got to win between the ears. He's got to go out there and prove that he's super cerebral, that he can process at an extremely high level, and that he can play the position in an efficient, clean manner. Now, I think there's when you look at Sarkisian's offense, I think there is a level of risk that you have to take in order to execute his offense. So there's going to be some of that, but he's got to find a happy medium, Ron. It can't be going out there, and every game can't be as difficult as he seems to make every game that I watch him. So I think it's more of just it's less about elite traits because he doesn't have them, and more about playing the game and the position at an elite level because he can process and see things quicker than most.
What should be the realistic expectations for Arch this year?
Oh, I think the expectations are fair. I just don't think they're due to like elite traits. Yeah, I think the expectation of winning a Heisman. I think the expectation of being a number 1 overall pick.
That's realistic. Expectation.
Yeah. Look, I don't. I mean, I think he's just not. Typically, when you talk about number 1 overall draft pick, we're talking about a guy that's got some kind of crazy arm talent or arm strength or athletic ability. Or tangible ability. I just don't believe that Arch has those. I know people have tried to sell him as that over the years. And I'm not saying he's not athletic and can't make plays. I mean, that's the furthest thing from the truth. But it's like he ran that long touchdown against UTSA as a backup when he came in for Quinn Ewers in a blowout, I think, or maybe Quinn got hurt. But he ran that long touchdown. It's like, oh, everybody started talking about this guy like he's Lamar Jackson or something. I'm like, nah, that ain't the deal. That don't translate. Yeah. Right. So I think he's just got to be more efficient, protect himself, protect the ball, be cleaner in that offense. And I think he'll accomplish, or at least be in the conversation of a Heisman Trophy and a number 1 overall pick along the way.
There it is, Tyler's favorite, Arch Manning. I can't even say that with a straight face.
Good.
Tyler's favorite, Arch Manning. Coming up, I've had some time to think about it and sleep on the trade and the Texans bringing in Kayshon Boutte. And I think I've kind of arrived at this is a move in which he could be more important than what Jaden Higgins brings to the table. Could be. I'll tell you the one thing that holds me back into thinking not. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, when somebody that you love is
vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jolene, Jolene, please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare with flaming locks of auburn hair.
All right, the Texans made themselves a big move. A big move yesterday, especially just filling a void that was not on the roster yet to be filled. Even though they had added the veterans Friday with Sterling Shepard and adding Zay Jones, they still, in my opinion, did not have a bona fide walking into week one against Buffalo, a guy that you look at and say, I know for a fact that guy is a starting wide receiver in the NFL. Maybe some hopes, but I know. They make the move for Kayshon Boutte, and they have delivered on that. And there's been conversation. There was conversation when the move first happened. I know we did a crosstalk with In the Loop and going back and forth, and I think you said it also. Before training camp, I think most people would have said Kayshon Boutte is the superior player over Jaden Higgins. Now, I think we've been able to see him in training camp, and we've listened to the jump D'Amico. As D'Amico said when he got injured, he was somebody that he pointed out all the time in the offseason. And we did see not only some improvements, but it looked like there was clearly a different plan for Higgins and how they were going to approach him. So there was a lot of excitement on that, and, it's on pause right now, and hopefully he can still give us a chance to see what he brings to the table. I don't know who's the better receiver, Clint. I don't. I mean, you can look at their numbers. Last year was Higgins' first year. It was his third. Higgins played 3 more games, and Boutte and him both had around the same amount of yards, same touchdowns. And, now they're built a little different, 5'11" and 203 to, the 6'4", 6'5" range of what Higgins is. I don't know who's the best of the two. But the reason why I said in the tease, I think there is a real potential that Boutte could be more important than Higgins. And that is what he brings to the table. His skill set that he brings to the table is something that I don't think the Texans have proven right now in their locker room. And it is something that other defenses around the league and coordinators believe and know it and have been hurt by it. And that is his ability to make plays down the field. Last year, he was the 4th most efficient receiver in football in terms of plays and catches 20 yards or more down the field. The people in front of him, George Pickens, Christian Watson for the Packers when he was healthy, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba, who was the offensive player of the year. He, down the field. Now, I don't know if I don't think he's a better route runner than what I've seen from Higgins. There's a lot of things. But down the field and the threat of going down the field is something that this organization has needed and they have not had. And that is something that I think he brings to the table more than Higgins does right now. That joker ran a lot of 9 routes, ran a lot of routes down the field, and everybody in the league knows it and knows what he's capable of. Hopefully we're saying that a lot this year. But I do think that important skill set that he brings to the table that affects you before the snap, affects you during the week, that affects teams during the play, that can help others around. And we know CJ ain't afraid to throw it. So I think that skill set may be even more important than what Higgins brings to the table.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at the knowns about the two guys, all we know about Higgins is he had a good training camp, and last year he was an effective, receiver that produced a bit and played the game kind of timid because it was his first year in the offense. Right, but we don't know exactly what a full speed, knowing the offense like the back of his hand, Jaden Higgins looks like. We know what Kayshon Boutte is capable of doing. And that is if you just believe that what we've seen is what we get. Like there is, he plays the game and he's not this guy, but when I talk about him, like he plays, fans out there can remember, like DeAndre Hopkins never, like he could literally on a slant route have a DB hanging on his back and would catch the ball effortlessly, right? He never relied on blazing speed to get open, but yet he always got open, right? And so the combination of strong hands, some length, great hand eyeball, eyeball is coordination is big, and not having to be wide open in order to get a catch is a big part of his game. And so I think the part we know about Boutte is very complimentary to Nico. It's very complimentary to CJ Stroud. It's very complimentary to the tight ends that we have on this team. And so I think Jaden Higgins probably has a higher ceiling overall. To your point, 6'4", 215, seem to be coming in a big way. But stylistically, I think your overall point is like Kayshon Boutte brings something to this team that the other guys didn't. I'll agree with that.
No, I think Buffalo's coordinator and their plan for the defense changed in some ways. Like with him being on the field now, I think we got to be. They've seen him twice a year. Like he hurt them before. Like, hey, we got it. We know he can beat you. He can hurt you deep, and that helps Nico. That helps Dalton.
Yeah.
That helps so many guys. If you just have the threat. Now the only thing that gets me concerned is how does conservative Kaylee and the Texans operate here?
That's good.
Tyler,
that was good.
Tyler came up with that. I'm not gonna lie
thank
to
you.
Tyler came up with conservative Kaylee.
That's good.
I thought about.
Hope it's inaccurate, but that's good.
I have my moments.
I thought about stealing it and just making it my own. But I just couldn't.
You tried to, but you just didn't. You didn't. You knew in your gut it was the wrong.
I did
thing
it
to do.
earlier.
Kind of like when you rolled the window down and hollered at that girl with the haircut. You knew in your gut it was creepy.
Right after I let it go.
Old conservative Kale.
My concern is, do they, at some point, do teams look at this and say, well, they're not really going down the field? Like they're not, even with him on the team, that's not really how they're going to go about things. We still can feel good about kind of suffocating this group because they're not going to really go down it. Because I think CJ will throw it.
Yeah.
And I think he'll run it because that's just kind of in their nature. And the other part is we know it can be done in this offense because it's the same offense that he's coming from.
Well, I do think there is Nico obviously is going to get a ton of attention. Hopefully the Texans run the ball effectively to where maybe not all the time, but they can force teams into closing the middle of the field and bringing a safety down to help against the run. Those two things right there should present a lot of opportunity for whatever wide receivers playing opposite Nico, right? Whether it's 12 personnel or 21 personnel. I mean, anytime there's two receivers on the field, I would imagine it's going to be Nico and Boutte. And at the end of the day, when you look at the other two, those two things, definitely Nico, hopefully the run game, garner a little bit more attention. There's going to be opportunity for that backside guy. Right, there's going to be more opportunity for Kayshon Boutte to come in here and have a better season than he did last year, playing with Steph Diggs and Hunter Henry. Right, Nico is better than both of those guys. Right, and so I would think that the opportunity is going to present itself for him to play some of the best football that we've seen.
Yep. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for a little 5 o'clock fire. The Astros, they start a big series in New York. And we'll let you know about the latest of what Joe Espada has had to say today. We'll give you the lineups to get you set up for that as well. And the Texans, we talked about it, the new uniforms they released, and they have headed to Carolina for joint practice with the Panthers. Some key potential matchups there. What are we intrigued to look at? And the Big Ten said, nah, man, we ain't getting in this game that the SEC is getting in. We'll let you know and discuss all of that. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up. But before we get there, a little bit more fire. And that fire is coming September 6th.
Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Show, T-Mill, and that's it, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. They were off yesterday. They had a god-awful homestand against bad teams, which just makes you only say maybe they're 1-2. As they go 3-6 versus the Mariners, the Angels, and the A's. And they need a big series coming up, starting against the New York Yankees in Yankee Stadium. But obviously there was huge news yesterday that involved the decision to move on from their general manager, Dana Brown. There was also news from a couple of sources, including our guy, Hotel Lobby Bobby, 2 Chainz, the man who likes vodka and just a little bit of cranberry juice. For USA Today, Bob Nightingale saying that at one point Joe Espada had been informed by a high-ranking Astros official that this would be his last season. Someone also reported that he was given the option to leave now or coach the rest of the season, and he chose to manage the team the rest of the season. So many different things being thought of. Well, Clint, Jim Crane made the trip to Yankee Stadium, and they said he spoke to reporters for about 10 minutes. Astros owner Jim Crane also had a closed-door meeting with his manager, Joe Espada, in the office in the visiting clubhouse. Comments here from Chandler Rome. Among highlights in Jim Crane's address of reporters, Houston's performance on its past homestand didn't have anything to do with Jim Crane's decision to replace Dana Brown, and he announced that Joe Espada will manage the team the rest of the 2026 season. So he had a meeting with Espada, closed-door meeting with Espada. He also met with reporters for 10 minutes, said the 3-6 homestand that we just spoke of had nothing to do with the decision with Dana Brown, and that Lieutenant Joe, will be the manager for the rest of the season. Your thoughts?
Yeah.
About it.
I mean, I don't think it took, dropping 6 of 9 games to all the division opponents that are below you and letting them force you right back into the thick of one of the worst divisions in baseball. I honestly don't think that had anything to do with Dana Brown being relieved of his duties. I think the writing was on the wall. I don't know what the significance is of the timing, to be honest with you. I think the minute that he vetoed a trade that the general manager had made at the deadline told us all that that guy is lame duck for sure. He's not coming back. So I'm not sure what exactly forced his hand at that point in time, but nonetheless, you never want the owner to be conducting pregame press conferences with the media. If that's happening, there's trouble in paradise. You don't want the owner to have closed-door meetings with the manager before a series and before a stretch of games against better opponents that you just absolutely need to get in the playoffs. You don't want that happening, and it doesn't happen unless there's trouble in paradise. So there's no way to spin this thing as positive. At least Jim Crane is the face of it and talking to the media, I guess. But yeah, this is not good for the Astros.
No, and probably not great for Joe in terms of him keeping his job past the end of this season.
Well, this is not good.
Would not think that, but Jim Crane, at least I think Jim could have probably done a press conference. Like clearly, there's no real quotes. We're not having any audio. Tyler has been looking hard for any kind of audio or any video of this. This looks like this might have been impromptu, and he just spoke to people and rolled through real quick on it. So, but that's the latest coming from Jim Crane. No other questions on who's going to manage the rest of the way. As for tonight's game, they're in Yankee Stadium, and that thing is probably going to start right as we potentially get off the air here. The rookie, Ethan Petco, gets to make a start in Yankee Stadium, and he will have behind him Jeremy Pena leading off, Yordan Alvarez. Behind him is the DH Paredes Altuve, your favorite Varsho, right after Altuve, with Christian Walker behind him, and late night Lamont Wade Jr. is behind him. Yainer Diaz catching, and Taylor Trammell is in the 9 spot. So that is the lineup tonight. And right now, Clint, they have got to get going. They got to flush what happened on that homestand. I hope maybe they got out there. Maybe they had a little fun last night. Maybe they got a little drunk. Maybe they caught a show. Maybe they went to Broadway. Maybe they went to a comedy show. I don't know. Maybe they had something in New York, did something. But maybe they flushed it and they can play a little free. But they got to have this. They have now slipped themselves into second place in the West and out of the wild card right now. Half a game out of both, but out of the wild card right now. They have got to pick it up.
Yeah, look, they've officially made things a lot more difficult than they should have, or than really any of us expected. I expected it to be a tight race down the stretch. I didn't expect them to just completely pee down their leg against the opponents that they did, unfortunately. So just like the Astros, nothing's going to be easy. You said this, I don't know, a month and a half ago of like this kind of stretch right here. 6 games up in New York, away from home, road trip. You got 3 against the Yankees, 3 against the Mets. This is the kind of game. This kind of 6-game stretch where the Astros just pull you right back in. They lay eggs against the Angels, the A's.
This kind of series get Tyler rolling right.
Oh
here.
Yeah,
New York, the Yankees. Altuve does something
right back in. He'll be buying tickets for the next homestand. I guarantee.
Oh, I don't know about
It's been a while since we've gotten to see our children. It's good.
Yeah. If they win, take 2 of 3 from the Yankee turds, you go into a game and they come back.
You know what? I'll agree to that right now. Okay. Yeah, 100%.
Just stop.
I will. If they sweep them, I will for sure go to one.
No,
don't make promises.
No, that's not.
Don't make promises.
All right, just 2.
2 for 3. You've all but said for sure. You made the commitment.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in.
This is a travesty.
What is?
I love Yankee tears, man. They quench my thirst.
Tyler's got to have. He's having to be bet
into going to an Astros game.
Going to an Astros game.
I haven't been purposely not going.
You just did it just now. It took a bet.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
That would help force myself to get out there to
Tyler, you're killing me.
If they take 2 of 3, Ron's going to buy me and you tickets, and me and you'll go.
No, I'm not doing
Deal.
that.
I'm in on that.
I'm not agreeing
Virtual
to that.
handshake through the glass.
Don't bring me into this. This is the problem right here. This guy.
I'm trying to solve it.
Been busy, man.
I'll invest the time. I invest the time.
Every
you
year
invest the
we've
money.
been here.
That's
every
true.
year.
You invest the money. I'll invest the time. Come on, man.
I'll invest the fun.
I bought a car.
That's right. Tyler brings the laughs.
I just bought a car. I had to buy cleats for everybody.
God. Good hell.
I mean, Tyler, we can't win for losing with this guy.
If they win 2 of these games
them cleats Nicholas got
against Yankee turds, I'm sticking to it, whether Ron's going to spend the money or not with his cheap self. Okay. I'm going.
I might go with you, T.
Let's go.
I might.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What?
Just popped up. Just popped up with these.
Head on over to the ice box.
Oh, yeah. Old Nick goes out there and bulldozes a couple kids smaller than him, and Ron's out there buying the most expensive shoes that Nike sells.
I didn't.
Bigger size foot than any of those kids.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, Courtney?
It just showed up.
Oh, Mama says, shoot, my baby gonna be out there rolling, folks. He got to have him bright shoes on, and bright green ones on, baby, so I can find him.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, again, if you missed it earlier, we had Doug Voss of the Houston Texans, who headlines and leads that group that had so much to do with the new uniforms that they released today, and they're amazing. The rivalry uniforms, they're going to be worn Week 11 in a Thursday night game against the Colts. And Texans chair and CEO Cal McNair said, from the beginning, we charged our team with creating something meaningful for Houston and Texans fans, and they delivered. As a native Houstonian, I know how special the details of this uniform are, and we hope our fans will take great pride in the fact that this is a unique thing to our city. The white helmet is a special nod to the beginning of our franchise as we celebrate our 25th season, and we can't wait to see our players take the field in these uniforms. Clint, I know on this show we're honest about things. We're very honest. We don't just say things to say it. But these are right up there. I thought the red ones were the best ones they made. I still love that helmet the best. But these all white joints that they're going to wear on Thursday, these is clean as hell.
Yeah, this rivalry uniform for me, for the Houston Texans, is the best uniform that they have. And I think it, for me personally, I like the icy white, so I'm going to go with the Cincinnati Bengals all white joint is up there. So I think this one's right up there with it. It's one of the best in the league. It's one of the best alternates for sure. I thought they knocked it out of the park. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Doug Vosk, I told him when he was here, I mean, he and his staff, they have knocked it out of the park. They are batting 1,000. When it comes to the complete rebranding of the Texans organization, because it's not just uniforms, although the uniforms drive a lot of it. It's not just uniforms. No. I mean, the people that they've got involved, the history that they've included, the way that they've taken the fans' input to heart and actually used it, and not just had it just as a community piece. I mean, they literally take it to heart. And then obviously the uniform design. I mean, you could very easily, with the tile concept, with that blue, you could very easily do too much or have something that's kind of squirrely. This uniform is absolute nails, man. The tiles are obviously accent pieces around the sleeves and the nameplate, and then about 3/4 down the leg. Not going all the way down the leg was, I think, a great idea. Just little simple things like that, like not having a red piping around the numbers on the jersey, stuff like that, man. I think just makes this one look so clean, man. This is a, I mean, it's a top jersey in the NFL. It's a top uniform in the NFL, no question.
Yeah,
I don't care where you're from. It's up there. It's up there with the top three, no matter how you slice it.
No, they did a great job with those uniforms. I mean, the last two they put out. I'm not gonna lie to you. I told you this before. The original H-Town ones, the blue ones, Tyler, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, those are sick. Those were my favorites until these.
Yeah, those were just fine for me.
That's fair when you got these now.
For me, 100%. I mean, those were just
those are my favorite. Well, they're fine.
Yeah, they were just fine.
Yeah.
They were fine. They were
okay.
They're okay.
Yeah.
The red ones that came through. I remember we were in Canton and we saw that they had the Andre like jersey dressed up in that with the mannequin. I said, they got something here. I can't wait till they wear these jokers.
They made that battle red candy apple,
and then that all white boy, that is clean right there. So that's a good look.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. The Big Ten and the SEC they continue to roll in this. The Big Ten, they've announced that they will not allow players to return from the NFL. Any player who has declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw, appeared on an NFL roster, or signed a contract with a pro league cannot be on a Big Ten roster. The league announced Tuesday in a statement that the Big Ten's ruling comes in the wake of the multiple NFL players, the Browns' Daquan Wright and the Saints' Xavier Harris. They're both going to be on the LSU Tigers roster, it looks like, but they have said in the Big Ten they will not allow that to happen. I think they are silly right now. I just wouldn't handcuff anything.
Yeah.
Right now. I get it, and maybe this will be something that happens throughout, but I wouldn't handcuff any. I'm sure Ryan Day's over there like, well, hold on. Let's slow down a little bit now.
Well, look, I commend the Big Ten for being the adult in the room, but the reality of it is I've just kind of I've moved over to Lane Kiffin's side. If they're going to allow it, somebody else is going to do it. So I might as well be the first one to the party. So I commend them and admire the being the adult in the room. I really do the effort. But the reality of it is that it's too far gone, man. You can't all of a sudden be the team or the conference that wants to do things right. I mean, we got $50 million rosters out here, for crying out loud. I mean, this is it's too far gone. They just all need to play and just let it implode and then redo it in the offseason.
Yeah, I would hope that something happens to where that happen. That is wow. My man played in preseason games. These guys, they played in preseason games. They're gonna be
one of the dudes had 2 sacks in a game.
Part of LSU. It is wild. All right, coming up as we continue, joint practice tomorrow, Clint, and there are some intriguing matchups that you potentially will have available between the Panthers and the Texans. And I know when you think about the Panthers made the playoffs, but they've also made some additions in free agency that have a chance to really give the Texans a really good look. That's coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. But what else is coming up is something big. Something major is coming, and it is coming.
It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Y'all locked and loaded to watch that Vince Young Untold documentary tonight?
Yeah, I'm in.
I don't know if I will tonight. You know, I'm busy, but I am excited for it.
I'm in 100%.
You got the game tonight. Don't forget.
What game?
He's locked in Astros Yankees.
Oh yeah,
busy tonight.
Yeah. No, I'm locked in on it. I mean, that's a. I mean, I told you that's the single best game that I've ever seen a quarterback play.
My dumb ass tried to be locked in on it last night.
Jumped the gun a bit, huh?
I tried to
stay. It came out today, didn't it?
Tried to stay up at midnight, see if I.
Oh, you tried to catch it?
See if I turned that.
Oh wow.
Oh, I thought you were just early.
Nah.
Vince would appreciate that kind of commitment.
Nah, I didn't start.
You wouldn't learn me tons on it.
Wouldn't have been straight midnight. No, they pushed that back. Wasn't working for me. Steele said coming soon. Coming Tuesday. So yeah, no, that'll be a good one. That'll be a good one. I bet you there's some. He looks like he could tell some fun stories. Some good stories.
Does he really he's still at that spot though, man, where he's probably got some business partners that don't want it to get too hairy.
Yeah.
He's definitely got a foundation that he is a part of with some local quarterbacks that probably don't want it to get too hairy. So I do wonder how much he'll divulge, but there's definitely some. I mean, I think the upbringing and is fascinating. I think the obviously high school football phenom is fascinating. The Texas piece with, like I said, the best game that I've ever seen a college quarterback play. I think the pro piece of being in Nashville and showing flashes but never really panning out. Like there's some real. I've heard him speak some of it. Be pretty candid.
The previews, he said he still ain't at peace.
Yeah.
So, demons, man.
He was really upset about that Heisman.
Yeah, should be.
Still is.
Who won that one?
Reggie.
I don't know if he should be. I was going to say, I think that was Reggie, man. Reggie Bush was cold-blooded, man.
Yeah, no, but so was.
I mean, Vince was too, but Reggie was.
Reggie was. Yeah, Reggie's one of the best college I've seen.
I felt like it was like week 3 or 4 or something like that. They played, maybe it was week 2. They played Fresno State. He just ran roughshod over them in that season.
Reggie.
I was like, it was over then.
I need to talk to some of my partners that were in the training world when that went down. I've heard that Reggie single-handedly changed the training world. The athletic training world with that when he was running full speed and decelerated on the sideline and then accelerated again. It's a highlight that they play all the time. I can't remember who they were playing, but like that really put. Obviously, acceleration's always been a part of speed training. But at that point, the deceleration piece of being an elite athlete became a real part of training regimens. And I believe I've been told, I don't know how accurate it was. I've been told by some trainers that I trust that that's the play that made it okay. If you can decelerate like that, then you obviously that's Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush,
but that piece is part of the training game.
Yeah. Well, the fellas, it looks like the Texans, they have taken off and they are in Carolina, and they've got a big joint practice tomorrow. We know they had a joint practice with the Raiders. We were able to see that one. Still know a lot of people obviously are traveling with the team, so we'll get reports and maybe some video stuff to see what happens there. But just like with the Raiders, there were some interesting matchups where you're like, kind of want to see what this looks like with Max Crosby, how our offensive line handles that. Kind of want to see what we do with Brock Bowers, the tight end. The Panthers, maybe not as thought of as to be, one of the better teams in the league, but they're a team that feels like they're a playoff level team. They won the division last year. and they put up a hell of a game against the Rams in the playoffs. And they've made some moves in the offseason. Obviously, we know on the offense with Bryce Young, but McMillan is a really good receiver and had a really good start. Brooks and Hubbard in the backfield. I think defensively for them, that's one to really watch. Derek Brown is one of the best young, not even just young anymore, one of the best defensive tackles in the game. They signed Jalen Phillips to a big deal, Devin Lloyd to a big deal. J.C. Horn versus Nico should be a fun matchup. There are some interesting matchups here that I think can really help the Texans as they head into the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not going to be there to see it, but the part that's interesting is how does an offensive-minded head coach and a quarterback that came in the same year that CJ did, that got hot last year, is kind of, he's kind of rebounding here in year 3 of his career, and like, how do they fare overall against the Texans, right? You know what I mean? Like, the Texans defense, is it one of those things, because most teams just get overwhelmed. I mean, I remember Foster Moreau was talking about it yesterday, and he said, look, if you don't match the intensity of our defense on a daily basis, it's like a tidal wave. It just takes you over, and you can't stand it, right? I do wonder if, does that happen in a joint practice versus a team like Carolina? Because, yeah, look, they won the division last year. They got a first-place schedule this year. Yeah. It's going to be – I saw somebody breaking down their schedule the other day. It could be a rough year for Carolina. If that improvement wasn't like legit, real, then it could be a long year for Carolina with the schedule that they have. So, that piece of our defense, do they just overwhelm Carolina? Because I would think on paper they should, right? I mean, I don't think they have anybody. I like Tet McMillan, but I don't. I mean, is he a guy that just goes out there and when you're covered by Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter, and you got Bullock roaming center field, and then you got the dogs cut loose on the quarterback? Is that, is he able to get loose and have some success? I doubt it. This is a team that I would think our defense should really make it difficult for them to win a game.
Yeah, much like the Raiders. Yeah, he's probably their biggest weapon. But to just see how they match up, I think this is, as I said before, on the offensive side of the ball, their defensive line with the big fella up front and Phillips on the outside. They have the makings of a pretty solid defense. Boyd in the middle.
Yeah.
So that could be a J.C. Horn, as we said, mentioned on the outside, and he's got another pretty good corner to go along with him. That will be fun to watch. Now, we watched, or at least to hear about, we watched them get the better of the Raiders defense when they were here. I feel like this is a better defense than the Raiders, but still a defense that you're hoping that the Texans offense can still have a level of success. This shouldn't be them getting shut down.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think there's some interior battles that you mentioned already that'll be fun to watch, but I don't know. I mean, look, if Carolina gives you problems offensively like that people write home about, then good gosh, we need to backtrack on some of this O-line talk.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Derek Brown. He's one of the best in the league. He's really, really good. But I mean, if he single-handedly destroys our interior offensive line, boy, we got to go back to the drawing board. So yeah, there's some individual matchups that I'd like to see, but our offense should be able to be just fine.
So you would have similar expectations that you had versus the Raiders. Like they should get the better. They should get the better of the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you got guys like Nico that are going to be out there and you're running the footballs involved in the 11-on-11. I think Nick Caley and CJ have been really good in the quick game in terms of just not putting yourself in position to where you don't get overwhelmed by bad pass protection or the quarterback holding the ball too long. This defense, I don't think, has the ability to force you out of that. Like I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong. I hadn't studied the Carolina Panthers, but I would think that they would be able to execute what we've seen them execute in training camp and it would be a significant step down relative to who they're going against. So I would expect them to have a little bit of success, yes.
All right, we'll see about that tomorrow. This is going to be I would assume, Clint, the last real close to for real competition against somebody in another uniform. Right? I don't think they're going to play in the starters are going to play in the preseason game against the Panthers. This joint practice is it before they play Buffalo. So an important day coming up for the Texans tomorrow. T-Mill's best bets. We'll see if we can get back into the green. A little bit of red, but not over, but a little red on Monday. See if we can get back on track. See if he can win a little money coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, you probably know your age. You probably know your weight. Hell, I hope you know your age, your weight. You probably know your income. Hell, you probably even know the mileage on your car. But do you know your testosterone level, and is it normal for your age? I would encourage late 30s.
ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets every night at this time, right here on the Fan, on the drive. And last night, Tyler Milner on a Monday, 1 for 3, a little red. A little different from last week. Last week was in the green every day, but off to a little slow start. Going to have to get some perfects this week, it looks like.
Which we're very capable of doing.
Yes, we are. Very capable of doing. But T-Mill, he's got his best bets every night. You can find him at Space City Sharp on Twitter. At Space City Sharp, where he's got all of his bets. If you aren't able to hear them right now as he delivers them every night here, you can go right there on Twitter and find them. And he also has some news and nuggets. He's just not just flying off the seat of his pants. He gives you reasons why he's looking at this and looking at these picks. So make a little cash with him. So you can find that every night at Space City Sharp. What are your best bets tonight, Tyler?
Yeah, 3 more picks for the people tonight around Major League Baseball, your Tuesday night wagers. No reason to panic. We've been on a semi-heater, really, for going on a week and a half, 2 weeks. Last night was unfortunate. We will rebound tonight with first, the Tampa Bay Rays money line. Minus 125 odds. They're going to be in Detroit taking on the Tigers. Rays are the better team. And Tigers been struggling, losing a lot of ball games lately. I like the Rays to win it in Detroit. Second best bet is Old Faithful, the big fella, Yordan Alvarez with the Astros up in New York taking on the Yankee Turds. I'm on 1.5 bases, over 1.5 total bases for Yordan Alvarez tonight for the Houston Astros if he can get some pitches tossed his way. He's got an .800 career batting average against tonight's Yankees starter, Will Warren. And an OPS well over 1,000. Put some money in your pocket. Bet Yordan over 1.5. And then your third and final best bet on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley is going to be over 7 runs between the Guardians and the LA Angels in California tonight. Bet that one over 7. No hook. Over 7 runs. Guardians, Angels. Those are your 3 best bets.
There it is. T-Mill's best bets every night. Going to get back on track for a little cash for you to make, baby. Make a little cash this week. Like if you bet last week, you made you some good money and made you some cash because Tyler was on one. Let's see if he can stay on that T-Mill's best bets every night around this time. Coming up behind us, we're going to hand this sucker off to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris as they react to what we've been reacting to throughout the day, and that is the new jerseys, the new rivalry jerseys the Texans release today. So they'll be discussing that and much, much more coming up behind us. And then the fellas, they got you. Area 45. We are live and local until 11. They'll take it over and take it at 7 o'clock when the fellas on Texans All Access get finished. Sean, Bijani, Patrick, Creighton, Bryson is in the building. They will hold it down. Do a little baseball post-game show for you as hopefully the Astros can get themselves back to 500 with a win over the New York Yankees. Ethan Petco, second career start, first road start ever. Welcome to Yankee Stadium. What he's up to in a game you got to have. How does he keep coming up with this? He came up in a Christian Javier, you lost the first one. Hey, big dog, we really need a performance. And he was pretty good. 3 2/3, I think, 2 runs. We'll see what he does in Yankee Stadium tonight. But the fellas got that for you with the baseball postgame show on Area 45 right here on 95.7 The Fan. And speaking of that, Clint, news coming out late from Yankee Stadium, according to Chandler Rome. He said Astros owner Jim Crane was at Yankee Stadium and had left a closed-door meeting that he had with the manager, Joe Espada, inside the visiting clubhouse. Also, he spoke with reporters for about 10 minutes. Some of the things he talked about was the performance of the past homestand didn't have anything to do with Crane's decision to replace Dana Brown. So are we just officially coming off of the mutual thing here? Is that if we officially come off of that this was a mutual of parting ways? Now that Jim Crane is saying that the homestand had nothing to do with
I mean, I guess they can spin it however they want to. If it was mutual, it's because Dana got ahead of it and just said, "Let me go and get out of here."
You mean y'all's decision to replace? And he said Joe Espada will manage the team the rest of the season. We've talked about where they are right now as they sit in second place actually, and out of the playoffs in the wild card and in the West at 65 and 66 with the Rangers beating the White Sox last night. Did the move, and 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch, I'm wondering from you, did the move of Dana Brown, who is somebody a lot of people wanted the Astros to move on from, did that do anything for you? Did that give you a spark of excitement, anything for this team right now, or is this just about damn time type of thought process?
Yeah, no, it didn't spark anything. About damn time, and I mean, let's just peel off the Band-Aid here. Let's just. I mean, the reality of it is this was when the trade got vetoed at the trade deadline for an outfielder. I mean, it was very obvious that Jim Crane's out on his general manager. So yeah, look, I don't have a problem with the timing here. It just get it done. It's very clear that he wasn't making any decisions in the building, at least the important decisions.